preeminence and lordship gain. As in the frame of man the eye keeps watch and ward, a careful spy, the monarch in his wide domains protects the truth, the right maintains. He is the right, the truth is he, their hopes in him the well-born see. On him his people's lives depend, mother is he, and sire, and friend. The world were veiled in blinding night, and none could see or know aright, ruled there no king in any state the good and ill to separate. We will obey thy word and will as if our king were living still, as keeps his bounds the faithful sea, so we observe thy high decree. O best of Bearmans, first in place, our kingless land lies desolate, some sign of IKSHVU's race do thou as monarch consecrate. Canto LXVII. The Envoys. Vaisish ha heard their speech and prayer, and thus addressed the concourse there, friends, Bearmans, councillors, and all assembled in the palace hall, ye know that Bharat, free from care, still lives in our Agraha 339 where the father of his mother reigns, Citruna by his side remains. Let active envoys, good at need, thither on fleetest horses speed, to bring the hero youths away, why waste the time in dull delay? Quick came from all the glad reply, Vaisish ha, let the envoys fly. He heard their speech, and thus renewed his charge before the multitude, Nandan, Asak, Siddhth, attend, your ears, Jawanta, Vijay, lend, be yours, what need requires, to do, I speak these words to all of you. With coursers of the fleetest breed to our Agraha city speed. Then rid your bosoms of distress, and Bharat thus from me address, the household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus, come to thy father's home with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. But speak no word of Ra fled, tell not the prince his sire is dead, nor to the royal youth of fate that ruins Rahu's race relate. Go quickly hence, and with you bear fine silken vestures rich and rare, and gems and many a precious thing as gifts to Bharat and the king. With ample stores of food supplied, each to his home the envoys hied, prepared, with steeds of swiftest race, to Kakai's land 340 their way to trace. They made all due provision there, and every need arranged with care, then ordered by Vaisish ha, they went forth with speed upon their way. Then northward of Pralamba, west of Aparta, on they pressed, crossing the Yaman that flowed with gentle stream athwart the road. They traversed Ganges holy waves PG 176 where Chinapura 341 laves, thence to Pancha 342 westward fast through Kurugal's land 343 they passed. On their course the envoys held by urgency of task impelled. Quick glancing at each lucid flood and sweet lake gay with flower and bud. Beyond, they passed unwearied o'er, where glad birds fill the flood and shore of Sarada. Racing fleet with heavenly water clear and sweet, there by a tree celestial grows which every boon on prayer bestows, to its blessed shade they humbly bent, then to Cooling town they went. Then, having passed the warrior's wood, in Abika next they stood, o'er sacred Ikshumat 44 came, their ancient king's ancestral claim. They saw the learned Bearmans stand, each drinking from his hollowed hand, and through BA 345 journeying still they reached at length Sud's hill, their wish. Used footstep turned to see, VIP 46 viewed, an Esmal and many a lake and river met, tank, pool, and pond, and rivulet. And lions saw, and tigers near, and elephants and herds of deer, and still, by prompt obedience led, along the ample road they sped. Then when their course so swift and long, had worn their steeds though fleet and strong, to Jairivraja's splendid town they came by night, and lighted down. To please their master, and to guard the royal race, the lineal right, the envoys, spent with riding hard, to that fair city came by night 347 Canto LXIX. Bharat's Dream. The night those messengers of state had passed within the city's gate, in dreams the slumbering Bharat saw a sight that chilled his soul with awe. The dream that dire events foretold left Bharat's heart with horror cold, PG 177 and with consuming woes distraught, upon his aged sire he thought. His dear companions, swift to trace the signs of anguish on his face, drew near, his sorrow to expel, and pleasant tales began to tell. Some woke sweet music's cheering sound, and others danced in lively round. With joke and jest they strove to raise his spirits, quoting ancient plays. But Bharat still, the lofty souled, deaf to sweet tales his fellows told, unmoved by music, dance, and jest, Saturday silent, by his woe oppressed. To him, beggared by comrades near, thus spoke the friend he held most dear: "Why, ringed around by friends, art thou so silent and so mournful now? Hear thou." Thus Bharat made reply: "What chills my heart and dims mine eye? I dreamt I saw the king my sire sink headlong in a lake of mire down from a mountain high in air, his body soiled, and lose his hair. Upon the merry lake he seemed to lie and welter, as I dreamed. With hollowed hands full many a draught of oil he took, and loudly laughed. With head cast down I saw him make a meal on sesamum and cake. The oil from every member dripped, and in its clammy flood he dipped. The ocean's bed was bare and dry, the moon had fallen from the sky, and all the world lay still and dead, with whelming darkness overspread. The earth was rent and opened wide, the leafy trees were scorched, and died. I saw the seated mountains split, and wreaths of rising smoke emit. The stately beast the monarch rode his long tusks rent and splintered showed, and flames that quenched and cold had lain blazed forth with kindled light again. I looked, and many a handsome dame, arrayed in brown and sable came and bore about the monarch, dressed, on iron stool, in sable vest. And then the king, of virtuous mind, a blood-red wreath around him twined, forth on an ass-drawn chariot sped, as southward still he bent his head. Then, crimson-clad, a dame appeared who at the monarch laughed and jeered. And a she-monster, dire to view, her hand upon his body threw. Such is the dream I dreamt by night, which chills me yet with wild affright. Either the king or I or Lakshma, now must surely die. For when an ass-drawn chariot seems to bear away a man in dreams, be sure above his funeral pyre the smoke soon rears its cloudy spire. This makes my spirit low and weak, my tongue is slow and loth to speak, my lips and throat are dry for dread, and all my soul disquieted. My lips, relaxed, can hardly speak, and chilling dread has changed my cheek. I blame myself in aimless fears, and still no cause of blame appears. I dwell upon this dream of ill whose changing scenes I viewed, and on the startling horror still my troubled thoughts will brood. Still to my soul these terrors cling, reluctant to depart, and the strange vision of the king still weighs upon my heart. Canto LXX. Bharat's Departure. While thus he spoke, the envoys borne on horses faint and travel-worn had gained the city fence around with a deep moat's protecting bound. An audience of the king they gained, and honors from the prince obtained. The monarch's feet they humbly pressed, to Bharat next these words addressed: "The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's house with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. Receive these vestures rich and rare, these costly gems and jewels fair, and to thy uncle here present each precious robe and ornament. These for the king and him suffice. 200 millions is their price. These, worth 100 millions, be reserved, O large-eyed prince, for thee." Loving his friends with heart and soul, the joyful prince received the whole, due honor to the envoys paid, and thus in turn his answer made: "Of Dasaratha tidings tell, is the old king my father well? Is Ra, and is Lakshma, he of the high soul, from sickness free? And she who walks where duty leads, causally known for gracious deeds, mother of Ra, loving spouse, bound to her lord by well-kept vows? And Lakshma's mother too, the dame Sumitra skilled in duty's claim, who brave Satruna also bare, second in age, health declare. PG 178. And she, in self-conceit most sage, with selfish heart most prone to rage, my mother, fares she well? Has she sent message or command to me?" Thus Bharat spake, the mighty souled, and they in brief their tidings told: "All they of whom thou askest dwell, O Lion Lord, secure and well, thine all the smiles of fortune are, make ready. Let them yoke the car. Thus by the royal envoys pressed, Bharat again the band addressed, I go with you, no long delay, a single hour I bid you stay. Thus Bharat, son of him who swayed the Yadhi realm, his answer made, and then bespoke, his heart to please, his mother's sire in words like these, I go to see my father, king, urged by the envoys summoning. And when thy soul desires to see thy grandson, will return to thee. The king his grandsire kissed his head, and in reply to Bharat said, Go forth, dear child, how blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Greet well thy sire, thy mother greet, O thou whose arms the foe defeat. The household priest, and all the rest amid the twice-born chief and best. And Arya and brave Lakshma, who shoot the long shaft with aim so true. To him the king high honor showed, and store of wealth and gifts bestowed, the choicest elephants to ride, and skins and blankets deftly dyed, 1,000 strings of golden beads, and 1,600 mettled steeds, and boundless wealth before him piled gave Kakaya to Kaikeyi's child. And men of counsel, good and tried, on whose firm truth he I relied, King Asvapati gave with speed Prince Bharat on his way to lead. And noble elephants, strong and young, from sires of Indrazira sprung, and others tall and fair to view of great Arat's lineage true, and well-yoked asses fleet of limb the prince his uncle gave to him. And dogs within the palace bred, of body vast and massive head, with mighty fangs for battle, brave, the tiger's match in strength, he gave. Yet Bharat's bosom hardly glowed to see the wealth the king bestowed. For he would speed that hour away, such care upon his bosom lay, those eager envoys urged him thence, and that sad vision's influence. He left his courtyard, crowded then with elephants and steeds and men, and, peerless in immortal fame, to the great royal street he came. He saw, as farther still he went, the inner rooms most excellent, and past the doors, to him unclosed, where check nor bar his way oppost. There Bharat stayed to bid adieu to grandsire and to uncle too, then, with Satruna by his side, mounting his car, away he hied. The strong wheel cars were yoked, and they more than 100, rolled away, servants, with horses, asses, kine, followed their lord in endless line. So, guarded by his own right hand, forth high-souled Bharat hied, surrounded by a lordly band on whom the king relied. Beside him sat Satruna dear, the scourge of trembling foes, thus from the light of Indra's sphere a saint made perfect goes. Canto LXXI. Bharat's return. Then Bharat's face was eastward bent as from the royal town he went. He reached Sud's farther side, and glorious, gazed upon the tide. Past Hln and saw her toss her westering billows hard to cross. Then old Ikshvu's famous son Orsatadr 48 his passage won, near Alada on the strand, and came to a Parparyat's land. O'er Scylla's flood he hurried fast, a curve at S fair stream he passed, crossed Ornia's rapid rill, and Salyakartan onward still. Scylla's swift stream he eyed, true to his vows and purified, then crossed the lofty hills, and stood in Chaitraratha's mighty wood. He reached the confluence where meets Sarasvat 49 and Gangfleet, and through Bhu, a forest, spread northward of Viramatsya, sped. He sought Kainda's child, who fills PG 179 the soul with joy, beggared by ills, reached Yaman and passing o'er, rested his army on the shore, he gave his horses food and rest, bathed reeking limb and drooping crest. They drank their fill and bathed them there, and water for their journey bare. Thence through a mighty wood he sped all wild and uninhabited, as in fair chariot through the skies, most fair in shape a storm god flies. At Ansutta gang hard to cross, his onward journey barred, so turning quickly thence he came to Piarva, a city dear to fame. There having gained the farther side to Ku, Ik he hied, the stream he crossed, and onward then to Dharmavardhan brought his men. Thence, leaving Tora, on the north, to Jamba pressed the journey forth. Then onward to a pleasant grove by fair Varha's town he drove, and when a while he there had stayed, went eastward from the friendly shade. Eastward of G where the priak trees are tall and fair, he passed, and rested there each steed exhausted with the journey's speed. Their orders to his men addressed, with quickened pace he onward pressed, a while at Sarvatha spent, then o'er Udik he went. O'er many a stream beside he sped with coursers on the mountains bred, and passing Hastaprish, Hak, took the road o'er Ku, Ik's fair brook. Then, at Lahitia's village, he crossed o'er the swift Kappa then passed, where Ekaza stands, the Sthumat's flood and sands, and Gomata fair renowned by Vinata's delightful town. When to Kalinga near he drew, a wood of sal trees charmed the view. That passed, the sun began to rise, and Bharat saw with happy eyes, Ayodhya's city, built and planned by ancient Manu's royal hand. 7 nights upon the road had passed, and when he saw the town at last before him in her beauty spread, thus Bharat to the driver said, "This glorious city from afar, wherein pure groves and gardens are, seems to my eager eyes today a lifeless pile of yellow clay. Through all her streets where erst a throng of men and women streamed along, uprose the multitudinous roar, today I hear that sound no more. No longer do mine eyes behold the leading people, as of old, on elephants, cars, horses, go abroad and homeward, to and fro. The brilliant gardens, where we heard the wild note of each rapturous bird, where men and women loved to meet, in pleasant shades, for pastime sweet, these to my eyes this day appear joyless, and desolate, and drear, each tree that graced the garden grieves, and every path is spread with leaves. The merry cry of bird and beast, that spake aloud their joy, has ceased, still is the long melodious note that charmed us from each warbling throat. Why blows the blessed air no more, the incense-breathing air that bore its sweet incomparable scent of sandal and of aloe blent? Why are the drum and tabor mute? Why is the music of the lute that woke responsive to the quill, loved by the happy, hushed and still? My boding spirit gathers hence dire sins of awful consequence, and omens, crowding on my sight, weigh down my soul with wild affright. Scarce shall I find my friends who dwell here in Ayodhya safe and well, for surely not without a cause this crushing dread my soul arose. Heart sick, dejected, every sense confused by terror's influence, on to the town he quickly swept which King Ikshvu's children kept. He passed through Vajjayanta's gate, with weary steeds, disconsolate, and all who near their station held, his escort, crying victory, swelled. With heart distracted still he bowed farewell to all the following crowd, turned to the driver and began to question thus the weary man, "Why was I brought, oh free from blame, so fast, unknown for what I came? Yet fear of ill my heart apples, and all my wonted courage falls. For I have heard in days gone by the changes seen when monarchs die. And all those signs, O charioteer, I see today surround me here. Each kinsman's house looks dark and grim, no hand delights to keep it trim, the beauty vanished, and the pride, the doors, unkept, stand open wide. No morning rites are offered there, no grateful incense loads the air, and all therein, with brows o'ercast, sit joyless on the ground and fast. Their lovely chaplets dry and dead, pg 180 their courts unswept, with dust o'erspread. The temples of the gods today no more look beautiful and gay. Neglected stands each holy shrine, each image of a Lord divine. No shop where flowery wreaths are sold is bright and busy as of old. The women and the men I mark absorbed in fancies dull and dark, their gloomy eyes with tears bedewed, a poor afflicted multitude. His mind depressed with woe and dread, thus Bharat to his driver said, viewed the dire signs Ayodhya showed, and onward to the palace rode. Canto LXXII Bharat's inquiry. He entered in, he looked around, nor in the house his father found. Then to his mother's dwelling, bent to see her face, he quickly went. She saw her son, so long away, returning after many a day, and from her golden seat in joy sprung forward to her darling boy. Within the bower, no longer bright, came Bharat lover of the right, and bending with observance sweet clasped his dear mother's lovely feet. Long kisses on his brow she pressed, and held her hero to her breast, then fondly drew him to her knees, and questioned him in words like these: "How many nights have fled, since thou leftest thy gramsire's home, till now? By flying steeds so swiftly borne, art thou not weak and travel-worn? How fares the king my father? Tell, is yet thine uncle well? And now, my son, at length declare the pleasure of the visit there." Thus to the offspring of the king she spake with tender questioning, and to his mother made reply: "Young bard of the lotus eye, the seventh night has come and fled since from my gramsire's home I sped. My mother's sire is well, and he, Yudit, from all trouble free. The gold and every precious thing presented by the conqueror king, the slower guards behind convey. I left them weary on the way. Urged by the men my father sent, my hasty course I hither bent. Now, I implore, an answer deign, and all I wish to know, explain. Unoccupied I now behold this couch of thine adorned with gold, and each of King Ikshvu's race appears with dark and gloomy face. The king is I, my mother dear, most constant in his visits here. To meet my sire I sought this spot, how is it that I find him not? I long to clasp my father's feet, say where he lingers, I entreat. Perchance the monarch may be seen where dwells Kausali eldest queen. His father's fate, from him concealed, Kaki to her son revealed, told as glad news the story sad, for lust of sway had made her mad. Thy father, O my darling, no, has gone the way all life must go, devout and famed, of lofty thought, in whom the good their refuge sought. When bard pious, pure, and true, heard the sad words which pierced him through, grieved for the sire he loved so well, prostrate upon the ground he fell. Down fell the strong-armed hero, high tossing his arms, and a sad cry, "Ah, woe is me, unhappy, slain!" burst from his lips again, afflicted for his father's fate by grief's intolerable weight. With every sense amazed and cowed, the splendid hero wailed aloud, "Ah me, my royal father's bed of old a gentle radiance shed, like the pure sky when clouds are past, and the moon's light is o'er it cast. Ah, of its wisest lord bereft, it shows today faint radiance left, as when the moon has left the sky, or mighty ocean's depths are dry." With choking sobs, with many a tear, pierced to the heart with grief sincere, the best of conquerors poured his sighs, and with his robe-veiled face and eyes, Kaki saw him fallen there, godlike, afflicted, in despair, used every art to move him thence, and tried him thus with eloquence: "Arise, arise, my dearest. Why wilt thou, famed prince, so lowly lie? Not by such grief as this are moved good men like thee, by all approved. The earth thy father nobly swayed, and rights to heaven he duly paid. At length his race of life was run, thou shouldst not mourn for him, my son." Long on the ground he wept, and rolled from side to side, still unconsoled, and then, with bitter grief oppressed, his mother with these words addressed: "Pg 181 This joyful hope my bosom fed when from my gramsire's halls I sped. The king will throne his eldest son, and sacrifice, as should be done. But all is changed, my hope was vain, and this sad heart is rent in twain, for my dear father's face I miss, who ever sought his loved one's bliss. But in my absence, mother, say, what sickness took my sire away? Ah, happy happy they allowed his funeral rites to pay. The glorious monarch has not learned that I his darling have returned, or quickly had he hither sped, and pressed his kisses on my head. Where is that hand whose gentle touch, most soft and kind, I loved so much, the hand that loved to brush away the dust that on his darling lay? Quick, bear the news to our ear. Tell the great chief that I am here, brother, and sire, and friend, and all is he, and I his trusty thrall. For noble hearts, to virtue true, their sires in elder brothers view. To clasp his feet I fain would bow, he is my hope and refuge now. What said my glorious sire, who knew virtue and vice, so brave and true? Firm in his vows, dear lady, say, what said he ere he passed away? What was his rede to me? I craved to hear the last advice he gave. Thus closely questioned by the youth, Kaki spoke the mournful truth. The high-souled monarch wept and sighed, for R.A.S. Lakshma cried, then, best of all who go to bliss, pass to the world which follows this. Ah, blessed are the people who shall R.A. and his S view, and Lakshma of the mighty arm, returning free from scathe and harm. Such were the words, the last of all, thy father, ere he died, let fall, by fate and death's dread coils enwound, as some great elephant is bound. He heard, yet deeper in despair, her lips this double woe declare, and with sad brow that showed his pain questioned his mother thus again, but where is he, of virtue tried, who fills Kausalia's heart with pride? Where is the noble R.A.? Where is Lakshma, brave, and fair? Thus pressed, the queen began to tell the story as each thing befell, and gave her son in words like these. The mournful news she meant to please, the prince is gone in hermit dress to Ak's mighty wilderness, and Lakshma, brave and share the wanderings of the exile there. Then Bharat's soul with fear was stirred lest R.A. from the right had erred, and jealous for ancestral fame, he put this question to the dame, has R.A. grasped with lawless hold of Beerman's house, or land, or gold? Has R.A. harmed with ill intent some poor or wealthy innocent? Was R.A. faithless to his vows, enamored of another's spouse? Why was he sent to Ak's wild, like one who kills an unborn child? He questioned thus, and she began to tell her deeds and crafty plan. Deceitful-hearted, fond, and blind as is the way of womankind, no Beerman's wealth has R.A. seized, no dame his wandering fancy pleased. His very eyes he ne'er allows to gaze upon a neighbor's spouse. But when I heard the monarch plan to give the realm to R.A.'s hand, I prayed that R.A. hence might flee, and claim the throne, my son, for thee. The king maintained the name he bare, and did according to my prayer, and R.A., with his brother, sent forth to banishment. When his dear son was seen no more, the Lord of earth was troubled sore, too feeble with his grief to strive, he joined the elemental five. Up then, most dutiful, maintain the royal state, arise, and reign. For thee, my darling son, for thee all this was planned and wrought by me. Come, cast thy grief and pain aside, with manly courage fortified. This town and realm are all thine own, and fear and grief are here unknown. Come, with Vasish, Ha's guiding aid, and priests in ritual skilled, let the king's funeral dues be paid, and every claim fulfilled. Perform his obsequies with all that suits his rank and worth, then give the mandate to install thyself as Lord of Earth. Canto LXXII. Kaki reproached. But when he heard the queen relate his brother's doom, his father's fate, thus Bharat to his mother said with burning grief disquieted, PG 182 Alas, what boots it now to reign, struck down by grief and well nigh slain? Ah, both are gone, my sire, and he who was a second sire to me. Grief upon grief thy hand has made, and salt upon gashes laid, for my dear sire has died through thee, and R.A. roams a devotee. Thou comest like the night of fate this royal house to devastate. Unwitting ill, my hapless sire placed in his bosom coals of fire, and through thy crimes his death he met, O thou whose heart on sin is set. Shame of thy house! Thy senseless deed has reft all joy from Rahu's seed. The truthful monarch, dear to fame, received thee as his wedded dame, and by thy act to misery doomed has died by flames of grief consumed. Causally and Sumitra to the coming of my mother rue, and if they lie oppressed by woe, for their dear sons their sad tears flow. Was he not ever good and kind, that hero of the duteous mind? Skilled in all filial duties, he as a dear mother treated thee. Causally too, the eldest queen, who far foresees with insight keen, did she not ever show thee all a sister's love at duty's call? And hast thou from the kingdom chased her son, with bark around his waist, to the wild wood, to dwell therein, and dost not sorrow for thy sin? The love I bear to Rahu's son thou knewest not, ambitious one, if thou hast wrought this impious deed for royal sway, in lawless greed. with him and Lakshma? Far away, what power have I the realm to sway? What hope will fire my bosom when I see no more these lords of men? The holy king, who loved the right, relied on Ra's power and might, his guardian and his glory, so joys maroon as woods below. How can I bear, a steer untrained, the load his mightier strength sustained? What power have I to brook alone this weight on feeble shoulders thrown? But if the needful power were bought by strength of mind and brooding thought, no triumph shall attend the dame who dooms her son to lasting shame. Now should no doubt that son prevent from quitting thee on evil bent. But Ra's love o'erpowers my will, who holds thee as his mother still. Whence did the thought, O thou whose eyes are turned to sinful deeds, arise a plan our ancient sires would hate, O fallen from thy virtuous state? For in the line from which we spring the eldest is anointed king, no monarchs from the rule decline, and, least of all, IKSHVU's line. Our holy sires, to virtue true, upon our race a lustre threw, but with subversive frenzy thou hast marred our lineal honor now, of lofty birth, a noble line of previous kings is also thine, then whence this hated folly? Whence this sudden change that steals thy sense? Thou shalt not gain thine impious will, O thou whose thoughts are bent on ill, thou from whose guilty hand descend these sinful blows my life to end. Now to the forest will I go, thy cherished plans to overthrow, and bring my brother, free from stain, his people's darling, home again. And when again he turns, whose glory like a beacon burns, in me a faithful slave shall find to serve him with contented mind. Canto LXXIV Bharat's Lament. When Bharat's anger-sharpened tongue reproaches on the queen had flung, again, with mighty rage possessed, the guilty dame he thus addressed, Flee, cruel, wicked sinner, flee, let not this kingdom harbor thee. Thou who hast thrown all right aside, weep thou for me when I have died. Canst thou one charge against the king, or the most duteous bring? The one thy sin to death has sent, the other chaste to banishment. Our line's destroyer, sin defiled like one who kills an unborn child, ne'er with thy Lord in heaven to dwell, thy portion shall be down in hell because thy hand, that stayed for naught, this awful wickedness has wrought, and ruined him whom all held dear, my bosom too is stirred with fear. My father by thy sin is dead, and to the wood is fled. And of thy deed I bear the stain, and fameless in the world remain. Ambitious, evil-souled, in show my mother, yet my direst foe, my threatening ne'er thine eyes shall bless, thy husband's wicked murderess. PG 183 Thou art not Asvapati's child, that righteous king most sage and mild, but thou wast born a fiend, a foe my father's house to overthrow. Thou who hast made causally pure, gentle, affectionate, endure the loss of him who was her bliss, what worlds await thee, queen, for this? Was it not patent to thy sense that was his friend's defense, causali's own true child most dear, the eldest and his father's peer? Men in the son not only trace the father's figure, form, and face, but in his heart they also find the offspring of the father's mind. And hence, though dear their kinsmen are, to mothers sons are dearer far. There goes an ancient legend how good Shurb the god-loved cow, saw two of her dear children strain, drawing a plough and faint with pain. She saw them on the earth outworn, toiling till noon from early morn, and as she viewed her children's woe, a flood of tears began to flow. As through the air beneath her sweat the Lord of gods, the drops she wept, fine, laden with delicious smell, upon his heavenly body fell. And Indra lifted up his eyes and saw her standing in the skies, afflicted with her sorrow's weight, sad, weeping, all disconsolate. The Lord of gods in anxious mood thus spoke in suppliant attitude, No fear disturbs our rest, and how come this great dread upon thee now? Whence can this woe upon thee fall? Say, gentle one who lovest all. Thus spake the god who rules the skies, Indra, the Lord supremely wise. And gentle Shurd, well learned in eloquence, this speech returned, Not thine the fault, great God, not thine, and guiltless are the Lords divine. I mourn two children faint with toil, laboring hard in stubborn soil. Wasted and sad I see them now, while the sun beats on neck and brow, still goaded by the cruel hind, no pity in his savage mind. O Indra, from this body sprang these children, worn with many a pang. For this sad sight I mourn, for none is to the mother like her son. He saw her weep whose offspring feed in thousands over hill and mead, and knew that in a mother's eye naught with a son, for love, can vie. He deemed her, when the tears that came from her sad eyes bedewed his frame, laden with their celestial scent, of living things most excellent. If she these tears of sorrow shed who many a thousand children bred, think what a life of woe is left causally of her reft. An only son was hers and she is rendered childless now by thee. Here and hereafter, for thy crime, woe is thy lot through endless time. And now, O Queen, without delay, with all due honor will I pay both to my brother and my sire the rights their several fates require. Back to Ayodhya will I bring the long-armed chief, her lord and king, and to the wood myself betake where hermit saints their dwelling make. For, sinner both in deed and thought, this hideous crime which thou hast wrought I cannot bear, or live to see the people's sad eyes bent on me. Begone, to die? Would retire, or cast thy body to the fire, or bind around thy neck the rope, no other refuge mayst thou hope. When Ra, Lord of Valor true, has gained the earth, his right and due, then, free from duty's binding debt, my vanished sin shall I forget. Thus like an elephant forced to brook the goading of the driver's hook, quick panting like a serpent maimed, he fell to earth with rage inflamed. Canto LXXV. The Aberration. A while he lay, he rose at length, and slowly gathering sense and strength, with angry eyes which tears bedewed, the miserable queen he viewed, and spake with keen reproach to her before each lord and minister, no laws have I for kingly sway, my mother I no more obey, naught of this consecration knew which Dasaratha kept in view. I with Satruna all the time was dwelling in a distant clime, I knew of Ra's exile not, that hero of the noble thought, I knew not how Pharis went, and Lakshma forth to banishment. Thus high-souled Bharat, mid the crowd, lifted his voice and cried aloud. PG 184 causally heard, she raised her head, and quickly to Sumitra said, Bharat, Kaike's son is here, hers whose fell deeds I loathe and fear, that youth of foresight keen I fain would meet and see his face again. Thus to Sumitra spake the dame, and straight to Bharat's presence came with altered mien, neglected dress, trembling and faint with sore distress. Bharat, Satruna by his side, to meet her, tarred her palace hide. And when the royal dame they viewed distressed with dire solicitude, said, fallen senseless on the ground, about her neck their arms they wound. The noble matron prostrate there, embraced, with tears, the weeping pair, and with her load of grief oppressed, to Bharat then these words addressed, now all is thine, without a foe, this realm for which thou longest so. Ah, soon Kaike's ruthless hand has won the empire of the land, and made my guiltless Ra flee dressed like some lonely devotee. Herein what profit has the queen, whose eye delights in havoc, seen? Me also, me 'twere surely good to banish to the distant wood, to dwell amid the shades that hold my famous son with limbs like gold. Nay, with the sacred fire to guide, will I, Sumitra by my side, myself to the drear wood repair and seek the son of Rahu there. This land which rice and golden corn and wealth of every kind adorn, car, elephant, and steed, and gem, she makes thee lord of it and them. With taunts like these her bitter tongue the heart of blameless Bharat wrung, and direr pangs his bosom tore than when the lancet probes a sore. With troubled senses all astray prone at her feet he fell and lay. With loud lament a while he plained, and slowly strength and sense regained. With suppliant hand to hand applied he turned to her who wept and sighed, and thus bespake the queen, whose breast with sundry woes was sore distressed, why these reproaches, noble dame? I, knowing not, am free from blame. Thou knowest well what love was mine for Ra, chief of Rahu's line. Oh, never be his darkened mind to Scripture's guiding lore inclined, by whose consent the prince who led the good, the truthful hero, fled. May he obey the villainous lord, offend the sun with act abhorred. 350 And strike a sleeping cow, who lent his voice to our A's banishment. May the good king who all befriends, and, like his sons, the people tends, be wronged by him who gave consent to noble our A's banishment. On him that king's injustice fall, who takes, as lord, a sixth of all, nor guards, neglectful of his trust, his people, as a ruler must. The crime of those who swear to fee, at holy rites, some devotee, and then the promised gift deny, be his who willed the prince should fly. When weapons clash and heroes bleed, with elephant and harness steed, ne'er, like the good, be his to fight whose heart allowed the prince's flight. Though taught with care by one expert, may he the Vedas text pervert, with impious mind on evil bent, whose voice approved the banishment. May he with traitor lips reveal waiter he promised to conceal, and brood abroad his friend's offense, betrayed by generous confidence. No wife of equal lineage born the wretch's joyless home adorn, ne'er may he do one virtuous deed, and dying see no child succeed. When in the battle's awful day fierce warriors stand in dread array, let the base coward turn and fly, and smitten by the foeman, die. Long may he wander, rags his wear, doomed in his hand a skull to bear, and like an idiot beg his bread, who gave consent when Ra fled. His sin who holy rites forgets, asleep when shows the sun and sets, a load upon his soul shall lie whose will allowed the prince to fly. His sin who loves his master's dame, his kindler of destructive flame, his who betrays his trusting friend shall, mingled all, on him descend. By him no reverence due be paid to bless God or parted shade, may sire and mother's sacred name in vain from him obedience claim. Ne'er may he go where dwell the good, nor win their fame and neighborhood, but lose all hopes of bliss today, who willed the prince should flee away. May he deceive the poor and weak who look to him in comfort seek, pg 185 betray the suppliants who complain, and make the hopeful hope in vain. Long may his wife his kiss expect, and pine away in cold neglect. May he his lawful love despise, and turn on other dames his eyes, fool, on forbidden joys intent, whose will allowed the banishment. His sin who deadly poison throws to spoil the water as it flows, lay on the wretch its burden dread who gave consent when Ra fled. 351 Thus with his words he undeceived Causali's troubled heart, who grieved for son and husband reft away. Then prostrate on the ground he lay. Him as he lay half senseless there, freed by the mighty oaths he sware, causally by her woe distressed, with melancholy words addressed, anew, my son, this sorrow springs to rend my heart with keener stings, these awful oaths which thou hast sworn my breast with double grief have torn. Thy soul, and faithful Lakshma? S2, are still, thank heaven. To virtue true. True to thy promise, thou shalt gain the mansions which the good obtain. Then to her breast that youth she drew, whose sweet fraternal love she knew, and there in strict embraces held the hero, as her tears outwelled. And Bharat's heart grew sick and faint with grief and oft renewed complaint, and all his senses were distraught by the great woe that in him wrought. Thus he lay and still bewailed with sighs and loud lament till all his strength and reason failed, the hours of night were spent. Canto LXXVI. The Funeral. The Saint Vaisish? Ha, best of all whose words with moving wisdom fall, Bharat, Kaikeyi's son, addressed, whom burning fires of grief distressed, O Prince, whose fame is widely spread, enough of grief, be comforted, the time is come, arise, and lay upon the pyre the monarch's clay. He heard the words Vaisish. Ha spoke, and slumbering resolution woke. Then skilled in all the laws declare, he bade his friends the rites prepare. They raised the body from the oil, and placed it, dripping, on the soil. Then laid it on a bed, whereon wrought gold and precious jewels shone. There, pallor o'er his features spread, the monarch, as in sleep, lay dead. Then Bharat sought his father's side, and lifted up his voice and cried, O king, and has thy heart designed to part and leave thy son behind? Make Ra flee, who loves the right, and Lakshma of the arm of might? Whither, great monarch, Wilt thou go and leave this people in their woe, mourning their hero, wild with grief, of Ra reft, their lion chief? Ah, who will guard the people well who in Yadhi's city dwell, when thou, my sire, hast sought the sky, and Ra has been forced to fly? In widowed woe, bereft of thee, the land no more is fair to see, the city, to my aching sight, is gloomy as a moonless night. Thus, with o'erwhelming sorrow pained, sad Bharat by the bed complained, and thus Vaisish, ha, holy sage, spoke his deep anguish to assuage: O Lord of men, no longer stay. The last remaining duties pay, haste, mighty armed, as I advise, the funeral rites to solemnize. And Bharat heard Vaisish Ha's read with due attention and agreed. He summoned straight from every side chaplain, and priest, and holy guide. The sacred fires he bade them bring forth from the chapel of the king, wherein the priests in order do, and ministers, the offerings threw. Distraught in mind, with sob and tear, they laid the body on a bier, and servants, while their eyes brimmed o'er the monarch from the palace bore. Another band of mourners led the long procession of the dead, rich garments in the way they cast, and gold and silver, as they passed. Then other hands the corse bedewed with fragrant juices that exude from sandal, cedar, aloe, pine, and every perfume rare and fine. Then priestly hands the mighty dead upon the pyre deposited. The sacred fires they tended next, and muttered low each funeral text. And priestly singers who rehearse PG 186 the same and 352 sang their holy verse. Forth from the town in litters came, or chariots, many a royal dame, and honored so the funeral ground, with aged followers ringed around. With steps in inverse order bent, 353 the priests in sad procession went around the monarch's burning pyre who well had nursed each sacred fire, with Queen Causalie and the rest, their tender hearts with woe distressed. The voice of women, shrill and clear as screaming curlews, smote the ear, as from 1,000 voices rose the shriek that tells of women's woes. Then weeping, faint, with loud lament, down Sarj's shelving bank they went. There standing on the riverside with Bharat, priest, and peer, their lips the women purified with water fresh and clear. Returning to the royal town, their eyes with teardrops filled, 10 days on earth they laid them down, and wept till grief was stilled. Canto LXXVII. The Gathering of the Ashes. The 10th day passed, the prince again was free from every legal stain. He bade them on the 12th the great remaining honours celebrate. Much gold he gave, and gems, and food, to all the beer-man multitude, and goats whose hair was white and fine, and many 1,000 head of kine, slaves, men and damsels, he bestowed, and many a car and fair abode. Such gifts he gave the beer-man race his father's obsequies to grace. Then when the morning's earliest ray appeared upon the 13th day, again the hero wept and sighed distraught and sorrow stupefied. Drew, sobbing in his anguish, near, the last remaining debt to clear, and at the bottom of the pyre, he thus bespake his royal sire: O father, hast thou left me so, deserted in my friendless woe, when he to whom the charge was given to keep me, to the wood is driven? Her only son is forced away who was his helpless mother's stay. Ah, whither, father, art thou fled, leaving the queen uncomforted? He looked upon the pile where lay the bones half burnt and ashes grey, and uttering a piteous moan, gave way, by anguish overthrown. Then as his tears began to well, prostrate to earth the hero fell. So from its seat the staff they drag, and cast to earth some glorious flag. The ministers approached again the prince whom rights had freed from stain. So when Yai fell, each seer, in pity for his fate, drew near. Citruna saw him lying low overwhelmed beneath the crush of woe, and as upon the king he thought, he fell upon the earth distraught. When to his loving memory came those noble gifts, that kingly frame, he sorrowed, by his woe distressed, as one by frenzied rage possessed. Ah me, this surging sea of woe has drowned us with its overflow, the source is Manthar dire and dark, Kaki is the ravening shark, and the great boons the monarch gave lend conquering might to every wave. Ah, whither wilt thou go, and leave thy bard in his woe to grieve, whomever 'twas thy greatest joy to fondle as a tender boy? Didst thou not give with thoughtful care our food, our drink, our robes to wear? Whose love will now for us provide, when thou, our king and sire, hast died? At such a time bereft, forlorn, why is not earth in sunder torn, missing her monarch's firm control, his love of right, his lofty soul? Ah me, for Ra roams afar, my sire is where the blessed are. How can I live deserted? I will pass into the fire and die. Abandoned thus, I will not brook upon Yadhi's town to look, once guarded by Ikshvu's race, the wood shall be my dwelling place. Then when the prince's mournful train heard the sad brothers thus complain, and saw their misery, at the view their grief burst wilder out anew. Faint with lamenting, sad and worn, each like a bull with broken horn, the brothers in their wild despair lay rolling, mad with misery, there. Then old Vasish, ha good and true, their father's priest, all who knew, raised weeping bard on his feet, and thus bespake with counsel meet. 12 days, my lord, have passed away PG 187 since flames consumed thy father's clay. Delay no more, as rules ordain, gather what bones may yet remain. 3 constant pairs are ever found to hem all mortal creatures round, 354 then mourn not thus, O prince, for none their close companionship may shun. Sumantra bade Citruna rise, and soothed his soul with counsel wise, and skilled in truth, his hearer taught how all things are and come to naught. When rose each hero from the ground, a lion lord of men, renowned, he showed like Indra's flag, 355 whereon fierce rains have dashed and suns have shone. They wiped their red and weeping eyes, and gently made their sad replies. Then, urged to haste, the royal pair performed the rites that claimed their care. Kantolgshvi Manthar punished. Citruna thus to Bharat spake, who longed the forest road to take, he who in woe was wont to give strength to himself and all that lived dear. Ra, true and pure in heart, is banished by a woman's art. Yet here was Lakshma, brave and strong, could not his might prevent the wrong? Could not his arm the king restrain, or make the banished free again? One loving right and fearing crime had checked the monarch's sin in time, when, vassal of a woman's will, his feet approached the path of ill. While Lakshma's younger brother, dread Citruna, thus to Bharat said, came to the fronting door, arrayed in glittering robes, the humpback maid. There she, with sandal oil besmeared, in garments meet for queens appeared, and lustre to her form was lent by many a gem and ornament. She girdled with her broidered zone, and many a chain about her throne, showed like a female monkey round whose body many a string is bound. When on the cause of evil fell the quick eye of the sentinel, he grasped her in his ruthless hold, and hastening in, Citruna told, "Here's the wicked pest," he cried, "through whom the king thy father died, and Ra wanders in the wood, do with her as thou deemest good." The warder spoke, and every word Citruna's breast to fury stirred, he called the servants, all and each, and spake in wrath his hasty speech, "This is the wretch my sire who slew, and misery on my brothers drew, let her this day obtain the meed, vile sinner, of her cruel deed." He spake, and moved by fury laid his mighty hand upon the maid, who as her fellows ringed her round, made with her cries the hall resound. Soon as the gathered women viewed Citruna in his angry mood, their hearts disturbed by sudden dread, they turned and from his presence fled. His rage, they cried, on us will fall, and ruthless, he will slay us all. Come, to Kausali let us flee, our hope, our sure defense is she, approved by all, of virtuous mind, compassionate, and good, and kind. His eyes with burning wrath aglow, Citruna, shatterer of the foe, dragged on the ground the humpback maid who shrieked aloud and screamed for aid. This way and that with no remorse he dragged her with resistless force, and chains and glittering trinkets burst lay here and there with gems dispersed, till like the sky of autumn shone the palace floor they sparkled on. The lord of men, supremely strong, hailed in his rage the wretch along, where Queen Kaki dwelt he came, and sternly then addressed the dame. Deep in her heart Kaki felt the stabs his keen reproaches dealt, and of Citruna's ire afraid, to Bharat flew and cried for aid. He looked and saw the prince inflamed with burning rage, and thus exclaimed, "Forgive! Thine angry arm restrain, a woman never may be slain. My hand Kaki's blood would still, the sinner ever bent on ill, but long in duty tried, would hate the impious matricide, and if he knew thy vengeful blade had slaughtered e'en this humpback maid, never again, be sure, would he speak friendly word to thee or me." When Bharat's speech Citruna heard he calmed the rage his breast that stirred, pg 188 releasing from her dire constraint the trembling wretch with terror faint. Then to Kaki's feet she crept, and prostrate in her misery wept. Kaki on the humpback gazed, and saw her weep and gasp. Still quivering, with her senses dazed, from fierce Citruna's grasp. With gentle words of pity she assuaged her wild despair, e'en as a tender hand might free a curlew from the snare. Canto LXXIX Bharat's commands. Now when the sun's returning ray had ushered in the 14th day, the gathered peers of state addressed to Bharat's ear their new request. Our Lord to heaven has parted hence, long served with deepest reverence. Ra, the eldest, far from home, and Lakshma? In the forest roam. O Prince, of mighty fame, be thou our guardian and our monarch now, lest secret plot or foeman's hate assail our unprotected state. With longing eyes, O Lord of men, to thee look friend and citizen, and ready is each sacred thing to consecrate our chosen king. Come, Bharat, and accept thine own ancient hereditary throne. Thee let the priests this day install as monarch to preserve us all. Around the sacred gear he bent his circling footsteps reverent, and, firm to vows he would not break, thus to the gathered people spake, the eldest son is ever king, so rules the house from which we spring, nor should ye, lords, like men unwise, with words like these to wrong advise. Ra is eldest born, and he the ruler of the land shall be. Now to the woods will I repair, 5 years and 9 to lodge me there. Assemble straight a mighty force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse, for I will follow on his track and bring my eldest brother back. Waiter the rites of throning need placed on a car the way shall lead, the sacred vessels I will take to the wildwood for Ra's sake. I o'er the Lion Prince's head the sanctifying balm will shed, and bring him, as the fire they bring forth from the shrine, with triumphing. Nor will I let my mother's greed and this her cherished aim succeed, in pathless wilds will I remain, and Ra here as king shall reign. To make the rough ways smooth and clear send workmen out and pioneer, let skillful men attend beside our way through pathless spots to guide. As thus the royal Bharat spake, ordaining all for Ra's sake, the audience gave with one accord auspicious answer to their lord, "Be royal fortune I benign to thee for this good speech of thine, who wishest still thine elder's hand to rule with kingly sway the land." Their glorious speech, their favouring cries made his proud bosom swell, and from the prince's noble eyes the tears of rapture fell. 356 Canto LXXX. The way prepared. All they who knew the joiner's art, or distant ground in every part. Each busied in his several trade, to work machines or ply the spade. Deft workmen skilled to frame the wheel, or with the ponderous engine deal. Guides of the way, and craftsmen skilled, to sink the well, make bricks, and build. And those whose hands the tree could hew, and work with slips of cut bamboo, went forward, and to guide them, they whose eyes before had seen the way. Then onward in triumphant mood went all the mighty multitude. Like the great sea whose waves leap high when the full moon is in the sky. Then, in his proper duty skilled, each joined him to his several guild, and onward in advance they went with every tool and implement. Where bush and tangled creeper lay with trenchant steel they made the way. They felled each stump, removed each stone, and many a tree was overthrown. In other spots, on desert lands, tall trees were reared by busy hands. Where'er the line of road they took, they plied the hatchet, axe, and hook. pg 189 Others, with all their strength applied, cast vigorous plants and shrubs aside, in shelving valleys rooted deep, and leveled every dale and steep. Each pit and hole that stopped the way they filled with stones, and mud, and clay, and all the ground that rose and fell with busy care was leveled well. They bridged ravines with ceaseless toil, and pounded fine the flinty soil. Now here, now there, to right and left, a passage through the ground they cleft, and soon the rushing flood was let abundant through the new-cut bed, which by the running stream supplied with ocean's boundless waters vied. In dry and thirsty spots they sank full many a well and ample tank, and altars round about them placed to deck the station in the waste. With well-wrought plaster smoothly spread, with bloomy trees that rose o'erhead, with banners waving in the air, and wild birds singing here and there, with fragrant sandal water wet, with many a flower beside it set, like the gods' heavenly pathway show that mighty host's imperial road. Deft workmen, chosen for their skill to do the high-souled Bharat's will, in every pleasant spot where grew trees of sweet fruit and fair to view, as he commanded, toiled to grace with all delights his camping place. And they who read the stars, and well each lucky sign and hour could tell, raised carefully the tented shade wherein high-minded Bharat stayed. With ample space of level ground, with broad deep moat encompassed round, like Mandar in his towering pride, with streaks that ran from side to side, enwreathed with many a palace tall surrounded by its noble wall, with roads by skilful workmen made, where many a glorious banner played, with stately mansions, where the dove Saturday nestling in her cote above, rising aloft supremely fair like heavenly cars that float in air, each camp in beauty and in bliss matched Indra's own metropolis. As shines the heaven on some fair night, with moon and constellations filled, the prince's royal road was bright, adorned by art of workmen skilled. Canto LXXXI. The Assembly. Ere yet the dawn had ushered in the day should see the march begin, herald and bard who rightly knew each nice degree of honor due, their loud auspicious voices raised, and royal Bharat blessed and praised. With sticks of gold the drum they smote, which thundered out its deafening note, blew loud the sounding shell, and blent each high and low-toned instrument. The mingled sound of drum and horn through all the air was quickly borne, and as in Bharat's ear it rang, gave the sad prince another pang. Then Bharat, starting from repose, stilled the glad sounds that round him rose. I am not king. No more mistake. Then to Citruna thus he spake, O see what general wrong succeeds sprung from Kaikeyi's evil deed. The king my sire has died and thrown fresh miseries on me alone. The royal bliss, on duty based, which our just high-souled father graced, wanders in doubt and sore distress like a tossed vessel rudderless. And he who was our lordly stay roams in the forest far away, expelled by this my mother, who to duty's law is most untrue. As royal Bharat thus gave vent to bitter grief and wild lament, gazing upon his face the crowd of pitying women wept aloud. His lamentation scarce was o'er, when Saint Vasish, skilled in lore of royal duty, dear to fame, to join the great assembly came. Girt by disciples ever true, still nearer to that hall he drew, resplendent, heavenly to behold, adorned with wealth of gems and gold. E'en so a man in duty tried draws near to meet his virtuous bride. He reached his golden seat o'erlaid with coverlet of rich brocade, there sat, in all the Vedas read, and called the messengers, and said, Go forth, let be our man, warrior, peer, and every captain gather here, let all attentive hither throng, go, hasten, we delay too long. Citruna, glorious Bharat bring, the noble children of the king, 357 pg 190 Yudit 358 and Sumantra, all the truthful and the virtuous call. He ended, soon a mighty sound of thickening tumult rose around, as to the hall they bent their course with car, and elephant, and horse, the people all with glad acclaim welcomed Prince Bharat as he came, e'en as they loved their king to greet, or as the gods Lord Indra 359 meet. The vast assembly shone as fair with Bharat's kingly face as day Serapha's self were there to glorify the place. It gleamed like some unruffled lake where monsters huge of mold with many a snake their pastime take o'er shells, sand, gems, and gold. Canto LXXXII. The Departure. The prudent prince the assembly viewed thronged with its noble multitude, resplendent as a cloudless night when the full moon is in his height. While robes of every varied hue a glory o'er the synod threw. The priest in lore of duty skilled looked on the crowd the hall that filled, and then in accents soft and grave to Bharat thus his counsel gave: "The king, dear son, so good and wise, has gone from earth and gained the skies, leaving to thee, her rightful lord, this rich wide land with foison stored. And still has faithful Ra stood firm to the duty of the good, and kept his father's hest aright, as the moon keeps its own dear light. Thus sire and brother yield to thee this realm from all annoyance free, rejoice thy lords, enjoy thine own, anointed king, ascend the throne. Let vassal princes hasten forth from distant lands, west, south, and north, from Kerala, 360 from every sea, and bring 10,000,000 gems to thee." As thus the sage Vasish spoke, a storm of grief o'er Bharat broke. And longing to be just and true, his thoughts to duteous Ra flew. With sobs and sighs and broken tones, e'en as a wounded mallard moans, he mourned with deepest sorrow moved, and thus the holy priest reproved: "Oh, how can such as Bharat dare the power and sway from him to tear, wise, and devout, and true, and chaste, with scripture lore and virtue graced? Can one of Dasaratha's seed be guilty of so vile a deed? The realm and I are Ra's, thou should speak the words of justice now, for he, to claims of virtue true, is eldest born and noblest too. Nahush, Dil could not be more famous in their lives than he. As Dasaratha ruled of right, so Ra's is the power and right. If I should do this sinful deed and forfeit hope of heavenly meed, my guilty act would dim the shine of old Ikshvu's glorious line. Nay, as the sin my mother wrought is grievous to my inmost thought, I here, my hands together laid, will greet him in the pathless shade. To Ra shall my steps be bent, my king, of men most excellent, Rahu's illustrious son, whose sway might hell, and earth, and heaven obey. That righteous speech, whose every word bore virtue's stamp, the audience heard. On Ra every thought was set, and with glad tears each eye was wet. Then, if the power I still should lack to bring my noble brother back, I in the wood will dwell, and share his banishment with Lakshma? There. By every art persuasive I to bring him from the wood will try, and show him to your loving eyes, O be our man's noble, good, and wise. E'en now, the road to make and clear, each labor oppressed, and pioneer have I sent forward to precede the army I resolve to lead. Thus, by fraternal love possessed, his firm resolve the prince expressed, then to Sumantra, deeply read in holy texts, he turned and said: "Sumantra, rise without delay, and as I bid my words obey. Give orders for the march with speed, and all the army hither lead." The wise Sumantra, thus addressed, obeyed the high-souled chief's behest. He hurried forth with joy inspired and gave the orders he desired. Delight each soldier's bosom filled, and through each chief and captain thrilled, PG 191 to hear that march proclaimed, to bring dear Ra back from wandering. From house to house the tidings flew, each soldier's wife the order knew, and as she listened blithe and gay her husband urged to speed away. Captain and soldier soon declared the host equipped and all prepared with chariots matching thought for speed, and wagons drawn by ox and steed. When Bharat by Vasish side, his ready host of warriors eyed, thus in Sumantra's ear he spoke: "My car and horses quickly yoke." Sumantra hastened to fulfill with ready joy his master's will, and quickly with the chariot sped drawn by fleet horses nobly bred. Then glorious Bharat, true, devout, whose genuine valor none could doubt, gave in fit words his order out. For he would seek the shade of the great distant wood, and there win his dear brother with his prayer. Sumantra, haste. My will declare the host be all arrayed. I to the wood my way will take, to Ra supplication make, and for the world's advantage sake, will lead him home again. Then, ordered thus, the charioteer who listened with delighted ear, went forth and gave his orders clear to captains of the train. He gave the popular chiefs the word, and with the news his friends he stirred, and not a single man deferred preparing for the road. Then be our man, warrior, merchant, thrall, obedient to Sumantra's call, each in his house arose, and all yoked elephant or camel tall, or ass or noble steed in stall, and full appointed showed. Canto Lgzhi. The journey begun. Then Bharat rose at early morn, and in his noble chariot borne drove forward at a rapid pace, eager to look on Ra's face. The priests and lords, a fair array, in sun-bright chariots led the way. Behind, a well-appointed throng, 9,000 elephants streamed along. Then 60,000 cars, and then, with various arms, came fighting men. 100,000 archers showed in length and line the steeds they rode, a mighty host, the march to grace of Bharat, pride of Rahu's race. Kaki and Sumitra came, and good causally dear to fame, by hopes of Ra's coming cheered they in a radiant car appeared. On fared the noble host to see Ra and Lakshma, wild with glee, and still each other's near to please. Of Ra spoken words like these: when shall our happy eyes behold our hero true, and pure, and bold, so lustrous dark, so strong of arm, who keeps the world from woe and harm? The tears that now our eyeballs dim will vanish at the sight of him, as the whole world's black shadows fly when the bright sun ascends the sky. Conversing thus their way pursued the city's joyous multitude, and each in mutual rapture pressed a friend or neighbor to his breast. Thus every man of high renown, and every merchant of the town, and leading subjects, joyous went toward Ra in his banishment. And those who worked the potter's wheel, and artists skilled in gems to deal, and masters of the weaver's art, and those who shaped the sword and dart, and they who golden trinkets made, and those who plied the fuller's trade, and servants trained the bath to heat, and they who dealt in incense sweet, physicians in their business skilled, and those who wine and mead distilled, and workmen deft in glass who wrought, and those whose snares the peacock caught, with them who bored the ear for rings, or sawed, or fashioned ivory things, and those who knew to mix cement, or lived by sale of precious scent, and men who washed, and men who sewed, and thralls who mid the herds abode, and fishers of the flood, and they who played and sang, and women gay, and virtuous be our mans, scripture-wise, of life approved in all men's eyes. These swelled the prince's lengthened train, borne each in car or bullock wain. Fair were the robes they wore upon their limbs, where red-hued unguents shone. These all in various modes conveyed their journey after Bharat made. The soldiers' hearts with rapture glowed, following Bharat on his road, their chief whose tender love would fain bring his dear brother home again. With elephant, and horse, and car, the vast procession travelled far, pg 192, and came where Ganges waves below the town of Sringavera 361 flow. There, with his friends and kinsmen nigh, dwelt Guha, Ra's dear ally, heroic guardian of the land with dauntless heart and ready hand. There for a while the mighty force that followed Bharat stayed its course, gazing on Ganges' bosom stirred by many a graceful water bird. When Bharat viewed his followers there, and Ganges' water, blessed and fair, the prince, who lore of words possessed, his councillors and lords addressed, the captains of the army call, proclaimed this day a halt for all, that so tomorrow, rested, we may cross this flood that seeks the sea. Meanwhile, descending to the shore, the funeral stream I fain would pour from Ganges' fair auspicious tide to him, my father glorified. Thus Bharat spoke, each peer and lord approved his words with one accord, and bade the weary troops repose in separate spots where'er they chose. There by the mighty stream that day, most glorious in its vast array, the prince's wearied army lay in various groups reclined. There Bharat's hours of night were spent, while every eager thought he bent on bringing home from banishment his brother, great of mind. Canto LXXXIV. Guha's anger. King Guha saw the host spread o'er the wide expanse of Ganges shore, with waving flag and pennon graced, and to his followers spoke in haste, a mighty army meets my eyes, that rivals ocean's self in size. Where'er I look my very mind no limit to the host can find. Sure Bharat with some evil thought his army to our land has brought. See, huge of form, his flag he rears, that like an ebony tree appears. He comes with bonds to take and chain, or triumph o'er our people slain, and after, will he slay, him whom his father drove away, the power complete he longs to gain, and asks to hard usurp the reign. So Bharat comes with wicked will his brother Ra's blood to spill. But Ra's slave and friend am I. He is my lord and dear ally. Keep here your watch and arms arrayed near Ganges flood to lend him aid, and let my gathered servants stand and line with troops the river strand. Here let the river keepers meet, who flesh and root and berries eat. 100 fishers man each boat of the 500 here afloat, and let the youthful and the strong assemble in defensive throng. But yet, if, free from guilty thought gainst Ra, he this land have sought, the prince's happy host today across the flood shall make its way. He spoke, then bearing in a dish a gift of honey, meat, and fish, the king of the Nishas drew toward Bharat for an interview. When Bharat's noble charioteer observed the monarch hastening near, he duly, skilled in courteous lore, the tidings to his master bore. This aged prince who hither bends his footsteps with 1,000 friends, knows, firm ally of Ra, all that may in would befall, therefore, Kakut's the son, admit the monarch, as is right and fit, for doubtless he can clearly tell where Ra now and Lakshma dwell. When Bharat heard Sumitra's read, to his fair words the prince agreed. Go quickly forth, he cried, and bring before my face the aged king. King Guha, with his kinsman near, rejoiced the summoning to hear. He nearer drew, bowed low his head, and thus to royal Bharat said, No mansions can our country boast, and unexpected comes thy host, but what we have I give thee all, rest in the lodging of thy thrall. See, the Nishas here have brought the fruit and roots their hands have sought, and we have woodland fair beside, and store of meat both fresh and dried. To rest their weary limbs, I pray this night at least thy host may stay, then cheered with all we can bestow tomorrow thou with it mayst go. Canto LXXXV Guha and Bharat. Thus the Nishas king besought, the prince with spirit wisdom fraught PG 193 replied in seemly words that blent deep matter with the argument, Thou, friend of him whom I revere, with honors high hast met me here, for thou alone wouldst entertain and feed today so vast a train. In such fair words the prince replied, then, pointing to the path he cried, Which way aright will lead my feet to Burd's calm retreat? For all this land near Ganges streams pathless and hard to traverse seems? Thus spoke the prince. King Guha heard delighted every prudent word, and gazing on that forest wide, raised suppliant hands, and thus replied, My servants, all the ground who know, O glorious prince, with thee shall go with constant care thy way to guide, and I will journey by thy side. But this thy host so wide dispread wakes in my heart one doubt and dread, lest, threatening Ra good and great, ill thoughts thy journey stimulate. But when King Guha, ill at ease, declared his fear in words like these, as pure as is the cloudless sky, with soft voice Bharat made reply, Suspect me not, ne'er come the time for me to plot so foul a crime. He is my eldest brother, he is like a father dear to me. I go to lead my brother thence who makes the wood his residence. No thought but this thy heart should frame, this simple truth my lips proclaim. Then with glad cheer King Guha cried, with Bharat's answer gratified, Blessed art thou, on earth I see none who may vie, O prince, with thee, who canst of thy free will resign the kingdom which unsought is thine. For this, a name that ne'er shall die, thy glory through the worlds shall fly, who fain wouldst balm thy brother's pain and lead the exile home again. As Guha thus, and Bharat, each to other spoke in friendly speech, the day god sank with glory dead, and night o'er all the sky was spread. Soon as King Guha's thoughtful care had quartered all the army there, well honored, Bharat laid his head beside Citruna on a bed. But grief for Ra yet oppressed high-minded Bharat's faithful breast, such torment little was deserved by him who ne'er from duty swerved. The fever raged through every vein and burnt him with its inward pain, so when in woods the flames leap free the fire within consumes the tree. From heat of burning anguish sprung the sweat upon his body hung, as when the sun with fervid glow on high Himalaya melts the snow. As, banished from the herd, a bull wanders alone and sorrowful. Thus sighing and distressed, in misery and bitter grief, with fevered heart that mocked relief, distracted in his mind, the chief still mourned and found no rest. Canto LXXXVI. Yuha's speech. Yuha the king, acquainted well with all that in the wood befell, to Bharat the unequal told the tale of Lakshma. Mighty souled, with many an earnest word I spake to Lakshma, as he stayed awake, and with his bow and shaft in hand to guard his brother kept his stand. Now sleep a little, Lakshma. See, this pleasant bed is strewn for thee, hereon thy weary body lay, and strengthen thee with rest, I pray. Inured to toil are men like these, but thou hast been nursed in ease. Rest, duteous minded. I will keep my watch while Ra lies asleep, for in the whole wide world is none dearer to me than Rahu's son. Harbor no doubt or jealous fear, I speak the truth with heart sincere, for from the grace which he has shown will glory on my name be thrown, great store of merit shall I gain, and duteous, form no wish in vain. Let me enforced by many a row of followers, armed with shaft and bow for well-loved Ras will provide who lies asleep by SS side. For through this wood I often go, and all its shades conceal I know, and we with conquering arms can meet a fourfold host arrayed complete. With words like these I spoke, designed to move the high-souled Bharat's mind, but he upon his duty bent, plied his persuasive argument. Oh, how can slumber close mine eyes when lowly couched with lies the royal Ra? Can I give my heart to joy, or even live? He whom no mighty demon, no, nor heavenly God can overthrow, see, Yuha, how he lies, alas, pg 194 with couched on gathered grass. By varied labors, long, severe, by many a prayer and rite austere, he, Dasaratha's cherished son, by fortune stamped, from heaven was won. Now as his son is forced to fly, the king ere long will surely die, reft of his guardian hand, forlorn and widowed grief this land will mourn. E'en now perhaps, with toil o'erspent, the women cease their loud lament, and cries of woe no longer ring throughout the palace of the king. But for sad causally how fair she and mine own mother now? How fares the king? This night, I think, some of the three in death will sink. With hopes upon Citruna set my mother may survive as yet, but the sad queen will die who bore the hero, for her grief is sore. His cherished wish that would have made dear Ra king, so long delayed, too late. Too late. The king will cry, and conquered by his misery die. When fate has wrought the mournful day which sees my father pass away, how happy in their lives are they allowed his funeral rites to pay. Our exile o'er, with him who ne'er turns from the oath his lips may swear, may we returning safe and well gain in Faryadhi dwell. Thus Bharat stood with many a sigh lamenting, and the night went by. Soon as the morning light shone fair in votive coils both bound their hair. And then I sent them safely o'er and left them on the farther shore. With then they onward passed, their coats of bark about them cast, their locks like hermits bound, the mighty tamers of the foe, each with his arrows and his bow, went over the rugged ground, proud in their strength and undeterred like elephants that lead the herd, and gazing oft around. Canto LXXXVII Guha's story. That speech of Guha Bharat heard with grief and tender pity stirred, and as his ears the story drank, deep in his thoughtful heart it sank. His large full eyes in anguish rolled, his trembling limbs grew stiff and cold. Then fell he, like a tree uptorn, in woe too grievous to be borne. When Guha saw the long-armed chief whose eye was like a lotus leaf, with lion shoulders strong and fair, high-mettled, prostrate in despair, pale, bitterly afflicted, he reeled as in earthquake reels a tree. But when Citruna standing nigh saw his dear brother helpless lie, distraught with woe his head he bowed, embraced him oft and wept aloud. Then Bharat's mothers came, forlorn of their dear king, with fasting worn, and stood with weeping eyes around the hero prostrate on the ground. Causally by her woe oppressed, the senseless Bharat's limbs cursed, as a fond cow in love and fear caresses oft her youngling deer. Then yielding to her woe she said, weeping and sore disquieted, what torments, O my son, are these of sudden pain or swift disease? The lives of us and all the line depend, dear child, on only thine. Ra and Lakshma? Forced to flee, I live by naught but seeing thee, for as the king has passed away thou art my only help today. Hast thou, perchance, heard evil news of Lakshma? Which thy soul subdues, or Ra dwelling with his spouse my all as he for espouse? Then slowly gathering sense and strength the weeping hero rose at length, and words like these to Guha spake, that bade causally comfort take, where lodged the prince that night? And where Lakshma, the brave, and fair? Show me the couch whereon he lay, tell me the food he ate, I pray. Then Guha the Nisha's king replied to Bharat's questioning, of all I had I brought the best to serve my good and honored guests, food of each varied kind I chose, and every fairest fruit that grows. Ra the hero truly brave declined the gift I humbly gave, his warrior part he ne'er forgot, and what I brought accepted not. No gifts, my friend, may we accept, our law is, give, and must be kept. The high-souled chief, O monarch, thus with gracious words persuaded us. Then calm and still, absorbed in thought, he drank the water Lakshma brought, and then, obedient to his vows, he fasted with his gentle spouse. So Lakshma, too from food abstained, pg 195, and sipped the water that remained, then with rolled lips, devoutly stayed, the 362 their evening worship paid. Then Lakshma, with unwearied care brought heaps of sacred grass, and there with his own hands he quickly spread, for Ra's rest, a pleasant bed, and faithful SS2, where they reclining each by other lay. Then Lakshma bathed their feet, and drew a little distance from the two. Here stands the tree which lent them shade, here is the grass beneath it laid, where Ra and his consorts spent the night together ere they went. Lakshma, whose arms the foeman quell, watched all the night as sentinel, and kept his great bow strung, his hand was gloved, his arm was braced, two well-filled quivers at his waist, with deadly arrows, hung. I took my shafts and trusty bow, and with that tamer of the foe stood ever wakeful near, and with my followers, bow in hand, behind me ranged, a ready band, kept watch o'er Indra's pier. Canto LXXXVII. The Inga Tree. When Bharat with each friend and peer had heard that tale so full and clear, they went together to the tree, the bed which Ra pressed to see. Then Bharat to his mother said, behold the high-souled hero's bed, these tumbled heaps of grass betray where he that night with lay, unmeet, the heir of fortune high thus on the cold bare earth should lie, the monarch's son, in council sage, of old imperial lineage. That lion lord whose noble bed with finest skins of deer was spread, how can he now endure to press the bare earth, cold and comfortless? This sudden fall from bliss to grief appears untrue, beyond belief, my senses are distraught, I seem to view the fancies of a dream. There is no deity so great, no power in heaven can master fate, if Ra, de Serapha's heir, lay on the ground and slumbered there. And lovely as she who springs from fair Vida's ancient kings, Ra's dear wife, by all adored, lay on the earth beside her lord. Here was his couch, upon this heap he tossed and turned in restless sleep, on the hard soil each manly limb has stamped the grass with signs of him. That night, it seems, fair as spent arrayed in every ornament, for here and there my eyes behold small particles of glistering gold. She laid her outer garment here, for still some silken threads appear. How dear in her devoted eyes must be the bed where Ra lies, where she so tender could repose and by his side forget her woes. Alas, unhappy, guilty me, for whom the prince was forced to flee, and chief of Rahu's sons and best, a bed like this with pressed. Son of a royal sire whose hand ruled paramount o'er every land, could he who every joy bestows, whose body like the lotus shows, the friend of all, who charms the sight, whose flashing eyes are darkly bright, leave the dear kingdom, his by right, unmeet for woe, the heir of bliss, and lie upon a bed like this? Great joy and happy fate are thine, O Lakshma! Marked with each fair sign, whose faithful footsteps follow still thy brother in his hour of ill. And blessed is S nobly good, who dwells with Ra in the wood. Ours is, alas, a doubtful fate of Ra reft and desolate. My royal sire has gained the skies, in woods the high-souled hero lies. The state is wrecked and tempest-tossed, a vessel with her rudder lost. Yet none in secret thought has planned with hostile might to seize the land, though forced in distant wilds to dwell, the hero's arm protects it well. Unguarded, with deserted wall, no elephant or steed in stall, my father's royal city shows her portals open to her foes, of bold protectors reft and bare, defenseless in her dark despair, but still her foes the wish restrain, as men from poison cates refrain. I from this hour my nights will pass couched on the earth or gathered grass, eat only fruit and roots, and wear a coat of bark, and matted hair. I in the woods will pass, content, for him the term of banishment. So shall I still unbroken save the promise which the hero gave. PG 196 While I remain for Ra there, Citruna will my exile share, and Ra inch his home again, with Lakshma? O Aryadhi reign, for him, to rule and guard the state, the twice-born men shall consecrate. Oh, may the gods I serve incline to grant this earnest wish of mine. If when I bow before his feet and with all moving arts entreat, he still deny my prayer, then with my brother will I live, he must permission give, roaming in force there. Canto LXXXIX. The passage of Gang. That night the son of Rahu lay on Gang's bank till break of day, then with the earliest light he woke and thus to brave Citruna spoke. Rise up, Citruna, from thy bed, why sleepest thou? The night is fled. See how the sun who chases night wakes every lotus with his light. Arise, arise, and first of all the Lord of Sringavara call, for he his friendly aid will lend our army o'er the flood to send. Thus urged, Citruna answered, I, remembering Ra, sleepless lie. As thus the brothers, each to each, the lion meddled, ended speech, came Guha, the Nisha's king, and spoke with kindly questioning, Hast thou in comfort passed, he cried, the night upon the river side? With thee how fares it? And are these, thy soldiers, healthy and at ease? Thus the Nisha's lord inquired in gentle words which love inspired, and Bharat, Ra's faithful slave, thus to the king his answer gave, The night has sweetly passed, and we are highly honored, king, by thee. Now let thy servants' boats prepare, our army o'er the stream to bear. The speech of Bharat Guha heard, and swift to do his bidding stirred. Within the town the monarch sped and to his ready kinsmen said, Awake, each kinsman, rise, each friend. May every joy your lives attend. Gather each boat upon the shore and ferry all the army o'er. Thus Guha spoke, nor they delayed, but, rising quick, their lord obeyed, and soon, from every side secured, 500 boats were ready moored. Some reared aloft the mystic sign, 363 and mighty bells were hung in line, of firmest build, gay flags they bore, and sailors for the helm and oar. One such King Guha chose, whereon, of fair white cloth, an awning shone, and sweet musicians charmed the ear, and bade his servants urge it near. Then Bharat swiftly sprang on board, and then Citruna, famous lord, to whom, with many a royal dame, Kausali and Sumitra came. The household priest went first in place, the elders, and the beerman race, and after them the monarch's train of women born in many a wain. Then high to heaven the shouts of those who fired the army's huts, 364 arose, with theirs who bathed along the shore, or to the boats the baggage bore. Full freighted with that mighty force the boats sped swiftly on their course, by royal Guha's servants manned, and gentle gales the banners fanned. Some boats a crowd of dames conveyed, in others noble coursers nagged. Some chariots and their cattle bore, some precious wealth and golden store. Across the stream each boat was rowed, there duly disembarked its load, and then returning on its way, sped here and there in merry play. Then swimming elephants appeared with flying pennons high upreared. And as the drivers urged them o'er, the look of winged mountains wore. Some men in barges reached the strand, others on rafts came safe to land, some buoyed with pitchers crossed the tide, and others on their arms relied. Thus with the help the monarch gave, the army crossed pure Ganges wave, then an auspicious hour it stood within Pray's famous wood. The prince with cheering words addressed his weary men, and bade them rest where'er they chose, and he, with priest and deacon by his side, to Buddha's dwelling hied that best of saints to see. Pg 197 Canto XC. The Hermitage. The prince of men a league away saw where the hermit's dwelling lay, then with his lords his path pursued, and left his warrior multitude. On foot, as duty taught his mind, he left his warlike gear behind. 2 robes of linen cloth he wore, and bade Vasesh walk before. Then Bharat from his lords withdrew when Buddha came in view, and toward the holy hermit went behind Vasesh reverent. When Buddha, saint austere, saw good Vasesh drawing near, he cried, upspringing from his seat, "The grace gift bring, my friend to greet." When Saint Vasesh near him drew, and Bharat paid the reverence due, the glorious hermit was aware that Dasaratha's son was there. The grace gift, water for their feet he gave, and offered fruit to eat. Then, duty skilled, with friendly speech and seemly order questioned each, "How fares it in Yadhi now with treasury and army? How with kith and kin and friends most dear, with counsellor, and prince, and peer?" But, for he knew the king was dead, of Dasaratha naught he said. Vasesh and the prince in turn would of the hermit's welfare learn, of holy fires they fain would hear, of pupils, trees, and birds, and deer. The glorious saint his answer made that all was well in holy shade, then love of Ra moved his breast, and thus he questioned of his guest, "Why art thou here, O prince, whose ban with kingly sway protects the land? Declare the cause, explain the whole, for yet some doubt disturbs my soul." He whom causally bear, whose might the foeman slays, his lines delight, he who with wife and brother sent afar now Roman banishment, famed prince, to whom his father spake this order for a woman's sake, "Away, and in the forest spend thy life till 14 years shall end. Hast thou the wish to harm him, bent on sin against the innocent? Wouldst thou thine elder's realm enjoy without a thorn that can annoy?" With sobbing voice and tearful eye thus Bharat sadly made reply, "All lost am I, if thou, O saint, canst thus in thought my heart attaint. No warning charge from thee I need, ne'er could such crime from me proceed. The words my guilty mother spake when fondly jealous for my sake, think not that I, to triumph moved, those words approve or e'er approved. O hermit, I have sought this place to win the lordly hero's grace, to throw me at my brother's feet and lead him to his royal seat. To this, my journey's aim and end, thou shouldst, O saint, thy favour lend. Where is the Lord of earth? Do thou, most holy, say, where roams he now?" Then, by the Saint Vasesh pressed, and all the gathered priests beside, to Bharat's dutiful request the hermit graciously replied, "Worthy of thee, O prince, this deed, true son of Rahu's ancient seed. I know thee reverend, well controlled, the glory of the good of old. I grant thy prayer, in this pursuit I know thy heart is resolute. 'Tis for thy sake those words I said, that wider still thy fame may spread. I know where a duty tried, his brother, and his wife abide. Where Trichika's heights arise, thy brother Ra's dwelling lies. Go thither with the morning's light, and stay with all thy lords tonight, for I would show thee honour high, and do not thou my wish deny." Canto XCI. Buddha's Feast. Soon as he saw the prince's mind to rest that day was well inclined, he sought Kaike's son to please with hospitable courtesies. Then Bharat to the saint replied, "Our wants are more than satisfied. The gifts which honoured strangers greet, and water for our weary feet hast thou bestowed with friendly care, and every choice of woodland fair." Then Bharat spoke, a smile playing upon his lips the while, "I know, Dear Prince, thy friendly mind will any fare sufficient find, but gladly would I entertain and banquet all thine armed train, such is my earnest wish. Do thou this longing of my heart allow. Why hast thou hither bent thy way, and made thy troops behind thee stay? PG 198. Why unattended? Couldst thou not with friends and armies seek this spot? Bharat, with reverent hands raised high, to that great hermit made reply, my troops, for awe of thee, O sage, I brought not to thy hermitage. Troops of a king or monarch's son a hermit's home should ever shun. Behind me comes a mighty train wide-spreading o'er the ample plain, where every chief and captain leads men, elephants, and mettled steeds. I feared, O reverend sage, lest these might harm the holy ground and trees, springs might be marred and cots o'erthrown, so with the priests I came alone. Bring all thy host, the hermit cried, and Bharat, to his joy, complied. Then to the chapel went the sire, wherever burnt the sacred fire, and first, in order due, with sips of water purified his lips. To Visvakarma then he prayed, his hospitable feast to aid. Let Visvakarma hear my call, the god who forms and fashions all. A mighty banquet I provide, be all my wants this day supplied. Lord Indra at their head, the 365 who guard the worlds I call to me, a mighty host this day I feed, be now supplied my every need. Let all the streams that eastward go, and those whose waters westering flow, both on the earth and in the sky, flow hither and my wants supply. Be some with ardent liquor filled, and some with wine from flowers distilled, while some their fresh cool streams retain sweet as the juice of sugar cane. I call the gods, I call the band of minstrels that around them stand, I call the H and H, I call the sweet Visvasu, I call the heavenly wives of these with all the bright apsarases, Alam H of beauty rare, the charmer of the tangled hair, Grid H and Visv high fair, Hem and BH sweet to view, and lovely Anadent too, and all the sweetest nymphs who stand by Indra or by Brahma's hand. I summon these with all their train and tambura to lead the strain. Here let Kuvera's garden rise which far in northern Kuru 366 lies, for leaves let cloth and gems entwine, and let its fruit be nymphs divine. Let Soma 367 give the noblest food to feed the mighty multitude, of every kind, for tooth and lip, to chew, to lick, to suck, and sip. Let wreaths, where fairest flowers abound, spring from the trees that bloom around. Each sort of wine to woo the taste, and meats of every kind be placed. Thus spake the hermit self-restrained, with proper tone by rules ordained, on deepest meditation bent, in holy might preeminent. Then as with hands in reverence raised absorbed in thought he eastward gazed, the deities he thus addressed came each in semblance manifest. Delicious gales that cooled the frame from Malaya and Ardar came, that kissed those scented hills and threw auspicious fragrance where they blew. Then falling fast in sweetest showers came from the sky immortal flowers, and all the airy region round with heavenly drums was made to sound. Then breathed a soft celestial breeze, then danced the bright apsarases, the minstrels and the gods advanced, and warbling lutes the soul entranced. The earth and sky that music filled, and through each ear it softly thrilled, as from the heavenly quills it fell with time and tune tempered well. Soon as the minstrels ceased to play and air celestial died away, the troops of Bharat saw amaze what Visvakarma's art had raised. On every side, 5 leagues around, all smooth and level lay the ground, with fresh green grass that charmed the sight like sapphires blent with lazulite. There the wood apple hung its load, the mango and the citron glowed, the bell and scented jack were there, and uphill with fruitage fair. There, brought from northern Kuru, stood rich in delights, the glorious wood, and many a stream was seen to glide. PG 199 with flowering trees along its side. Their mansions rose with 4 wide halls, and elephants and chargers' stalls, and many a house of royal state, triumphal arch and bannered gate. With noble doorways, sought the sky, like a pale cloud, a palace high, which far and wide rare fragrance shed, with wreaths of white and garlanded. Square was its shape, its halls were wide, with many a seat and couch supplied, drink of all kinds, and every meat such as celestial gods might eat. Then at the bidding of the Sierrakeki's strong-armed son drew near, and passed within that fair abode which with the noblest jewels glowed. Then, as Vasish led the way, the councillors, in due array, followed delighted and amazed and on the glorious structure gazed. Then Bharat, Rahu's son, drew near the kingly throne, with prince and peer, whereby the chowry in the shade of the white canopy was laid. Before the throne he humbly bent and honored Ra, reverend, then in his hand the chowry bore, and sat where sits a councillor. His ministers and household priests Saturday by degrees from chief to least, then sat the captain of the host and all the men he honored most. Then when the saint his order gave, each river with enchanted wave rolled milk and curds divinely sweet before the princely Bharat's feet. And dwellings fair on either side, with gay white plaster beautified, their heavenly roofs were seen to lift, the Birmanburd's gift. Then straight by Lord Kuvera sent, gay with celestial ornament of bright attire and jewels shine, came 20,000 nymphs divine, the man on whom those beauties glanced that moment felt his soul entranced. With them from Nandan's blissful shades came 20,000 heavenly maids. Tamburo, Anad, Gopa came, and Sutanu, like radiant flame, the kings of the Gandharva throng, and ravished Bharat with their song. Then spoke the saint, and swift obeyed Alamh the fairest maid, and Misrake's bright to view, Rama? Poo? R2, and danced to him with graceful ease the dances of apsaras. All chaplets that by gods are worn, or Chaitraratha's graves adorn, bloomed by the saint's command arrayed on branches and praise shade. When at the saint's command the breeze made music with the vilva trees, to wave in rhythmic beat began the boughs of each myrobalan, and holy fig trees wore the look of dancers, as their leaflets shook. The fair tama, palm, and pine, with trees that tower and plants that twine, the sweetly varying forms displayed of stately dame or bending maid. Here men the foaming wine cup quaffed, here drank of milk full many a draught, and tasted meats of every kind, well dressed, whatever pleased their mind. Then beauteous women, 7 or 8, stood ready by each man to wait, beside the stream his limbs they stripped and in the cooling water dipped. And then the fair ones, sparkling-eyed, with soft hands rubbed his limbs and dried, and sitting on the lovely bank held up the wine cup as he drank. Nor did the grooms forget to feed camel and mule and ox and steed, for there were stores of roasted grain, of honey and of sugar cane. So fast the wild excitement spread among the warriors Bharat led, that all the mighty army through the groom no more his charger knew, and he who drove might seek in vain to tell his elephant again. With every joy and rapture fired, entranced with all the heart desired, the myriads of the host that night revelled delirious with delight. Urged by the damsels at their side in wild delight the warriors cried, "Ne'er will we seek Yadhe no, nor yet to Da? Ak force go, here will we stay, may happy fate on Bharat and on Ra wait." Thus cried the army gay and free exulting in their lawless glee, both infantry and those who rode on elephants, or steeds bestrode, 10,000 voices shouting, "This is heaven indeed for perfect bliss." With garlands decked they idly strayed, and danced and laughed and sang and played. At length as every soldier eyed, with food like Amrit satisfied, each dainty cate and tempting meat, no longer had he care to eat. Thus soldier, servant, dame, and slave received whate'er the wish might crave. As each in new wrought clothes arrayed enjoyed the feast before him laid. Pg 200 each man was seen in white attire unstained by a spot or a speck of mire, none was athirst or hungry there, and none had dust upon his hair. On every side in woody dells was milky food in bubbling wells, and there were all supplying cows and honey dropping from the boughs. Nor wanted lakes of flour made drink with piles of meat upon the brink, boiled, stewed, and roasted, varied cheer, peacock and jungle fowl and deer. There was the flesh of kid and boar, and dainty sauce in endless store, with juice of flowers concocted well, and soup that charmed the taste and smell, and pounded fruits of bitter taste, and many a bath was ready placed down by each river's shelving side. There stood great basins well supplied, and laid therein, of dazzling sheen, white brushes for the teeth were seen, and many a covered box wherein was sandal powdered for the skin, and mirrors bright with constant care, and piles of new attire were there, and store of sandals and of shoes, thousands of pairs, for all to choose, unguents, combs for hair and beard, umbrellas fair and boughs appeared. Lakes gleamed, that lend digestive aid, 368 and some for pleasant bathing made, with waters fair, and smooth and clean for camels, horses, mules, and kine. There saw they barley heaped on high the countless cattle to supply, the golden grain shone fair and bright as sapphires o'er the lazulite. To all the gathered host it seemed as if that magic scene they dreamed, and wonder, as they gazed, increased at Bird-A's glorious feast. Thus in the hermit's grove they spent that night in joy and merriment, blessed as the gods who take their ease under the shade of Nandan's trees. Each minstrel bade the saint adieu, and to his blissful mansion flew, and every stream and heavenly dame returned as swiftly as she came. Canto XCII. Bard's Farewell. So Bard with his army spent the watches of the night content, and gladly, with the morning's light drew near his host the anchorite. When Burdva saw him stand with hand in reverence joined to hand, when fires of worship had been fed, he looked upon the prince and said, O blameless son, I pray thee tell, did the past night content thee well? Say if the feast my care supplied thy host of followers gratified. His hands he joined, his head he bent and spoke in answer reverent to the Most High and radiant sage who issued from his hermitage. Well have I passed the night, thy feast gave joy to every man and beast. And I, great lord, and every peer were satisfied with sumptuous cheer, thy banquet has delighted all from highest chief to meanest thrall, and rich attire and drink and meat banish the thought of toil and heat. And now, O hermit good and great, a boon of thee I supplicate. To our A's side my steps I bend, do thou with friendly eye commend. O tell me how to guide my feet to virtuous our A's lone retreat, great hermit, I entreat thee, say how far from here and which the way. Thus by fraternal love inspired the chieftain of the saint inquired, then thus replied the glorious seer of matchless might, of vows austere, ere the 4th league from here be passed, amid a forest wild and vast, stands Chitrika's mountain tall, lovely with wood and waterfall. North of the mountain thou wilt see the beauteous stream Mandan where swarm the waterfowl below, and gay trees on the margin grow. Then will a leafy cot between the river and the hill be seen, 'tis our A's, and the princely pair of brothers live for certain there. Hence to the south thine army lead, and then more southward still proceed, so shalt thou find his lone retreat, and there the son of Rahu meet. Soon as the ordered march they knew, the widows of the monarch flew, leaving their cars, most meet to ride, and flocked to Bird-A's side. There with the good Sumitra queen causally sad and worn, was seen, caressing, still with sorrow faint, the feet of that illustrious saint. Kaki too, her longings crossed, reproached of all, her object lost, before the famous hermit came, pg 201 and clasped his feet, overwhelmed with shame. With circling steps she humbly went around the saint preeminent, and stood not far from Bhart's side with heart oppressed, and heavy-eyed. Then the great seer, who never broke one holy vow, to Bharat spoke, Speak, Rahu's son, I fain would learn the story of each queen in turn. Obedient to the high request by Bharat thus addressed, his reverent hands together laid, he, skilled in speech, his answer made, She whom, O saint, thou seest here a goddess in her form appear, was the chief consort of the king, now worn with fast and sorrowing. As a ditty in days of yore the all-preserving Vish. You bore, causally bore with happy fate Lord Ra of the Lion's Gate. She who, transfixed with torturing pangs, on her left arm so fondly hangs, as when her withering leaves decay droops by the wood the cassia spray, Sumitra pained with woe, is she, the consort second of the 2 princely sons the lady bear, fair as the gods in heaven are fair. And she, the wicked dame through whom my brothers' lives are wrapped in gloom, and mourning for his offspring dear, the king has sought his heavenly sphere, proud, foolish-hearted, swift to ire, self-fancied darling of my sire, Kaki most ambitious queen, unlovely with her lovely mien, my mother she, whose impious will is ever bent on deeds of ill, in whom the root and spring I see of all this woe which crushes me. Quick breathing like a furious snake, with tears and sobs the hero spake, with reddened eyes aglow with rage. And Bharatva, mighty sage, supreme in wisdom, calm and grave, in words like these good counsel gave, O Bharat, hear the words I say. On her the fault thou must not lay, for many a blessing yet will spring from banished Ra's wandering. And Bharat, with that promise cheered, went circling round that saint revered. He humbly bade farewell, and then gave orders to collect his men. Prompt at the summons thousands flew to cars which noble coursers drew, bright gleaming, glorious to behold, adorned with wealth of burnished gold. Then female elephants and male, gold youths, with flags that wooed the gale, marched with their bright bells tinkling chime like clouds when ends the summer time. Some cars were huge and some were light, for heavy draught or rapid flight, of costly price, of every kind, with clouds of infantry behind. The dames, causily at their head, were in the noblest chariots led, and every gentle bosom beat with hope the banished prince to meet. The royal Bharat, glory crowned, with all his retinue around, borne in a beauteous litter rode, like the young moon and sun that glowed. The army as it streamed along, cars, elephants, in endless throng, showed, marching on its southward way, like autumn clouds in long array. Canto XCII Chitrika in sight. As through the woods its way pursued that mighty bannered multitude, wild elephants in terror fled with all the startled herds they led, and bears and deer were seen on hill, in forest glade, by every rill. Wide as the sea from coast to coast, the high-souled Bharat's mighty host covered the earth as cloudy trains obscure the sky when fall the rains. The stately elephants he led, and countless steeds the land o'erspread, so closely crowded that between their serried ranks no ground was seen. Then when the host had travelled far, and steeds were worn who drew the car, the glorious Bharat thus addressed Vasish. Ha, of his lords the best, the spot, methinks, we now behold of which the holy hermit told, for, as his words described, I trace each several feature of the place. Before us Chitrika shows, manned and beside us flows, afar umbrageous woods arise like darksome clouds that veil the skies. Now tread these mountain beasts of mine on Chitrika's fair incline. The trees their rain of blossoms shed on tablelands beneath them spread, as from black clouds the floods descend when the hot days of summer end. Citrina, look, the mountain sea where heavenly minstrels wander free, PG 202 and horses browse beneath the steep, countless as monsters in the deep. Scared by my host the mountain deer starting with tempest speed appear like the long lines of cloud that fly in autumn through the windy sky. See, every warrior shows his head with fragrant blooms and garlanded. All look like southern soldiers who lift up their shields of azure hue. This lonely wood beneath the hill, that was so dark and drear and still, covered with men in endless streams now like Yadhi's city seems. The dust which countless hoofs excite obscures the sky and veils the light. But see, swift winds those clouds dispel as if they strove to please me well. See, guided in their swift career by many a skilful charioteer, those cars by fleetest coursers drawn race onward over glade and lawn. Look, startled as the host comes near the lovely peacocks fly in fear, gorgeous as if the fairest blooms of earth had glorified their plumes. Look where the sheltering covert shows the trooping deer, both bucks and does, that occupy in countless herds this mountain populous with birds. Most lovely to my mind appears this place which every charm endears, fair as the road where tread the blessed. Here holy hermits take their rest. Then let the army onward press and duly search each green recess for the two-line lords, till we are once more and Lakshma? See. Thus Bharat spoke, and hero bands of men with weapons in their hands entered the tangled forest, then a spire of smoke appeared in ken. Soon as they saw the rising smoke to Bharat they returned and spoke, no fire where men are not, 'tis clear that Rahu's sons are dwelling here. Or if not here those heroes dwell whose mighty arms their foemen quell, still other hermits here must be like Ra, true and good as he. His ears attentive Bharat lent to their resistless argument. Then to his troops the chief who broke his foes' embattled armies spoke, "Here let the troops in silence stay. One step beyond they must not stray. Come Dhrish. I and Sumantra, you with me alone the path pursue." Their leader's speech the warriors heard, and from his place no soldier stirred, and Bharat bent his eager eyes where curling smoke was seen to rise. The host his order well obeyed, and halting there in silence stayed watching where from the thicket's shade they saw the smoke appear. And joy through all the army ran, "Soon shall we meet," thought every man, "the prince we hold so dear." Canto XCIV. Chitraka. There long the son of Rahu dwelt, and love for hill and wood he felt. Then his Vidhan spouse to please, and his own heart of woe to ease. Like some immortal Ndra so might Swarga's charms to Saksha drew her sweet eyes to each delight of Chitraka's lovely height. Though reft of power and kingly sway, though friends and home are far away, I cannot mourn my altered lot, enamoured of this charming spot. Look, darling, on this noble hill which sweet birds with their music fill, bright with 1,000 metal dyes his lofty summits cleave the skies. See, there a silvery sheen is spread, and there like blood the rocks are red. There shows a streak of emerald green, and pink and yellow glow between. There where the higher peaks ascend, crystal and flowers and topaz blend, and others flash their light afar like Mercury or some fair star, with such a store of metals dyed the King of Hills is glorified. There through the wild birds' populous home the harmless bear and tiger roam, high as range the woody slopes with herds of deer and antelopes. See, love, the trees that clothe his side all lovely in their summer pride, in richest wealth of leaves arrayed, with flower and fruit and light and shade. Look where the young rose apple glows. What loaded boughs the mango shows. See, waving in the western wind the light leaves of the tamarind, and mark that giant people through the feathery clump of tall bamboo. 369 pg 203. Look, on the level lands above, delighting in successful love and sweet enjoyment, many a pair of heavenly minstrels revels there, while overhanging boughs support their swords and mantles as they sport. Then see that pleasant shelter where play the bright daughters of the air. 370. The mountain seems with bright cascade and sweet rill bursting from the shade, like some majestic elephant o'er whose burning head the torrents pour. Where breathes the man who would not feel delicious languor o'er him steal, as the young morning breeze that springs from the cool cave with balmy wings, breathes round him laden with the scent of bud and blossom dew besprent. If many autumns here I spent with thee, my darling innocent, and Lakshma, I should never know the torture of the fires of woe. This varied scene so charms my sight, this mount so fills me with delight, where flowers in wild profusion spring, and ripe fruits glow and sweet birds sing. My beauteous one, a double good springs from my dwelling in the wood, loosed is the bond my sire that tied, and Bharat too is gratified. My darling, dost thou feel with me delight from every charm we see, of which the mind and every sense feel the enchanting influence? My fathers who have passed away, the royal saints, were wont to say, that life in woodland shades like this secures a king immortal bliss. See, round the hill at random thrown, huge masses lie of rugged stone of every shape and many a hue, yellow and white and red and blue. But all is fairer still by night, each rock reflects a softer light, when the whole mount from foot to crest in robes of lambent flame is dressed. When from a million herbs a blaze of their own luminous glory plays, and clothed in fire each deep ravine, each pinnacle and crag is seen. Some parts the look of mansions wear, and others are as gardens fair, while others seem a massive block of solid undivided rock. Behold those pleasant beds o'erlaid with lotus leaves, for lovers made, where mountain birch and costus throw cool shadows on the pair below. See where the lovers in their play have cast their flowery wreaths away, and fruit and lotus buds that crown their brows lie trodden on the ground. North Kuru's realm is fair to see, Vasvaka's 371 Nalan 372, but rich in fruit and blossom still more fair is Chitraka's hill. Here shall the years appointed glide with thee, my beauty, by my side, and Lakshma, ever near. Here shall I live in all delight, make my ancestral fame more bright, tread in their path who walk aright, and to my oath adhere. Canto XCV. Mandan then R.A., like the lotus-eyed, descended from the mountain side, and to the Maitha lady showed the lovely stream that softly flowed. And thus Yadhi's lord addressed his bride, of dames the loveliest, child of Vida's king, her face bright with the fair moon's tender grace, how sweetly glides, O darling, look, Mandan's delightful brook, adorned with islets, blossoms gay, and azes and swans at play. PG 204 The trees with which her banks are lined show flowers and fruit of every kind. The match in radiant sheen is she of King Kuvra's now in 373. My heart exults with pleasure new the shelving band and ford to view, where gathering herds of thirsty deer disturb the way that ran so clear. Now look, those holy hermits mark in skins of deer and coats of bark. With twisted coils of matted hair, the reverend men are bathing there, and as they lift their arms on high the Lord of Day they glorify. These best of saints, my large-eyed spouse, are constant to their sacred vows. The mountain dances while the trees bend their proud summits to the breeze, and scatter many a flower and bud from branches that o'erhang the flood. There flows the stream like lucid pearl, round islets here the currents whirl, and perfect saints from middle air are flocking to the waters there. See, there lie flowers in many a heap from boughs the whistling breezes sweep, and others wafted by the gale down the swift current dance and sail. Now see that pair of wildfowl rise, exulting with their joyful cries. Hark, darling, wafted from afar how soft their pleasant voices are. To gaze on Chichik's hill, to look upon this lovely rill, to bend mine eyes on thee, dear wife, is sweeter than my city life. Come, bathe we in the pleasant rill whose dancing waves are never still, stirred by those beings pure from sin, the sanctities who bathe therein. Come, dearest, to the stream descend, approach her as a darling friend, and dip thee in the silver flood which lotuses and lilies stud. Let this fair hill Yadhi seem, its sylvan things her people deem, and let these waters as they flow our own beloved Sarj show. How blessed, mine own dear love, am I, thou, fond and true, art ever nigh, and duteous, faithful Lakshma stays beside me, and my word obeys. Here every day I bathe me thrice, fruit, honey, roots for food suffice, and ne'er my thoughts with longing stray to distant home or royal sway. For who this charming brook can see where herds of raw deer wander free, and on the flowery wooded brink apes, elephants, and lions drink, nor feel all sorrow fly? Thus eloquently spoke the pride of Rahu's children to his bride, and wandered happy by her side where Chichika azure dyed appears his peaks on high. Canto XCVI. The Magic Shaft 374. Thus Ra showed to Yannick's child the varied beauties of the wild, the hill, the brook and each fair spot, then turned to seek their leafy cot. North of the mountain Ra found a cavern in the sloping ground, charming to view. Its floor was strewn with many a mass of ore and stone, in secret shadow far retired where gay birds sang with joy inspired, and trees their graceful branches swayed with loads of blossom downward wade. Soon as he saw the cave which took each living heart and chained the look, thus Ra spoke to us who gaze wondering on the sylvan view, does this fair cave beneath the height, Vidhan lady, charm thy sight? Then let us resting here a while the languor of the way beguile. That block of stone so smooth and square was set for thee to rest on there, and like a thriving kesar tree this flowery shrub o'ershadows thee. Thus Ra spoke, and Yannick's child, by nature ever soft and mild, in tender words which love betrayed her answer to the hero made, O pride of Rahu's children, still my pleasure is to do thy will. Enough for me thy wish to know, far hast thou wandered to and fro. Thus spake in gentle tone, and went obedient to the stone, of perfect face and faultless limb prepared to rest a while with him. And Ra, as she thus replied, turned to his spouse again and cried, Thou seest, love, this flowery shade for sylvan creatures pleasure made, how the gum streams from trees and plants torn by the tusks of elephants. PG 205 Through all the forest clear and high resounds the shrill cicala's cry. hark how the kite above us moans, and calls her young in piteous tones. So may my hapless mother be still mourning in her home for me. There mounted on that lofty the loud bringer 375 repeats his call, how sweetly now he tunes his throat responsive to the chorus note. Or else the bird that now has sung may be himself the chorus young, linked with such winning sweetness are the notes he pours irregular. See, round the blooming mango clings that creeper with her tender rings, so in thy love, when none is near, thine arms are thrown round me, my dear. Thus in his joy he cried. And she, sweet speaker, on her lover's knee, of faultless limb and perfect face, grew closer to her lord's embrace. Reclining in her husband's arms, a goddess in her wealth of charms, she filled his loving breast anew with mighty joy that thrilled him through. His finger on the rock he laid, which veins of sanguinore displayed, and painted o'er his darling's eyes the holy sign in mineral dyes. Bright on her brow the metal lay like the young sun's first gleaming ray, and showed her in her beauty fair as the soft light of morning's air. Then from the Kesser's laden tree he picked fair blossoms in his glee, and as he decked each lovely tress, his heart o'erflowed with happiness. So resting on that rocky seat a while they spent in pastime sweet, then onward 'neath the shady boughs went with his faithful spouse. She roaming in the forest shade where every kind of creature strayed observed a monkey wandering near, and clung to R.A.'s arm in fear. The hero R.A. fondly laced his mighty arms around her waist, consoled his beauty in her dread, and scared the monkey till he fled. That holy mark of sanguinore that gleamed on S.'s brow before, shone by that close embrace impressed upon the hero's ample chest. Then as when the beast who led the monkey troop, afar had fled, laughed loudly in light-hearted glee that mark on R.A.'s chest to see. A clump of bright asokas fired the forest in their bloom attired, the restless blossoms as they gleamed a host of threatening monkeys seemed. Then as thus to R.A. cried, as longingly the flowers she eyed, pride of thy race, now let us go where those asoka blossoms grow. He on his darling's pleasure bent with his fair goddess thither went and roamed delighted through the wood where blossoming asokas stood, as Siva with Queen roves through Himalayas majestic groves. Bright with purpureal glow the pair of happy lovers sported there, and each upon the other set a flower and woven coronet. There many a crown and chain they wove of blooms from that asoka grove, and in their graceful sport the two fresh beauty o'er the mountain threw. The lover let his love survey each pleasant spot that round them lay, then turned they to their green retreat where all was garnished, gay, and neat. By brotherly affection led, Sumitra's son to meet them sped, and showed the labors of the day done while his brother was away. There lay 10 black deer duly slain with arrows pure of poison stain, piled in a mighty heap to dry, with many another carcass nigh. And Lakshma's brother saw, o'erjoyed, the work that had his hands employed, then to his consort thus he cried, now be the general gift supplied. Then as fairest beauty, placed the food for living things to taste, and set before the brothers meat and honey that the pair might eat. They ate the meal her hands supplied, their lips with water purified, then Yannick's daughter sat at last and duly made her own repast. The other venison, to be dried, piled up in heaps was set aside, and R.A. told his wife to stay and drive the flocking crows away. Her husband saw her much distressed by one more bold than all the rest, whose wings where'er he chose could fly, now pierce the earth, now roam the sky. Then R.A. laughed to see her stirred to anger by the plaguing bird, proud of his love the beauteous dame with burning rage was all aflame. Now here, now there, again she chased the crow, but all in vain, enraging her, so quick to strike PG 206 with beak and wing and claw alike, then how the proud lip quivered, how the dark frown marked her angry brow. When R.A. saw her cheek aglow with passion, he rebuked the crow. But bold in impudence the bird, with no respect for R.A.'s word, fearless again at S flew, then R.A.'s wrath to fury grew. The hero of the mighty arm spoke o'er a shaft the mystic charm, laid the dire weapon on his bow and launched it at the shameless crow. The bird, empowered by gods to spring through earth itself on rapid wing, Through the three worlds in terror fled, still followed by that arrow dread. Where'er he flew, now here now there, a cloud of weapons filled the air. Back to the high-souled prince he fled, and bent at R.A.'s feet his head, and then, as S looked, began his speech in accents of a man. "Oh, pardon, and for pity's sake spare, R.A., spare my life to take. Where'er I turn, where'er I flee, no shelter from this shaft I see." The chieftain heard the crow entreat, helpless and prostrate at his feet, and while soft pity moved his breast, with wisest speech the bird addressed. I took the troubled SS part, and furious anger filled my heart. Then on the string my arrow lay, charmed with a spell thy life to slay. Thou seekest now my feet, to crave forgiveness and thy life to save. So shall thy prayer have due respect, the suppliant I must still protect. But ne'er in vain this dart may flee. Yield for thy life a part of thee, what portion of thy body, say, shall this mine arrow rend away? Thus far, O bird, thus far alone on thee my pity may be shown. Forfeit a part thy life to buy, 'tis better so to live than die. Thus R.A. spoke, the bird of air pondered his speech with anxious care, and wisely deemed it good to give one of his eyes that he might live. To Rahu's son he made reply, "O R.A., I will yield an eye. So let me in thy grace confide in life hereafter single-eyed." Then R.A. charged the shaft, and lo, full in the eye it smote the crow. And the Vidhan lady gazed upon the ruined eye amazed. The crow to R.A. humbly bent, then where his fancy led he went. R.A. with Lakshma by his side with needful work was occupied. Canto XCVII Lakshman's anger. Thus R.A. showed his love the rill whose waters ran beneath the hill, then resting on his mountain seat refreshed her with the choicest meat. So there reposed the happy two, then Bharat's army nearer drew, rose to the skies a dusty cloud, the sound of trampling feet was loud. The swelling roar of marching men drove the roused tiger from his den, and scared amain the serpent race flying to hole and hiding place. The herds of deer in terror fled, the air was filled with birds overhead, the bear began to leave his tree, the monkey to the cave to flee. Wild elephants were all amazed as though the wood around them blazed. The lion oped his ponderous jaw, the buffalo looked round in awe. The prince, who heard the deafening sound, and saw the sylvan creatures round fly wildly startled from their rest, the glorious Lakshma thus addressed, "Sumitra's noble son most dear, hark, Lakshma! What a roar I hear, the tumult of a coming crowd, appalling, deafening, deep, and loud. The din that yet more fearful grows scares elephants and buffaloes, or frightened by the lions, deer are flying through the wood in fear. I fain would know who seeks this place, comes prince or monarch for the chase? Or does some mighty beast of prey frighten the sylvan herds away? 'Tis hard to reach this mountain height, yea, e'en for birds in airy flight. Then fain, O Lakshma, would I know what cause disturbs the forest so." Lakshma, in haste, the wood to view, climbed the highest that near him grew, the forest all around he eyed, first gazing on the eastern side. Then northward when his eyes he bent he saw a mighty armament of elephants, and cars, and horse, and men on foot, a mingled force, and banners waving in the breeze, and spoke to R.A. words like these, "Quick, quick, my lord, put out the fire, let us to the cave retire. PG 207 Thy coat of mail around thee throw, prepare thine arrows and thy bow." In eager haste thus Lakshma cried, and R.A., lion lord, replied, "Still closer be the army scanned, and say who leads the warlike band." Lakshma his answer thus returned, as furious rage within him burned, exciting him like kindled fire to scorch the army in his ire, "'Tis Bharat, he has made the throne by consecrating rights his own, to gain the whole dominion, thus he comes in arms to slaughter us. I mark tree high upon his car his flagstaff of the COVID 376, I see his glittering banner glance, I see his chivalry advance, I see his eager warriors shine on elephants in lengthened line. Now grasp we each the shafts and bow, and higher up the mountain go. Or in this place, O hero, stand with weapons in each ready hand. Perhaps beneath our might may fall this leader of the standard tall, and barred I this day may see who brought this mighty woe on thee, and me, who drove away my brother from the royal sway. Bart our foe at length is nigh, and by this hand shall surely die. Brother, I see no sin at all if Bart by my weapon fall. No fault is his who slays the foe whose hand was first to strike the blow. With Bart now the crime begins who against thee and duty sins. The queen athirst for royal sway will see her darling son today fall by this hand, like some fair tree struck by an elephant, slain by me. Kaki's self shall perish too with kith and kin and retinue, and earth by my avenging deed shall from this mass of sin be freed. This day my wrath, too long restrained, shall fall upon the foe, unchained, mad as the kindled flame that speeds destroying through the grass and reeds. This day mine arrows keen and fierce the bodies of the foe shall pierce, the woods on Chichikai's side shall run with torrents crimson dyed. The wandering beasts of prey shall feed on heart-cleft elephant and steed, and drag to mountain caves away the bodies that my arrows slay. Doubt not that Bard and his train shall in this mighty wood be slain, so shall I pay the debt my bow and these my deadly arrows owe. Canto XCVII. Lakshman calmed. Then Aranadli calm allayed the wrath that Lakshma's bosom swayed. What need have we the sword to wield, to bend the bow or lift the shield, if Bharat brave, and wise, and good, himself has sought this sheltering wood? I swear my father's will to do, and if I now my brother slew, what gain in kingship should I find, despised and scorned by all mankind? Believe me, e'en as I would shrink from poisoned meat or deadly drink, no power or treasure would I win by fall of friend or kith or kin. Brother, believe the words I speak, for your dear sakes alone I seek duty and pleasure, wealth and gain, a holy life, a happy reign. If royal sway my heart desires, my brother's weal the wish inspires, their bliss and safety is my care, by this uplifted bow I swear. 'Twere not so hard for me to gain this broad land girdled by the main, but even Indra's royal might should ne'er be mine in duty's spite. If any bliss my soul can see deprived of dear Satruna, thee, and Bharat, may the flame destroy with ashy gloom the selfish joy. Far dearer than this life of mine, knowing the custom of our line, his heart with fond affection fraught, Bharatiya's town resought, and hearing when he came that I, with thee and forced to fly with matted hair and hermit dress am wandering in the wilderness. While grief his troubled senses storms, and tender love his bosom warms, from every thought of evil clear, is come to meet his brother here. Some grievous words perchance he spoke Kaki's anger to provoke, then won the king, and comes to lay before my feet the royal sway. Hither, methinks, in season due comes Bharat for an interview, nor in his secret heart has he one evil thought gainst thee or me. What has he done ere now, reflect. How failed in love or due respect PG 208 to make thee doubt his faith and lay this evil to his charge today? Thou shouldst not join with Bharat's name so harsh a speech and idle blame. The blows thy tongue at Bharat deals, my sympathizing bosom feels. How, urged by stress of any ill, should sons their father's life blood spill, or brother slay in impious strife a brother dearer than his life? If thou these cruel words hast said by strong desire of empire led, my brother Bharat will I pray to give to thee the kingly sway. Give him the realm, my speech shall be, and Bharat will, methinks, agree. Thus spoke the prince whose chief delight was duty, and to aid the right, and Lakshma keenly felt the blame, and shrank within himself for shame, and then his answer thus returned, with downcast eye and cheek that burned, Brother, I ween, to see thy face our sire himself has sought this place. Thus Lakshma spoke and stood ashamed, and Ra saw and thus exclaimed, It is the strong-armed monarch, he is come, methinks, his sons to see, to bid us both of force quit for joys for which he deems us fit. He thinks on all our care and pain, and now would lead us home again. My glorious father hence will bear us who claims all tender care. I see two coursers fleet as storms, of noble breed and lovely forms. I see the beast of mountain size who bears the king our father wise, the aged victor, march this way in front of all the armed array. But doubt and fear within me rise, for when I look with eager eyes I see no white umbrella spread, world famous, o'er the royal head. Now, Lakshma, from the tree descend, and to my words attention lend. Thus spoke the pious prince, and he descended from the lofty tree, and reverent hand to hand applied, stood humbly by his brother's side. The host, compelled by Bharat's care, the wood from trampling feet to spare, dense crowding half a league each way encamped around the mountain lay. Below the tall hill's shelving side gleamed the bright army far and wide spread o'er the ample space, by Bharat led who firmly true in duty from his bosom threw all pride, and near his brother drew to win the hero's grace. Canto XIX. Bharat's approach. Soon as the warriors took their rest obeying Bharat's high behest, thus Bharat to Citruna spake, a band of soldiers with thee take, and with these hunters o'er and o'er the thickets of the wood explore. With bow, sword, arrows in their hands let Guha with his kindred bands within this grove remaining trace the children of Kakutsa's race. And I meanwhile on foot will through this neighboring wood my way pursue, with elders and the twice-born men, and every lord and citizen. There is, I feel, no rest for me till our A's face again I see, Lakshma? In arms and glory great, and est born to happy fate, no rest, until his cheek as bright as the fair moon rejoice my sight, no rest until I see the eye with which the lotus petals vie. Till on my head those dear feet rest with signs of royal rank impressed. None, till my kingly brother gain his old hereditary reign, till o'er his limbs and noble head the consecrating drops be shed. How blessed is Yannick's daughter, true to every wifely duty, who cleaves faithful to her husband's side, whose realm is girt by ocean's tide. This mountain too above the resting as the king of hills is blessed, whose shades Kakut's the sign hold as Nandan charms the lord of gold. Yea, happy is this tangled grove where savage beasts unnumbered rove, where, glory of the warrior race, King Ra finds a dwelling place. Thus Bharat, strong-armed hero spake, and walked within the pathless brake. O'er plains where gay trees bloomed he went, through boughs entangled network bent, and then from Ra's cot appeared the banner which the flame upreared. And Bharat joyed with every friend to mark those smoky wreaths ascend. Here Ra dwells, he thought. At last the ocean of our toil is past. Then sure that Ra's hermit cot was on the mountain side, he stayed his army on the spot, and on with Guha hied. PG 209 Canto C. The meeting. Then Bharat to Citruna showed the spot, and eager onward strode, first bidding Saint Vasish bring the widowed consorts of the king. As by fraternal love impelled his onward course the hero held, Sumantra followed close behind Citruna with an anxious mind, not Bharat's self more fain could be to look on Ra's face than he. As, speeding on, the spot he neared, amid the hermits' homes appeared his brother's cot with leaves o'erspread, and by its side a lowly shed. Before the shed great heaps were left of gathered flowers and billets cleft, and on the trees hung grass and bark Ra and Lakshma's path to mark, and heaps of fuel to provide against the cold stood ready dried. The long-armed chief, as on he went in glory's light preeminent, with joyous words like these addressed the brave Citruna and the rest. This is the place, I little doubt, which Bharat pointed out, not far from where we stand must be the woodland stream, Mandan. Here on the mountain's woody side roam elephants in tusked pride, and ever with a roar and cry each other, as they meet, defy. And see those smoke wreaths thick and dark, the presence of the flame they mark, which hermits in the forest strive by every art to keep alive. Oh happy me! My task is done, and I shall look on Rahu's son, like some great saint, who loves to treat his elders with all reverence meet. Thus Bharat reached that forest rill, thus roamed on Chitraka's hill. Then pity in his breast awoke, and to his friends the hero spoke, Woe, woe upon my life and birth! The Prince of Men, the Lord of Earth has sought the lonely wood to dwell sequestered in a hermit's cell. Through me these sorrows fall on him, the splendid Lord of all, through me resigning earthly bliss he hides him in a home like this. Now will I, by the world abhorred, fall at the dear feet of my Lord, and at Pharis's too, to win his pardon for my heinous sin. As thus he sadly mourned and sighed, the son of Dasaratha spied a bower of leafy branches made, sacred and lovely in the shade, of fair proportions large and tall, well roofed with boughs of palm, and arranged in order due o'erhead like grass upon an altar spread. Two glorious bows were gleaming there, like Indra's 377 in the rainy air, terror of foemen, backed with gold, meet for the mightiest hand to hold, and quivered arrows cast ablaze bright gleaming like the day god's rays. Thus serpents with their eyes aglow adorned their capital below. 378 great swords adorned the cottage, laid each in a case of gold brocade. There hung the trusty shields, whereon with purest gold the bosses shone. The brace to bind the bowman's arm, the glove to shield his hand from harm, a lustre to the cottage lent from many a golden ornament. Safe was the cot from fear of men as from wild beasts the lion's den. The fire upon the altar burned, that to the north and east was turned. Bharat his eager glances bent and gazed within the cot intent. In deerskin dress, with matted hair, Ra his chief was sitting there, with lion shoulders broad and strong, with lotus eyes, arms thick and long. The righteous Sovereign, who should be Lord paramount from sea to sea, high-minded, born to lofty fate, like Brahma's self supremely great. With Lakshma by his side, and her, fair as for his minister. And Bharat gazing, overcome by sorrow for a while was dumb, then, yielding to his woe, he ran to Ra and with sobs began, he who a royal seat should fill with subjects round to do his will, my elder brother, him here, with sylvan creatures waiting near. The high-souled hero, wont to wear the costliest robes exceeding fair, now banished, in a deerskin dress, here keeps the path of righteousness. How brooks the son of Rahu now the matted locks which load his brow, around whose princely head were twined sweet blossoms of the rarest kind. The prince whose merits grew, acquired PG 210 by rites performed as he desired, would now a store of merit gain bought by his body's toil and pain. Those limbs to which pure sandal lent the freshness of its fragrant scent, exposed to sun, and dust, and rain, are now defiled with many a stain. And I the wretched cause why this falls on the prince whose right is bliss. Ah me, that ever I was born to be the people's hate and scorn. Thus Bharat cried, of anguish sprung, great drops upon his forehead hung. He fell o'erpowered, his grief was such ere he his brother's feet could touch. As on the glorious prince he gazed in vain his broken voice he raised, dear Lord, raw tears and sobbing came, the only words his lips could frame. And brave Satruna wept aloud, as low at Ra's feet he bowed. Then Ra, while his tears ran fast, his arms around his brothers cast. Yuha, Sumantra came to meet the princes in their wild retreat. Rahaspati and Sukra bright their greeting thus rejoiced to pay to the dear Lord who brings the night, and the great God who rules the day. Then wept the dwellers of the shade, whose eyes the princes, meet to ride on mighty elephants, surveyed, and cast all thought of joy aside. Canto Ci. Bharata questioned. Then Ra gazed, and scarcely knew Bharat so worn and changed in hue. He raised him, kissed him on the head, embraced him, and thus kindly said, where was thy father, brother dear, that thou art come to seek me here? Unmeet, if he be living yet, thy feet within the wood to set. I pray thee now the cause declare why thou hast left the kingdom there, with matted locks and deerskin dress to roam the distant wilderness. Thus questioned by the prince, at length Kaikeyi's son regained his strength, and hand to hand in reverence laid, to Ra thus his answer made, the great armed monarch, O my lord, has dared to do a thing abhorred, left us, and grieving for his son, a home among the gods has won. My mother Queen Kaikeyi gave the order to the king her slave, and at the bidding of the dame he wrought the sin which mars his fame. Athirst for sway, her hopes are crossed, she mourns her son, her husband lost, and through her impious crime will go for punishment to hell below. Now O my lord, forgive me all. Be gracious to thy lowly thrall, anointed king, accept today like Indra's self, the royal sway. Be gracious, prince, to lord and peer, and widowed queens who seek thee here accept the kingdom thine by right, and so thy faithful friends delight. Let the broad land no longer be all widowed and forlorn of thee, let the full moon of autumn reign triumphant o'er the night again. These lords and I before thee bend, O.R.A., to our prayer tend. O do not thou this grace deny, thy brother, pupil, slave am I. Look on this venerable ring, advisers of our sire the king, from age to age so honored, thou shouldst grant their supplication now. As weeping thus the hero prayed, his head at R.A.'s feet he laid. Like a mad elephant he sighed, and R.A. gazed and thus replied, how, brother, can a man of worth, true to his vows, of noble birth, a man like me, commit a sin the lordship of the land to win? No slightest shade of fault I see, O tamer of thy foes, in thee. But ne'er shouldst thou in childish thought the queen thy mother blame in aught. O brother wise and sinless, know the sacred laws would have it so, that from good wife and son require obedience to their lord and sire. And we are all the kings, for thus the virtuous ever reckon us, yea brother, be it known to thee, his wives, and sons, and pupils we. His is the right, if he deem fit, to bid me, throned as monarch, sit, or in a coat of bark expel, and deerskin, in the wood to dwell. And oh remember, best of all who act as claims of duty call, as to a virtuous sire is due, such honor claims a mother too. So they whose lives have ever been by duty led, the king and queen, said, R.A., seek the forest shade, and I what could I else? Obeyed. Thou must the royal power retain, pg 211 and o'er the famed yacht he reign, I dressed in bark my days will spend where thou? Axe forest wild extend. So Dasaratha spoke, our king, his share to each apportioning before his honored servants' eyes, then, heir of bliss, he sought the skies. The righteous monarch's honored will, whom all revered, must guide thee still, and thou must still enjoy the share assigned thee by our Father's care. So I till twice 7 years are spent will roam this wood in banishment, contented with the lot which he, my high-souled sire, has given me. The charge the monarch gave, endeared to all mankind, by all revered, peer of the Lord Supreme, far better, richer far in gain of every blessing than to reign o'er all the worlds I deem. Canto CII. Bard's Tidings. He spoke, and Bard thus replied, if, false to every claim beside, I ne'er in kingly duties fail, what will my royal life avail? Still should the custom be observed, from which our line has never swerved, which to the younger son ne'er gives the kingdom while the elder lives. Now to Yadhi rich and fair with me, O Rahu's son, repair, and to protect and gladden all our house, thyself as king install. A king the world's opinion deems a man, to me a god he seems, whose life in virtuous thoughts and deeds the lives of other men exceeds. When I in distant Kakaya stayed, and thou hadst sought the forest shade, our father died, the saints' delight, so constant in each holy rite. Scarce with thy wife and Lakshma? Thou hadst journeyed forth to keep the vow, when mourning for his son, forspent, to heavenly rest the monarch went. Then up, O Lord of men, away. His funeral rites of water pay, I and Citrina, ere we came, neglected not the sacred claim. But in the spirit world, they say, that gift alone is fresh for I which best beloved hands have poured. And thou his dearest art, my lord. For thee he longed, for thee he grieved, his every thought on thee was bent, and crushed by woe, of thee bereaved, he thought of thee as hence he went. Canto CII. The Funeral Libation. When R.A. heard from Bharat each dark sorrow of his mournful speech, and tidings of his father dead, his spirits fell, his senses fled. For the sad words his brother spoke struck on him like a thunderstroke, fierce as the bolt which Indra throws, the victor of his Daitya foes. Raising his arms in anguish, he, as when the woodman hews a tree with its fair flowery branches crowned, fainted and fell upon the ground. Lord of the earth to earth he sank, helpless, as when a towering bank with sudden ruin buries deep an elephant who lay asleep. Then swift his wife and brothers flew, and water, weeping, o'er him threw. As slowly sense and strength he gained, fast from his eyes the tears he rained, and then in accents sad and weak cuts the son began to speak, and mourning for the monarch dead, with righteous words to Bharat said, "What calls me home, when he, alas, has gone the way which all must pass? Of him, the best of kings bereft, what guardian has yet he left? How may I please his spirit? How delight the high-souled monarch now, who wept for me and went above by me ungraced with mourning love? Ah, happy brothers! You have paid due offerings to his parting shade. E'en when my banishment is o'er, back to my home I go no more, to look upon the widowed state reft of her king, disconsolate. E'en then, O tamer of the foe, if to Yadhi's town I go, who will direct me as of old, now other worlds our father hold? From whom, my brother, shall I hear those words which ever charmed mine ear and filled my bosom with delight whene'er he saw me act aright?" Thus Ra spoke, then nearer came and looking on his moon-bright dame, "The king is gone," he said, "and Lakshma?" "No, thy sire is dead." PG 212. And with the gods on high enrolled, this mournful news has Bharat told. He spoke, the noble youths with sighs rained down the torrents from their eyes. And then the brothers of the chief with words of comfort soothed his grief. Now to the king our sire who swayed the earth be due libations paid. Soon as the monarch's fate she knew, sharp pangs of grief smote us through, nor could she look upon her lord with eyes from which the torrents poured. And Ra strove with tender care to soothe the weeping dame's despair, and then, with piercing woe distressed, the mournful Lakshma thus addressed, "Brother, I pray thee bring for me the pressed fruit of the ingot and a bark mantle fresh and new, that I may pay this offering due. First of the three shall go, next thou, and I the last, for so moves the funeral pomp of woe." 379 Sumantra of the noble mind, gentle and modest, meek and kind, who, follower of each princely youth, to Ra clung with constant truth, now with the royal brother's aid the grief of Ra soothed and stayed, and lent his arm his lord to guide down to the river's holy side. That lovely stream the heroes found, with woods that ever blossomed crowned, and there in bitter sorrow bent their footsteps down the fair descent. Then where the stream that swiftly flowed a pure pellucid shallow showed, the funeral drops they duly shed, and "Father, this be thine," they said. But he, the lord who ruled the land, filled from the stream his hollowed hand, and turning to the southern side stretched out his arm and weeping cried, "This sacred water clear and pure, an offering which shall I endure to thee, O Lord of kings, I give, accepted where the spirits live." Then, when the solemn rite was o'er, came Ra to the river shore, and offered, with his brother's aid, fresh tribute to his father's shade. With jujube fruit he mixed the seed of ingot from moisture freed, and placed it on the spot o'erspread with sacred grass, and weeping said, "Enjoy, great king, the cake which we thy children eat and offer thee. For ne'er do blessed gods refuse to share the food which mortals use." Then Ra turned him to retrace the path that brought him to the place, and up the mountain's pleasant side where lovely lawns lay fair, he hied. Soon as his cottage door he gained his brothers to his breast he strained. From them and in their woes so loud the cry of weeping rose, that like the roar of lions round the mountain rolled the echoing sound. And Bharat's army shook with fear the weeping of the chiefs to hear. "Bharat," the soldiers cried, "'tis plain, his brother Ra meets again," and with these cries that round us ring they sorrow for their sire the king. Then leaving car and wain behind, one eager thought in every mind, swift toward the weeping, every man, as each could find a passage, ran. Some thither bent their eager course with car, and elephant, and horse, and youthful captains on their feet with longing sped their lord to meet, as though the new-come prince had been in exile for long years unseen. Earth-beaten in their frantic zeal by clattering hoof and rumbling wheel, sent forth a deafening noise as loud as heaven when black with many a cloud. Then, with their consorts gathered near, wild elephants in sudden fear rushed to a distant wood, and shed an odor round them as they fled. And every sylvan thing that dwelt within those shades the terror felt, deer, lion, tiger, boar and roe, bison, wild cow, and buffalo. And when the tumult wild they heard, with trembling pinions flew each bird, from tree, from thicket, and from lake, swan, curlew, crane, and drake. With men the ground was overspread, with startled birds the sky o'erhead. Then on his sacrificial ground the sinless, glorious chief was found, loading with curses deep and loud the humpback and the queen. The crowd whose cheeks were wet, whose eyes were dim, in fond affection ran to him. While the big tears their eyes bedewed, he looked upon the multitude, pg 213, and then as sire and mother do, his arms about his loved ones threw. Some to his feet with reverence pressed, some in his arms he strained, each friend, with kindly words addressed, due share of honor gained. Then, by their mighty woe o'ercome, the weeping hero's cry filled, like the roar of many a drum, hill, cavern, earth, and sky. Canto Civ. The meeting with the queens. Vaisish. Ha, with his soul athirst to look again on Ra, first in line the royal widows placed, and then the way behind them traced. The ladies moving, faint and slow, saw the fair stream before them flow, and by the bank their steps were led which the two brothers visited. Causily with her faded cheek and weeping eyes began to speak, and thus in mournful tones addressed the Queen Sumitra and the rest: See in the wood the bank's descent, which the two orphan youths frequent, whose noble spirits never fall, though woes surround them, reft of all. Thy son with love that never tires draws water hence which mine requires. This day, for lowly toil unfit, his pious task thy son should quit. As on the long-eyed lady strayed, on holy grass, whose points were laid directed to the southern sky, the funeral offering met her eye. When Ra's humble gift she spied, thus to the queens causally cried, the gift of Ra's hand behold, his tribute to the king high souled, offered to him, as texts require, Lord of Ikshvu's line, his sire. Not such I deem the funeral food of kings with godlike might endued. Can he who knew all pleasures, he who ruled the earth from sea to sea, the mighty lord of monarchs, feed on Ingodes extracted seed? In all the world there cannot be a woe, I ween, more sad to see, than that my glorious son should make his funeral gift of such a cake. The ancient text I oft have heard this day is true in every word, ne'er do the blessed gods refuse to eat the food their children use. The ladies soothed the weeping dame, to Ra's hermitage they came, and there the hero met their eyes like a god fallen from the skies. Him joyless, reft of all, they viewed, and tears their mournful eyes bedewed. The truthful hero left his seat, and clasped the lady's lotus feet, and they with soft hands brushed away the dust that on his shoulders lay. Then Lakshma, when he saw each queen with weeping eyes and troubled mien, near to the royal ladies drew and paid them gentle reverence too. He, Dasaratha's offspring, signed the heir of bliss by fortune kind, received from every dame no less each mark of love and tenderness. N.S. came and bent before the widows, while her eyes ran o'er, and pressed their feet with many a tear. When they saw the lady dear pale, worn with dwelling in the wild, embrace her as a darling child, daughter of royal Yanak, bride of Dasaratha's son, they cried, How couldst thou, offspring of a king, endure this woe and suffering in the wild forest? When I trace each sign of trouble on thy face, that lotus which the sun has dried, that lily by the tempest tried, that gold whereon the dust is spread, that moon whence all the light is fled, sorrow assails my heart, alas! As fire consumes the wood and grass. Then Ra, as she spoke distressed, the feet of Saint Vaisish pressed, touched them with reverential love, then near him took his seat. Thus Indra clasps in realms above the heavenly teacher's 380 feet. Then with each counselor and peer, bard of duteous mind, with citizens and captains near, Saturday humbly down behind. When with his hands to him upraised, in devotee's attire, bard upon his brother gazed, whose glory shone like fire, as when the pure Mahendra bends to the great Lord of life. Among his noble crowd of friends this anxious thought was rife. What words to Rahu's son today will royal bard speak, whose heart has been so prompt to pay obeisance fond and meek? Then steadfast Ra, Lakshma, wise, bard for truth renowned. PG 214 shone like three fires that heavenward rise with holy priests around. Canto CVRA's speech. A while they sat, each lip compressed, then Bart thus his chief addressed, "My mother here was made content. To me was given the government. This now, my lord, I yield to thee, enjoy it, from all trouble free. Like a great bridge the floods have rent, impetuous in their wild descent, all other hands but thine in vain would strive the burthen to maintain. In vain the ass with steeds would vie, with Tikshaya, 381 birds that winged the sky. So, Lord of men, my power is slight to rival thine imperial might. Great joys his happy days attend on whom the hopes of men depend, but wretched is the life he leads who still the aid of others needs. And if the seed a man has sown, with care and kindly nurture grown, rear its huge trunk and spring in time too bulky for a dwarf to climb, yet, with perpetual blossom gay, no fruit upon its boughs display, ne'er can that tree, thus nursed in vain, approval of the virtuous gain. The simile is meant to be applied, O mighty armed, to thee, because, our Lord and Leader, thou protectest not thy people now. Oh, be the longing wish fulfilled of every chief of house and guild, to see again their son bright Lord victorious to his realm restored. As thou returnest through the crowd let roars of elephants be loud, and each fair woman lift her voice and in her new-found king rejoice. The people all with longing moved, the words that Bart spoke approved, and crowding near to R.A. pressed the hero with the same request. The steadfast R.A., when he viewed his glorious brother's mournful mood, with each ambitious thought controlled, thus the lamenting prince consoled, I cannot do the things I will, for R.A. is but mortal still. Fate with supreme, resistless law this way and that its slave will draw, all gathered heaps must waste away, all lofty lore and powers decay. Death is the end of life, and all, now firmly joined, apart must fall. One fear the ripened fruit must know, to fall upon the earth below. So every man who draws his breath must fear inevitable death. The pillared mansion, high, compact, must fall by time's strong hand attacked. So mortal men, the gradual prey of old and ruthless death, decay. The night that flies no more returns, Yaman for the ocean yearns, swift where impetuous waters flee, but roll not backward from the sea. The days and nights pass swiftly by and steal our moments as they fly, e'en as the sun's unpitying rays drink up the floods in summer blaze. Then for thyself lament and leave for death of other men to grieve, for if thou go or if thou stay, thy life is shorter day by day. Death travels with us. Death attends our steps until our journey ends. Death, when the traveler wins the goal, returns with the returning soul. The flowing hair grows white and thin, and wrinkles mark the altered skin. The ills of age man's strength assail, ah, what can mortal power avail? Men joy to see the sun arise, they watch him set with joyful eyes, but ne'er reflect, too blind to see, how fast their own brief moments flee. With lovely change forever new the season's sweet return they view, nor think with heedless hearts the while that lives decay as seasons smile. As haply on the boundless main meet drifting logs and part again, so wives and children, friends and gold, ours for a little time we hold, soon by resistless laws of fate to meet no more we separate. In all this changing world not one the common lot of all can shun, then why with useless tears deplore the dead whom tears can bring no more? As one might stand upon the way and to a troop of travelers say, if ye allow it, sirs, I too will travel on the road with you, so why should mortal man lament when on that path his feet are bent which all men living needs must tread, where sire and ancestors have led? Life flies as torrents downward fall speeding away without recall, so virtue should our thoughts engage, for bliss 382 is mortal's heritage. PG 215 By ceaseless care and earnest zeal for servants and for people's weal, by gifts, by duty nobly done, our glorious sire the skies has won. Our Lord the King, o'er earth who reigned, a blissful home in heaven has gained by wealth and ample largesse spent, and many a right magnificent, With constant joy from first to last a long and noble life he passed, praised by the good, no tears should dim our eyes, O brother dear, for him. His human body, worn and tried by length of days, he cast aside, and gained the godlike bliss to stray in Brahma's heavenly home for aye. For such the wise as we are, deep in Veda lore, should never weep. Those who are firm and ever wise spurn vain lament and idle sighs. Be self-possessed, thy grief restrain, go, in that city dwell again. Return, O best of men, and be obedient to our sire's decree, while I with every care fulfill our Holy Father's righteous will, observing in the lonely wood his charge approved by all the good. Thus R.A. of the lofty mind to Bharat spoke his righteous speech, by every argument designed obedience to his sire to teach. Canto CVI. Bharat's speech. Good Bharat, by the river's side, to virtuous R.A.'s speech replied, and thus with varied lore addressed the prince, while nobles round him pressed, in all this world whome'er can we find equal, scourge of foes, to thee? No ill upon thy bosom weighs, no thoughts of joy thy spirit raise. Approved art thou of sages old, to whom thy doubts are ever told. Alike in death and life, to thee the same to be and not to be. The man who such a soul can gain can ne'er be crushed by woe or pain. Pure as the gods, high-minded, wise, concealed from thee no secret lies. Such glorious gifts are all thine own, and birth and death to thee are known, that ill can ne'er thy soul depress with all-subduing bitterness. O let my prayer, dear brother, win thy pardon for my mother's sin, wrought for my sake who willed it not when absent in a distant spot. Duty alone with binding chains the vengeance due to crime restrains, or on the sinner I should lift my hand in retribution swift. Can I who know the right, and spring from Dasaratha, purest king, can I commit a heinous crime, abhorred by all through endless time? The aged king I dare not blame, who died so rich in holy fame, my honored sire, my parted lord, e'en as a present God adored. Yet who in lore of duty skilled so foul a crime has ever willed, and dared defy both gain and right to gratify a woman's spite? When death draws near, so people say, the sense of creatures dies away. And he has proved the ancient saw by acting thus in spite of law. But O my honored lord, be kind, dismiss the trespass from thy mind, the sin the king committed, led by haste, his consort's wrath, and dread. For he who veils his sire's offence with tender care and reverence his sons approved by all shall live, not so their fate who ne'er forgive. Be thou, my lord, the noble son, and the vile deed my sire has done, abhorred by all the virtuous, ne'er resent, lest thou the guilt you share. Preserve us, for on thee we call, our sire, Kakemi and all thy citizens, thy kith and kin. Preserve us and reverse the sin. To live in woods a devotee can scarce with royal tasks agree, nor can the hermit's matted hair suit fitly with a ruler's care. Do not, my brother, do not still pursue this life that suits thee ill. Mid duties of a king we count his consecration paramount, that he with ready heart and hand may keep his people and his land. What warrior born to royal sway from certain good would turn away, a doubtful duty to pursue, that mocks him with the distant view? Thou wouldst to duty cleave, and gain the meed that follows toil and pain. In thy great task no labor spare, rule the forecasts with justest care. Mid all the four, the wise prefer the order of the householder. 383 pg 216 Canst thou, whose thoughts to duty cleave, the best of all the orders leave. My better thou and Lord divine, my birth, my sense must yield to thine, while thou, my lord, art here to reign. How shall my hands the rule maintain? O faithful lover of the right, take with thy friends the royal might, let thy sire's realm, from trouble free, obey her rightful king and thee. Here let the priests and lords of state our monarch duly consecrate, with prayer and holy verses blessed by Saint Vasish. Ha and the rest. Anointed king by us, again seek Faryadhi there to reign, and like imperial Indra girt by gods of storm, thy might assert. From the three debts 384 acquittance earn, and with thy wrath the wicked burn, O'er all of us thy rule extend, and share with boons each faithful friend. Let thine enthronement, Lord, this day make all thy lovers glad and gay, and let all those who hate thee flee to the 10 winds for fear of thee. Dear Lord, my mother's words of hate with thy sweet virtues expiate, and from the stain of folly clear the Father whom we both revere. Brother, to me compassion show, I pray thee with my head bent low, and to these friends who on thee call, as the great Father pities all. But if my tears and prayers be vain, and thou in woods wilt still remain, I will with thee my path pursue and make my home in forests too. Thus Bharat strove to bend his will with suppliant head, but he, earth's lord, inexorable still would keep his sire's decree. The firmness of the noble chief the wondering people moved, and rapture mingling with their grief, all wept and all approved. How firm his steadfast will, they cried, who keeps his promise thus. Ah, to Ayodhya's town, they sighed, he comes not back with us. The holy priest, the swains who tilled the earth, the sons of trade, and e'en the mournful queens were filled with joy as Bharat prayed, and bent their heads, then weeping stilled a while, his prayer to aid. Canto CVIRA's speech. Thus, by his friends encompassed round, he spoke, and R.A., far renowned, to his dear brother thus replied, whom holy rites had purified, O thou whom Queen Kaki bare the best of kings, thy words are fair. Our royal father, when of yore he wed her, to her father swore the best of kingdoms to confer, a noble dowry meet for her. Then, grateful, on the deadly day of heavenly gods and demons fray, a future boon on her bestowed to whose sweet care his life he owed. She to his mind that promise brought, and then the best of kings besought to bid me to the forest flee, and give the rule, O prince, to thee. Thus bound by oath, the king our lord gave her those boons of free accord, and bade me, O thou chief of men, live in the woods 4 years and 10. I to this lonely would have hied with faithful Lakshma by my side, and est by no tears deterred, resolved to keep my father's word. And thou, my noble brother, too shouldst keep our father's promise true, anointed ruler of the state maintain his word inviolate. From his great debt, dear brother, free our lord the king for love of me, thy mother's breast with joy inspire, and from all woe preserve thy sire. 'Tis said, near Gay's holy town 385 Gay great saint of high renown, this text recited when he paid due rites to each ancestral shade, a son is born his sire to free from Put's infernal pains, hence, savior of his father, he the name of Putra gains. 386 Thus numerous sons are sought by prayer, in scripture trained with graces fair. PG 217 That of the number one someday may funeral rites at Gay pay. The mighty saints who lived of old this holy doctrine ever hold. Then, best of men, our sire release from pains of hell, and give him peace. Now Bharat, to Ayodhya speed, the brave Satruna with thee lead, take with thee all the twice-born men, and please each lord and citizen. I now, O king, without delay to Dal? Akwad will bend my way, and Lakshma? And the Maithil dame will follow still, our path the same. Now, Bharat, lord of men be thou, and o'er Ayodhya reign, the sylvan world to me shall bow, king of the wild domain. Yea, let thy joyful steps be bent to that fair town today, and I as happy and content, to Dal? Akwad will stray. The white umbrella o'er thy brow its cooling shade shall throw, I to the shadow of the bough and leafy trees will go. Satruna, for wise plans renowned, shall still on thee attend. And Lakshma? Ever faithful found, be my familiar friend. Let us his sons, O brother dear, the path of right pursue, and keep the king we all revere still to his promise true. Canto CVIIJI's speech. Thus R.A. soothed his brother's grief, then virtuous J.I., chief of twice-born sages, thus replied in words that virtue's law defied, Hail, Rahu's princely son, dismiss a thought so weak and vain as this. Canst thou, with lofty heart endowed, think with the dull ignoble crowd? For what are ties of kindred? Can one profit by a brother man? Alone the babe first opes his eyes, and all alone at last he dies. The man, I ween, has little sense who looks with foolish reverence on father's or on mother's name, in others, none a right may claim. E'en as a man may leave his home and to a distant village roam, then from his lodging turn away and journey on the following day, such brief possession mortals hold in sire and mother, house and gold, and never will the good and wise the brief uncertain lodging prize. Nor, best of men, shouldst thou disown thy sire's hereditary throne, and tread the rough and stony ground where hardship, danger, woes abound. Come, let Yadhi rich and bright see thee enthroned with every right, her tresses bound in single braid 387 she waits thy coming long delayed. O come, thou royal prince, and share the kingly joys that wait thee there, and live in bliss transcending price as Indra lives in paradise. The parted king is naught to thee, nor right in living man has he, the king is one, thou, prince of men, another art, be counsel then. Thy royal sire, O chief, has sped on the long path we all must tread. The common lot of all is this, and thou in vain art robbed of bliss. For those only those weep who to the path of duty keep. For here they suffer ceaseless woe, and dying to destruction go. With pious care, each solemn day, will men their funeral offerings pay. See, how the useful food they waste, he who is dead no more can taste. If one is fed, his strength renewed whene'er his brother takes his food, then offerings to the parted pay, scarce will they serve him on his way. By crafty knaves these rules were framed, and to enforce men's gifts proclaimed, give, worship, lead a life austere, keep lustful rites, quit pleasures here. There is no future life, be wise, and do, O prince, as I advise. Enjoy, my lord, the present bliss, and things unseen from thought dismiss. Let this advice thy bosom move, the counsel sage which all approve. To Bharat's earnest prayer incline, and take the rule so justly thine. Canto Cix. The Praises of Truth. By Sage J.I. thus addressed, R.A. of truthful hearts the best, pg 218 with perfect skill and wisdom high thus to his speech made fit reply, thy words that tend to bliss are fair, but virtue's garb they falsely wear. For he from duty's path who strays to wander in forbidden ways, allured by doctrine false and vain, praise from the good can never gain. Their lives the true and boaster show, pure and impure, and high and low, else were no mark to judge between stainless and stained and high and mean. They to whose lot fair signs may fall were but as they who lack them all, and those to virtuous thoughts incline were but as men of evil mind. If in the sacred name of right I do this wrong in duty's spite, the path of virtue meanly quit, and this polluting sin commit, what man who marks the bounds between virtue and vice with insight keen, would rank me high in after time stained with this soul-destroying crime? Whither could I, the sinner, turn, how hope a seat in heaven to earn, if I my plighted promise break, and thus the righteous path forsake? This world of ours is ever led to walk the ways which others tread, and as their princes they behold, the subjects to their lives will mold. That truth and mercy still must be beloved of kings, is heaven's decree. Upheld by truth the monarch reigns, and truth the very world sustains. Truth evermore has been the love of holy saints and gods above, and he whose lips are truthful here wins after death the highest sphere. As from a serpent's deadly tooth, we shrink from him who scorns the truth. For holy truth is root and spring of justice and each holy thing, a might that every power transcends, linked to high bliss that never ends. Truth is all virtue's surest base, supreme in worth and first in place. Oblations, gifts men offer here, vows, sacrifice, and rites austere, and holy writ, on truth depend, so men must still that truth defend. Truth, only truth protects the land, by truth unharmed our houses stand. Neglect of truth makes men distressed, and truth in highest heaven is blessed. Then how can I, rebellious, break commandments which my Father spake I ever true and faithful found, and by my word of honor bound? My Father's bridge of truth shall stand unharmed by my destructive hand, not folly, ignorance, or greed my darkened soul shall thus mislead. Have we not heard that God and shade turn from the hated offerings paid by him whose false and fickle mind no pledge can hold, no promise bind? Truth is all duty, as the soul, it quickens and supports the whole. The good respect this duty, hence its sacred claims I reverence. The warrior's duty I despise that seeks the wrong in virtue's guise, those claims I shrink from, which the base, cruel, and covetous embrace. The heart conceives the guilty thought, then by the hand the sin is wrought, and with the pair is leagued a third, the tongue that speaks the lying word. Fortune and land and name and fame to man's best care have right and claim. The good will I to truth adhere, and its high laws must men revere. Base were the deed thy lips would teach, approved as best by subtle speech. Shall I my plighted promise break, that I these woods my home would make? Shall I, as Bharat's words advise, my father's solemn charge despise? Firm stands the oath which then before my father's face I soothly swore, which Queen Kaike's anxious ear rejoiced with highest joy to hear. Still in the wood will I remain, with food prescribed my life sustain, and please with fruit and root and flowers ancestral shades and heavenly powers. Here every sense contented, still heeding the bounds of good and ill, my settled course will I pursue, firm in my faith and ever true. Here in this wild and far retreat will I my noble task complete. And fire and wind and moon shall be partakers of its fruit with me. 100 offerings duly wrought his rank o'er gods for Indra bought, and mighty saints their heaven secured by torturing years on earth endured. That scoffing plea the hero spurned, and thus he spake once more, chiding, the while his bosom burned, Jai's impious lore, justice, and courage ne'er dismayed, pity for all distressed, truth, loving honor duly paid to be our man, God, and guest in these, the true and virtuous say, should lives of men be passed, they form the right and happy way that leads to heaven at last. PG 219 My father's thoughtless act I chide that gave the honored place, whose soul, from virtue turned aside, is faithless, dark, and base. We rank the Buddhist with the thief, 388 and all the impious crew who share his sinful disbelief, and hate the right and true. Hence never should wise kings who seek to rule their people well, admit, before their face to speak, the cursed infidel. But twice-born men in days gone by, of other sort than thou, have wrought good deeds, whose glories high are fresh among us now. This world they conquered, nor in vain they strove to win the skies. The twice-born hence pure lives maintain, and fires of worship rise. Those who in virtue's path delight, and with the virtuous live, whose flames of holy zeal are bright, whose hands are swift to give, who injure none, and good and mild in every grace excel, whose lives by sin are undefiled, we love and honor well. Thus Ra spoke in righteous rage Jai's speech to chide, when thus again the virtuous sage in truthful words replied, the atheist's lore I use no more, not mine his impious creed, his words and doctrine I abhor, assumed at time of need. E'en as I rose to speak with thee, the fit occasion came that bade me use the atheist's plea to turn thee from thine aim. The atheist creed I disavow, unsay the words of sin, and use the faithful's language now thy favor, Prince, to win. Canto CX. The sons of Ikshvu 389 Then spake Vasish. Ha, who perceived that our A's soul was wroth and grieved, well knows the sage Jai all the changes that the world befall. And but to lead thee to revoke thy purpose were the words he spoke. Lord of the world, now hear from me how first this world began to be. First water was, and naught beside. There earth was formed that stretches wide. Then with the gods from out the same the self-existent Brahm came. Then Brahm 90 inches a boar's disguise bade from the deep this earth arise. Then, with his sons of tranquil soul, he made the world and framed the whole. From subtlest ether Brahm rose, no end, no loss, no change he knows. A son had he, Marhi styled, and Kasnap was Marhi's child. From him Vivasvat sprang, from him Manu, whose fame shall ne'er be dim. Manu, who life to mortals gave, begot Ikshvu good and brave. First of Yad's kings was he, pride of her famous dynasty. From him the glorious Kukshi sprang, whose fame through all the regions rang. Rival of Kukshi's ancient fame, his heir the great Vikukshi came. His son was Va, lord of might, his Zanara, Ya, strong in fight. No famine marred his blissful reign, no drought destroyed the kindly grain. Amid the sons of virtue chief, his happy realm ne'er held a thief. His son was Prithu, glorious name, from him the wise Trisanka came. Embodied to the skies he went for love of truth pre-eminent. He left a son renowned afar, known by the name of Dundham. His son succeeding bore the name of Yuvanvadir to fame. He passed away. Him followed then his son Mdh king of men. His son was blessed in high emprise, Sasanti, fortunate and wise. Two noble sons had he, to wit Dhruva and Prasenajit. Bharat was Dhruva son, his glorious arm the conquest won. Against his son King Azit, rose in fierce array his royal foes, Hayhas, Tiajang has styled, and Sasavindus fierce and wild. PG 220 long time he strove, but forced to yield fled from his kingdom and the field. The wives he left had both conceived so as the ancient tale believed. One, of her rival's hopes afraid, fell poison in the vines laid. It chanced that Kaivan, Bhrigu's child, had wandered to the pathless wild where proud Himai's lovely height detained him with a strange delight. Then came the other widowed queen with lotus eyes and beauteous mien, longing a noble son to bear, and wooed the saint with earnest prayer. When thus Cain fairest dame with reverent supplication came, to her the holy sage replied, O royal lady, from thy side a glorious son shall spring ere long, righteous and true and brave and strong. He, scourge of foes and lofty souled, his ancient race shall still uphold. Then round the sage the lady went, and bade farewell, most reverent. Back to her home she turned once more, and there her promised son she bore. Because her rival mixed the bane to render her conception vain, and her unripened fruit destroy, Sagar she called her rescued boy. 391 He, when he paid that solemn rite, 392 filled living creatures with affright. Obedient to his high decree his countless sons dug out the sea. Prince Asaman was Sagar's child, but him with cruel sin defiled and loaded with the people's hate his father banished from the state. To Asaman his consort bare bride Ansam his valiant heir. Ansam's son, Dilla famed, begot a son Bhagath named. From him renowned Kakutha came, thou bearest still the lineal name. Kakutha's son was Rahu, thou art styled the son of Rahu now. From him came Purushak bold, fierce hero of gigantic mold, Kalmhapa's name he bore, because his feet were spotted o'er. Sankhan his son, to manhood grown, died sadly with his host o'erthrown, but ere he perished sprang from him Sudarsan fair in face and limb. From beautiful Sudarsan came Prince Agnivar, bright as flame. His son was Estraga, for speed unmatched. And Meru was his seed. Prasasruka was Meru's child, his son was Ambarha styled. Nahush was Ambarha's heir with hand to strike and heart to dare. His son was good Nh, from youth renowned for piety and truth. From great Nh sprang children to Aya and Suvrat pure and true. From Aya Dasaratha came, whose virtuous life was free from blame. His eldest son art thou, his throne, O famous Ra, is thine own. Accept this way so justly thine, and view the world with eyes benign. Forever in Ikshvu's race the eldest takes his father's place, and while he lives no son beside as Lord and King is sanctified. The rule by Rahu's children kept thou must not spurn today. This realm of peerless wealth accept, and like thy father sway. Canto CXI. Counsel to Bharat. Thus said Vasish. And again to Ra spake in duteous strain, all men the light of life who see with high respect should look on 3, high honor ne'er must be denied to father, mother, holy guide. First to their sires their birth they owe, nursed with maternal love they grow, their holy guides fair knowledge teach, so men should love and honor each. thy sire and thou have learned of me, the sacred guide of him and thee, and if my word thou wilt obey thou still wilt keep the virtuous way. See, with the chiefs of every guild and all thy friends, this place is filled, all these, as duty bids, protect. So still the righteous path respect. Oh, for thine aged mother feel, nor spurn the virtuous dame's appeal, obey, O Prince, thy mother dear, and still to virtue's path adhere. Yield thou to Bharat's fond request, with earnest supplication pressed, so wilt thou to thyself be true, and faith and duty still pursue. Thus by his saintly guide addressed with pleas in sweetest tones expressed, the Lord of Men in turn replied to wise Vasish. Ha by his side, the fondest son's observance ne'er repays the sire and mother's care. PG 221 The constant love that food provides, and dress, and every need besides, their pleasant words still soft and mild, their nurture of the helpless child, the words which Dasaratha spake, my king and sire, I ne'er will break. Then Bharat of the ample chest the wise Sumantra thus addressed. Bring sacred grass, O charioteer, and strew it on the level here. For I will sit and watch his face until I win my brother's grace. Like a robbed bear man will I lie, 393 nor taste of food nor turn my eye, in front of Ra's leafy cot, and till he yield will leave him not. When Bharat saw Sumantra's eye looked up to Ra for reply, the prince himself in eager haste the sacred grass in order placed. Him great and mighty Ra, best of royal saints, in turn addressed, What, Bharat, have I done, that thou besiegest me, 394 a suppliant now. Thus stretched, to force redress for wrongs to men of bear-man birth belongs, not those upon whose kingly head the consecrating drops are shed. Up, Lord of Men! Arise, and quit this fearful vow for thee unfit. Go, brother, seek Yadhi's town, fair city of supreme renown. But Bharat, as his seat he took, cast all around an eager look, O people, join your prayers with mine, and so his stubborn heart incline. And all the people answered thus, Full well is Ra known to us. Right is the word he speaks and he is faithful to his sire's decree, nor can we rashly venture now to turn him from his proposed vow. Then Ra spoke, O Bharat, heed thy virtuous friends, and mark their rede. Mark well what I and these advise, and duty view with clearer eyes. Thy hand on mine, O hero, place, touch water, and thy sin efface. Then Bharat rose, his hand he dipped, and purifying water sipped. Each citizen, he cried, give ear, attend, each counselor and peer. My mother planned, by me untaught, to win the sway I never sought, ne'er whose son could I despise, in duty's lore supremely wise. Now if obedience to our sire this dwelling in the woods require, I, till the destined years be spent, will dwell alone in banishment. The virtuous Ra, wonder stirred, the faithful speech of Bharat heard, and thus the hero's feelings found due utterance, as he gazed around, still to my father's word I hold, waiter he bought, or pledged, or sold, ne'er shall his living promise be annulled by Bharat or by me. Not thus my task will I evade, my exile on another laid, most wise was Queen Kaike's rede, and just and good my father's deed. Dear Bharat's patient soul I know, how reverence due he loves to show. In him, high-souled and faithful found, must each auspicious grace abound. When from the woods I turn again I with his aid shall nobly reign, with one so good, of peerless worth, a glorious lord of happy earth. Her boon Kaike sought and won. I, as my father swore, have done, and oh, do thou, my brother dear, the monarch's name from falsehood clear. Canto CXII. The Sandals. High wonder mingled with delight took the great sages at the sight, thrilling their breasts who came to view the meeting of the peerless two. The saints and sages holy train departed to their home again. And high each holy voice was raised, and thus the glorious brothers praised. High fate is his, the sire of two most virtuous souls, so brave and true, with wonder and with joy intense our ears have heard their conference. Then the great sages, longing all to see the 10-necked tyrant 395 fall, to Bharat, bravest of the brave, their salutary counsel gave. O thou of lofty lineage born, whom wisdom, conduct, fame adorn, thou for thy honored father's sake shouldst our aged righteous counsel take. PG 222 All debts to Queen Kaki paid, thy sire his home in heaven has made, so virtuous Ra we would see from filial obligation free. Thus gave each royal sage advice, high saint, and bard of paradise. Then quickly vanishing from view each to his proper home withdrew. Then Ra's face his rapture showed, and his full heart with joy o'erflowed, while, as the sages parted thence, he paid his humble reverence. Then Bharat shook in every limb as suppliant thus he spake to him, the duty of a king respect, held by our race in high respect, and oh, thy gracious ear inclined to heed my mother's prayer and mine. The mighty realm to rule and guard for me alone is task too hard. No power have I the love to gain of noble, citizen, and swain. All those who know thee, warrior, friend, on thee their eager glances bend, as laboring hinds who till the plain look fondly for the Lord of Rain. O wisest prince, thy realm secure, and make its firm foundation sure. Cucuts the sun, thy mighty arm can keep the nation free from harm. He spoke, and fell in sorrow drowned at Ra's feet upon the ground, and there the hero sued and sighed, and hear me, Rahu's son, he cried. Then Ra raised him up, and pressed his brother to his loving breast, and sweetly as a wild swan cried to Bharat dark and lotus-eyed, so just and true thy generous soul, thy hand may well this earth control, but many a sage his aid will lend, with counselor, and peer, and friend, with these advise, their counsel ask, and so perform thy arduous task. The moon his beauty may forego, the cold forsake the hills of snow, and ocean o'er his banks may sweep, but I my father's word will keep. Now whether love of thee or greed thy mother led to plan the deed, forth from thy breast the memory throw, and filial love and reverence show. Thus spake Kausalia's son. Again Bharat replied in humble strain to him who matched the sun in might and lovely as the young moon's light, put, noble brother, I entreat, these sandals on thy blessed feet, these, Lord of men, with gold bedecked, the realm and people will protect. Then Ra, as his brother prayed beneath his feet the sandals laid, and these with fond affection gave to Bharat's hand, the good and brave. Then Bharat bowed his reverent head and thus again to Ra said, through 14 seasons will I wear the hermit's dress and matted hair, with fruit and roots my life sustain, and still beyond the realm remain, longing for thee to come again. The rule and all affairs of state I to these shoes will delegate. And if, O tamer of thy foes, when 14 years have reached their close, I see thee not that day return, the kindled fire my frame shall burn. Then Ra to his bosom drew dear Bharat and Citruna too. Be never wroth, he cried, with her, Kaki's guardian minister, this, glory of IKSHVU's line, is SS earnest prayer and mine. He spoke, and as the big tears fell, to his dear brother bade farewell. Round Ra, Bharat strong and bold in humble reverence paced, when the bright sandals wrought with gold above his brows were placed. The royal elephant who led the glorious pomp he found, and on the monster's mighty head those sandals duly bound. Then noble Ra, born to swell the glories of his race, to all in order bade farewell with love and tender grace to brothers, counselors, and peers, still firm, in duty proved, firm, as the Lord of Snow uprears his mountains unremoved. No queen, for choking sobs and sighs, could say her last adieu. Then Ra bowed, with flooded eyes, and to his cot withdrew. Canto CXIII Bharat's return. Bearing the sandals on his head away triumphant Bharat sped, and clomb, Citruna by his side, the car wherein he wont to ride. Before the mighty army went the lords for council eminent, Vasish. Ha, Viyadeva next, Ji, pure with prayer and text. PG 223 Then from that lovely river they turn eastward on their homeward way, with reverent steps from left to right they circled Chitraka's height, and viewed his peaks on every side with stains of thousand metals dyed. Then Bharat saw, not far away, where Bhara's dwelling lay, And when the chieftain bold and sage had reached that holy hermitage, down from the car he sprang to greet the saint, and bowed before his feet. High rapture filled the hermit's breast, who thus the royal prince addressed: "Say, Bharat, is thy duty done? Hast thou with Ra met, my son?" The chief whose soul to virtue clave this answer to the hermit gave: "I prayed him with our holy guide, but Rahu's son our prayer denied, and long besought by both of us," he answered Saint Vasesh. "Ha, thus, true to my vow, I still will be observant of my sire's decree, till 14 years complete their course, that promise shall remain in force." The saint in highest wisdom taught these solemn words with wisdom fraught. To him in lore of language learned most eloquent himself returned: "Obey my rede, let Bharat hold this pair of sandals decked with gold, they in Yadhi shall ensure our welfare, and our bliss secure." When Ra heard the royal priest he rose, and looking to the east consigned the sandals to my hand, that they for him might guard the land. Then from the high-souled chief's abode I turned upon my homeward road, dismissed by him, and now this pair of sandals to Yadhi bear. To him the hermit thus replied: "By Bharat's tidings gratified, no marvel thoughts so just and true, thou best of all who right pursue, should dwell in thee, O Prince of Men, as waters gather in the glen. He is not dead, we mourn in vain, thy blessed father lives again, whose noble son we thus behold like virtue's self in human mold." He ceased, before him Bharat fell to clasp his feet, and said farewell. His reverent steps around him bent, and onward to Yadhi went. His host of followers stretching far, with many an elephant and car, wagon and steed, and mighty train, traversed their homeward way again. O'er holy Yemen they sped, fair stream, with waves engarlanded, and then once more the river's queen, the blessed Ganges self was seen. Then making o'er that flood his way, where crocodiles and monsters lay, the king to Sringavara drew his host and royal retinue. His onward way he thence pursued, and soon renowned Yadhi viewed. Then burned by woe and sad of cheer, Bharat addressed the charioteer: "Ah, see, Yadhi dark and sad, her glory gone, once bright and glad, of joy and beauty reft, forlorn, in silent grief she seems to mourn." Canto CXIV. Bharat's departure. Deep, pleasant was the chariot sound, as royal Bharat, far renowned, whirled by his mettled coursers fast, within Yadhi's city passed. There dark and drear was every home, where cats and owls had space to roam, as when the shades of midnight fall with blackest gloom, and cover all, as Rohi, dear spouse of him whom Aryu hates, 396, grows faint and dim, when, as she shines on high alone, the demon's shade is o'er her throne, as burned by summer's heat a rill scarce trickling from her parent hill, with dying fish in pools half dried, and fainting birds upon her side, as sacrificial flames arise when holy oil their food supplies, but when no more the fire is fed, sink lustreless and cold and dead, like some brave host that filled the plain, with harness rent and captains slain, when warrior, elephant, and steed, mingled in wild confusion bleed, as when, all spent her store of worth, rocks from her base the loosened earth, like a sad fallen star no more wearing the lovely light it wore, so mournful in her loss estate was that sad town disconsolate. Then car-born Bharat, good and brave, thus spake to him the steeds who drave: "Why are Yadhi's streets so mute? Where is the voice of lyre and lute? Why sounds not, as of old, today the music of the minstrel's lay? PG 224 Where are the reeds they used to twine? Where are the blossoms and the wine? Where is the cool refreshing scent of sandal dust with aloe blent? The elephant's impatient roar, the din of cars, I hear no more, no more the horse's pleasant neigh rings out to meet me on my way. Yadhi's youths, since our A's flight, have lost their relish for delight, her men roam forth no more, nor care bright garlands round their necks to wear. All grieve for banished Ra, feast, and revelry and song have ceased, like a black night when floods pour down, so dark and gloomy is the town. When will he come to make them gay like some auspicious holiday? When will my brother, like a cloud at summer's close, make glad the crowd?" Then through the streets the hero rode, and passed within his sire's abode. like some deserted lion's den, forsaken by the Lord of men. Then to the inner bowers he came, once happy home of many a dame, now gloomy, sad, and drear, dark as of old that sunless day when wept the gods in wild dismay. 397 There poured he many a tear. Canto CXV. Nandigra 398 Then when the pious chief had seen lodged in her home each widowed queen, still with his burning grief oppressed his holy guides he thus addressed, I go to Nandigra, adieu, this day, my lords to all of you, I go, my load of grief to bear, reft of the son of Rahu, there. The king my sire, alas, is dead, and Ra to the forest fled. There will I wait till he, restored, shall rule the realm, its rightful lord. They heard the high-souled prince's speech, and thus with ready answer each of those great lords their chief addressed, with Saint Vasish. Ha, and the rest, good are the words which thou hast said, by brotherly affection led, like thine own self, a faithful friend, true to thy brother to the end, a heart like thine must all approve, which not from virtue's path can move. Soon as the words he loved to hear fell upon Bharat's joyful ear, thus to the charioteer he spoke, my car with speed, Sumantra, yoke. Then Bharat with delighted mien obeisance paid to every queen, and with Satruna by his side mounting the car away he hied. With lords and priests in long array the brothers hastened on their way. And the great pomp the Beermans led with Saint Vasish, ha, at their head. Then every face was eastward bent as on to Nandigra they went. Behind the army followed, all unsummoned by their leader's call, and steeds and elephants and men streamed forth with every citizen. As Bharat in his chariot rode his heart with love fraternal glowed, and with the sandals on his head to Nandigra he quickly sped. Within the town he swiftly pressed, alighted, and his guides addressed, to me entrust my brother's hand consigned the lordship of the land, when he these gold-wrought sandals gave as emblems to protect and save. Then Bharat bowed, and from his head the sacred pledge deposited, and thus to all the people cried who ringed him round on every side, haste, for these sandals quickly bring the canopy that shades the king. Pay ye to them all reverence meet as to my elder brother's feet, for they will right and law maintain until King Ra come again. My brother with the loving mind these sandals to my charge consigned, I till he come will guard with care the sacred trust for Rahu's heir. My watchful task will soon be done, the pledge restored to Rahu's son. Then shall I see, his wanderings o'er, these sandals on his feet once more. My brother I shall meet at last, the burthen from my shoulders cast, to Ra's hand the realm restore and serve my elder as before. When Ra takes again this pair of sandals kept with pious care, and here his glorious reign begins, I shall be cleansed from all my sins. PG 225 When the glad people's voices ring with welcome to the new-made king, joy will be mine fourfold as great as if supreme I ruled the state. Thus humbly spoke in sad lament the chief in fame preeminent, thus, by his reverent lords obeyed, at Nandigra the kingdom swayed. With hermit's dress and matted hair he dwelt with all his army there. The sandals of his brother's feet installed upon the royal seat, he, all his powers to them referred, affairs of state administered. In every care, in every task, when golden store was brought, he first, as though their rede to ask, those royal sandals sought. Canto CXVI. The Hermit's Speech. When Bharat took his homeward road still Ra in the wood abode, but soon he marked the fear and care that darkened all the hermits there. For all who dwelt before the hill were sad with dread of coming ill, each holy brow was lined by thought, and Ra's side they often sought. With gathering frowns the prince they eyed, and then withdrew and talked aside. Then Rahu's son with anxious breast the leader of the saints addressed, Cannot that I have done displease, O reverend sage, the devotees? Why are their loving looks, O say, thus sadly changed or turned away? Has Lakshma, through his want of heed offended with unseemly deed? Or is the gentlest she who loved to honor you and me is she the cause of this offense, failing in lowly reverence? One sage, o'er whom, exceeding old, had many a year of penance rolled, trembling in every aged limb thus for the rest replied to him, How could we, O beloved, blame thy lofty-souled Vidun dame, who in the good of all delights, and more than all of anchorites. But yet through thee a numbing dread of fiends among our band has spread. Obstructed by the demon's art the trembling hermits talk apart. For our A.'s brother, overbold, named Kara, of gigantic mold, vexes with fury fierce and fell all those in Janus 399 who dwell resistless in his cruel deeds. On flesh of men the monster feeds, sinful and arrogant is he, and looks with special hate on thee. Since thou, beloved son, hast made thy home within this holy shade, the fiends have vexed with wilder rage the dwellers of the hermitage. In many a wild and dreadful form around the trembling saints they swarm, with hideous shape and foul disguise they terrify our holy eyes. They make our loathing souls endure insult and scorn and sights impure, and flocking round the altars stay the holy rites we love to pay. In every spot throughout the grove with evil thoughts the monsters rove, assailing with their secret might each unsuspecting anchorite. Ladle and dish away they fling, our fires with floods extinguishing, and when the sacred flames should burn they trample on each water urn. Now when they see their sacred wood plagued by this impious brotherhood, the troubled saints away would roam and seek in other shades a home. Hence will we fly, O-R-A, ere the cruel fiends our bodies tear. Not far away a forest lies rich in the root and fruit we prize, to this will I and all repair and join the holy hermits there. Be wise, and with us thither flee before this Kara injure thee. Mighty art thou, O-R-A, yet each day with peril is beset. If with thy consort by thy side thou in this wood wilt still abide. He ceased, the words the hero spake the hermit's purpose failed to break, to Rahu's son farewell he said, and blessed the chief and comforted. Then with the rest the holy sage departed from the hermitage. So from the wood the saints withdrew, and Ra bidding all adieu in lowly reverence bent, instructed by their friendly speech, blessed with the gracious love of each, to his pure home he went. Nor would the son of Rahu stray a moment from that grove away from which the saints had fled. And many a hermit thither came attracted by his saintly fame and the pure life he led. PG 226 Canto CXVIII but dwelling in that lonely spot left by the hermits pleased him not. I met the faithful bard here, the townsman, and my mother dear, the painful memory lingers yet, and stings me with the vain regret. And here the host of bard camped, and many a courser here has stamped, and elephants with ponderous feet have trampled through the calm retreat. So forth to seek a home he hied, his spouse and Lakshma by his side. He came to a tree's pure retreat, paid reverence to his holy feet, and from the saints such welcome won as a fond father gives his son. The noble prince with joy unfeigned as a dear guest he entertained, and cheered the glorious Lakshma to and s with observance due. Then Anas at the call of him who sought the good of all, his blameless venerable spouse, delighting in her holy vows, came from her chamber to his side. To her the virtuous hermit cried, "Receive, I pray, with friendly grace this dame of Maithil monarch's race." To Ra next made known his wife, the devotee of saintliest life. 10,000 years this voter spent on sternest rites of penance spent. She when the clouds withheld their rain, and drought 10 years consumed the plain, caused grateful root and fruit to grow and ordered gang here to flow, so from their cares the saints she freed, nor let these checks their rights impede. She wrought in heaven's behalf, and made 10 knights of one, the gods to aid. 400 let holy Anas be an honored mother, prince, to thee. Let thy Vidun spouse draw near to her whom all that live revere, stricken in years, whose loving mind is slow to wrath and ever kind. He ceased, and Ra gave assent, and said, with eyes on us bent, O princess, thou hast heard with me this counsel of the devotee, now that her touch thy soul may bless, approach the saintly votaress, come to the venerable dame, far known by Anas's name, the mighty things that she has done high glory in the world have won. Thus spoke the son of Rahu. She approached the saintly devotee, who with her white locks, old and frail, shook like a plantain in the gale. To that true spouse she bowed her head, and Lady, Ims said, raised suppliant hands and prayed her tell that all was prosperous and well. The aged matron, when she saw fairest true to duty's law, addressed her thus: "High fate is thine whose thoughts to virtue still incline. Thou, lady of the noble mind, hast kin and state and wealth resigned to follow forced to tread where solitary woods are spread. Those women gain high spheres above who still unchanged their husband's love, whether they dwell in town or wood, whether their hearts be ill or good. The wicked, poor, or led away in love's forbidden paths to stray, the noble matron still will deem her lord a deity supreme. Regarding kin and friendship, I can see no better, holier tie, and every penance rite is dim beside the joy of serving him. But dark is this to her whose mind promptings of idle fancy blind, who led by evil thoughts away makes him who should command obey. Such women, O dear faithful dame, their virtue lose and honest fame, enslaved by sin and folly, led in these unholy paths to tread. But they who good and true like thee the present and the future see, like men by holy deeds will rise to mansions in the blissful skies. So keep thee pure from taint of sin, still to thy Lord be true, and fame and merit shalt thou win, to thy devotion due." Canto CXVII. Annis S. Gifts. Thus by the holy dame addressed who banished envy from her breast, her lowly reverence paid, and softly thus her answer made: "No marvel, best of dames, thy speech the duties of a wife should teach. PG 227 Yet I, O lady, also know due reverence to my lord to show. Were he the meanest of the base, unhonored with a single grace, my husband still I ne'er would leave, but firm through all to him would cleave, still rather to a lord like mine whose virtues high exalted shine, compassionate, of lofty soul, with every sense in due control, true in his love, of righteous mind, like a dear sire and mother kind. E'en as he ever loves to treat causally with observance meet, has his behavior ever been to every other honored queen. Nay, more, a son-like reverence shows the noble e'en to those on whom the king his father set his eyes one moment, to forget. Deep in my heart the words are stored, said by the mother of my lord, when from my home I turned away in the lone fearful woods to stray. The counsel of my mother deep impressed upon my soul I keep, when by the fire I took my stand, and clasped in his my hand. And in my bosom cherished yet, my friend's advice I ne'er forget: woman her holiest offering pays when she her husband's will obeys. Good Esich her lord obeyed, and a high saint in heaven was made, and for the self-same virtue thou hast heaven in thy possession now. And she with whom no dame could vie, now a bright goddess in the sky, sweet Rohi, the moon's dear queen, without her lord is never seen, and many a faithful wife beside for her pure love is glorified. Thus spake, soft rapture stole through Annis' saintly soul, kisses on head she pressed, and thus the faithful dame addressed: "I by long rites and toils endured rich store of merit have secured, from this my wealth will I bestow a blessing ere I let thee go. So right and wise and true each word that from thy lips mine ears have heard, I love thee, be my pleasing task to grant the boon that thou shalt ask." Then marveled much, and while played o'er her lips a gentle smile, "All has been done, O saint," she cried, "and naught remains to wish beside." She spake. The lady's meek reply swelled Annis' rapture high. As she said, "My gift today thy sweet contentment shall repay. Accept this precious robe to wear, of heavenly fabric, rich and rare, these gems thy limbs to ornament, this precious balsam sweet of scent. O faithful dame, this gift of mine shall make thy limbs with beauty shine, and breathing o'er thy frame dispense its pure and lasting influence. This balsam on thy fair limbs spread new radiance on thy lord shall shed, as LAKSHM's beauty lends a grace to Vishnu's own celestial face." Then took the gift the dame bestowed on her in friendship's name, the balsam, gems, and robe divine, and garlands wreathed of bloomy twine. Then sat her down, with reverence meet, at saintly Annis' feet. The matron rich in rites and vows turned her to our faithful spouse, and questioned thus in turn to hear a pleasant tale to charm her ear: "'Tis said that Rahu's son thy hand, mid gathered suitors, won. I fain would hear thee, lady, Tell the story as it all befell, do thou repeat each thing that passed, reviewing all from first to last. Thus spake the dame to us, she replying to the devotee. Then, lady, thy attention lend, rehearse the story to the end. King Yanak, just and brave and strong, who loves the right and hates the wrong, well skilled in what the law ordains for warriors, o'er Vidya reigns. Guiding one morn the plough, his hand marked out, for rights the sacred land, when, as the plowshare cleft the earth, child of the king I leapt to birth. Then as the ground he smoothed and cleared, he saw me all with dust besmeared, and on the new-found babe, amazed the ruler of Vidya gazed. In childless love the monarch pressed the welcome infant to his breast. My daughter, thus he cried, is she, and as his child he cared for me. Forth from the sky was heard o'erhead as 'twere a human voice that said, yea, even so, great king, this child henceforth thine own be justly styled. Vidya's monarch, virtuous souled, rejoiced o'er me with joy untold, delighting in his new won prize, the darling of his heart and eyes. To his chief queen of saintly mind the precious treasure he consigned, and by her side she saw me grow, nursed with the love which mothers know. PG 228. Then as he saw the seasons fly, and knew my marriage time was nigh, my sire was vexed with care, as sad as one who mourns the wealth he had. Scorn on the maiden's sire must wait from men of high and low estate, the virgin's father all despise, though Indra's peer, who rules the skies. More near he saw, and still more near, the scorn that filled his soul with fear, on trouble's billowy ocean tossed, like one whose shattered bark is lost. My father, knowing how I came, no daughter of a mortal dame, in all the regions failed to see a bridegroom meet to match with me. Each way with anxious thought he scanned, and thus at length the monarch planned, the bride election will I hold, with every rite prescribed of old. It pleased King Veru to bestow quiver and shafts and heavenly bow upon my father's sire who reigned, when Daksha his great rite ordained. Where was the man might bend or lift with utmost toil that wondrous gift? Not e'en in dreams could mortal king strain the great bow or draw the string. Of this tremendous bow possessed, my truthful father thus addressed the lords of many a region, all assembled at the monarch's call, whoe'er this bow can manage, he the husband of my child shall be. The suitors viewed with hopeless eyes that wondrous bow of mountain size, then to my sire they bade adieu, and all with humbled hearts withdrew. At length with Visvitra came this son of Rahu, dear to fame, the royal sacrifice to view. Near to my father's home he drew, his brother Lakshma by his side, R.A., in deeds heroic tried. My sire with honor entertained the saint in lore of duty trained, who thus in turn addressed the king, R.A. and Lakshma. Hear who sprang from royal Dasaratha, long to see thy bow so passing strong. Before the prince's eyes was laid that marvel, as the beer man prayed. One moment on the bow he gazed, quick to the notch the string he raised, then, in the wandering people's view, the cord with mighty force he drew. Then with an awful crash as loud as thunderbolts that cleave the cloud, the bow beneath the matchless strain of arms heroic snapped in twain. Thus, giving purest water, he, my sire, to R.A. offered me. The prince the offered gift declined till he should learn his father's mind. So horsemen swift yet he sought and back her aged monarch brought. Me then my sire to R.A. gave, self-ruled, the bravest of the brave. And Ermil the next to me, graced with all gifts, most fair to see, my sire with Rahu's house allied, and gave her to be Lakshma's bride. Thus from the princes of the land Lord R.A. won my maiden hand, and him exalted high above heroic chiefs I truly love. Canto CXIX. The Forest. When Annis virtuous souled, had heard the tale by S told, she kissed the lady's brow and laced her loving arms around her waist. With sweet-toned words distinct and clear thy pleasant tale has charmed mine ear, how the great king thy father held that maiden's choice unparalleled. But now the sun has sunk from sight, and left the world to holy night. Hark! How the leafy thickets sound with gathering birds that twitter round, they sought their food by day, and all flock homeward when the shadows fall. See, hither comes the hermit band, each with his pitcher in his hand, fresh from the bath, their locks are wet, their coats of bark are dripping yet. Here saints their fires of worship tend, and curling wreaths of smoke ascend, borne on the flames they mount above, dark as the brown wings of the dove. The distant trees, though well nigh bare, gloom thickened by the evening air, and in the faint uncertain light shut the horizon from our sight. The beasts that prowl in darkness rove on every side about the grove, and the tame deer, at ease recline their shelter near the altars find. The night o'er all the sky is spread, with lunar stars engarlanded, and risen in his robes of light the moon is beautifully bright. Now to thy Lord I bid thee go, thy pleasant tale has charmed me so, one thing alone I needs must pray, before me first thyself array, here in thy heavenly raiment shine, and glad, dear love, these eyes of mine. PG 229 Then like a heavenly goddess shone Theras with that raiment on. She bowed her to the matron's feet, then turned away her lord to meet. The hero prince with joy surveyed his S in her robes arrayed, as glorious to his arms she came with love gifts of the saintly dame. She told him how the saint to show her fond affection would bestow that garland of celestial twine, those ornaments and robes divine. Then our A's heart, nor Lakshma's less, was filled with pride and happiness, for honors high had S gained, which mortal dames have scarce obtained. They're honored by each pious sage who dwelt within the hermitage, beside his darling well content that sacred night the hero spent. The princes, when the night had fled, farewell to all the hermits said, who gazed upon the distant shade, their lustral rites and offerings paid. The saints who made their dwelling there in words like these addressed the pair, O princes, monsters fierce and fell around that distant forest dwell, on blood from human veins they feed, and various forms assume at need, with savage beasts of fearful power that human flesh and blood devour. Our holy saints they rend and tear when met alone or unaware, and eat them in their cruel joy, these chase, or destroy. By this one path our hermits go to fetch the fruits that yonder grow, by this, O Prince, thy feet should stray through pathless forests far away. Thus by the reverend saints addressed, and by their prayers auspicious blessed, he left the holy crowd, his wife and brother by his side, within the mighty wood he hide. So sinks the day god in his pride beneath a bank of cloud. Book 3 Canto I. The Hermitage. When our valiant hero stood in the vast shade of Dak wood, his eyes on every side he bent and saw a hermit's settlement, where coats of bark were hung around, and holy grass bestrewed the ground. Bright with Brahmanic luster glowed that circle where the saints abode, like the hot sun in heaven it shone, too dazzling to be looked upon. Wild creatures found a refuge where the court, well swept, was bright and fair, and countless birds and raw deer made their dwelling in the friendly shade. Beneath the boughs of well-loved trees oft danced the gay apsaras 401 around was many an ample shed wherein the holy fire was fed. With sacred grass and skins of deer, ladles and sacrificial gear, and root and fruit, and wood to burn, and many a brimming water urn. Tall trees their hallowed branches spread, laden with pleasant fruit, o'erhead. And gifts which holy laws require, 402 and solemn offerings burnt with fire, 403 and Veda chants on every side that home of hermits sanctified. There many a flower its odor shed, and lotus blooms the lake o'erspread. There, clad in coats of bark and hide, their food by root and fruit supplied, dwelt many an old and reverend sire bright as the sun or lord of fire, all with each worldly sense subdued, a pure and saintly multitude. The Veda chants, the saints who trod the sacred ground and mused on God, made that delightful grove appear like Brahma's own most glorious sphere. As Rahu's splendid sun surveyed that hermit home and tranquil shade, he loosed his mighty bowstring, then drew nearer to the holy men. PG 230 With keen celestial sight endued those mighty saints the chieftain viewed, with joy to meet the prince they came, and gentle as dear to fame. They looked on virtuous Ra, fair as Soma 404 in the evening air, and Lakshma by his brother's side, and long in duty tried, and with glad blessings every sage received them in the hermitage. Then our A's form and stature tall entranced the wondering eyes of all, his youthful grace, his strength of limb, and garb that nobly sat on him. To Lakshma? To their looks they raised, and upon S.S. beauty gazed with eyes that closed not lest their sight should miss the vision of delight. Then the pure hermits of the wood, rejoicing in all creatures good, their guest, the glorious R.A., led within a cot with leaves o'erhead. With highest honor all the best of radiant saints received their guest, with kind observance, as is meet, and gave him water for his feet. To highest pitch of rapture wrought their stores of roots and fruit they brought. They poured their blessings on his head, and all we have is thine, they said. Then, reverent hand to hand applied, 405 each duty-loving hermit cried, the king is our protector, bright in fame, maintainer of the right. He bears the awful sword, and hence deserves an elder's reverence. 1/4 of Indra's essence, he preserves his realm from danger free, hence honored by the world of right the king enjoys each choice delight. Thou shouldst to us protection give, for in thy realm, dear Lord, we live, whether in town or wood thou be, thou art our king, thy people we. Our worldly aims are laid aside, our hearts are tamed and purified. To thee our guardian, we who earn our only wealth by penance turn. Then the pure dwellers in the shade to Rahu's son due honor paid, and Lakshma? Bringing store of roots, and many a flower, and woodland fruits. And others strove the prince to please with all attentive courtesies. Canto 2 Virha. Thus entertained he passed the night, then, with the morning's early light, to all the hermits bade adieu and sought his onward way anew. He pierced the mighty forest where roamed many a deer and pard and bear, its ruined pools he scarce could see. For creeper rent and prostrate tree, where shrill cicadas' cries were heard, and plaintive notes of many a bird. Deep in the thickets of the wood with Lakshma and his spouse he stood, there in the horrid shade he saw a giant passing nature's law, vast as some mountain peak in size, with mighty voice and sunken eyes, huge, hideous, tall, with monstrous face, most ghastly of his giant race. A tiger's hide the Arshas wore still reeking with the fat and gore, huge-faced, like him who rules the dead, all living things he struck with dread. 3 lions, tigers 4, 10 deer he carried on his iron spear, 2 wolves, an elephant's head beside with mighty tusks which blood drops dyed. When on the 3 his fierce eye fell, he charged them with a roar and yell as furious as the grisly king when stricken worlds are perishing. Then with a mighty roar that shook the earth beneath their feet, he took the trembling S to his side, withdrew a little space, and cried, "Ha, short-lived wretches, ye who dare, in hermit dress with matted hair, armed each with arrows, sword, and bow, through down Axpatalus wood to go, how with one dame, I bid you tell, can you among ascetics dwell? Who are ye, sinners, who despise the right, in holy men's disguise? The great Virha, day by day through this deep tangled wood I stray, and ever, armed with trusty steel, I seize a saint to make my meal. This woman young and fair of frame shall be the conquering giant's dame, your blood, ye things of evil life, my lips shall quaff in battle strife." He spoke, and Yannick's hapless child, scared by a speech so fierce and wild, PG 231 trembled for terror, as a frail young plantain shivers in the gale. When R.A. saw Virha clasp Theras in his mighty grasp, thus with pale lips that terror dried the hero to his brother cried, "O see Virha's arm enfold my darling in its cursed hold, the child of Yannick best of kings, my spouse whose soul to virtue clings, sweet princess, with pure glory bright, nursed in the lap of soft delight. Now falls the blow Kaki meant, successful in her dark intent, this day her cruel soul will be triumphant over the enemy. Though barred on the throne is set, her greedy eyes look farther yet, me from my home she dared expel, me whom all creatures loved so well. This fatal day at length, I ween, brings triumph to the younger queen. I see with bitterest grief and shame another touch the Maythil dame. Not loss of sire and royal power so grieves me as this mournful hour." Thus in his anguish cried the chief, Then drowned in tears, overwhelmed by grief, thus Lakshma in his anger spake, quick panting like a spellbound snake, "Canst thou, my brother, Indra's peer, when I thy minister am near, thus grieve like some forsaken thing, thou, every creature's lord and king? My vengeful shaft the fiend shall slay, and earth shall drink his blood today. The fury which my soul at first upon usurping bard nursed, on this Virha will I wreak as Indra splits the mountain peak. Winged by this arm's impetuous might, my shaft with deadly force the monster in the chest shall smite, and fell his shattered corse." Canto 3. Virha attacked. Virha with a fearful shout that echoed through the wood, cried out, "What men are ye, I bid you say, and whither would ye bend your way?" To him whose mouth shot fiery flame the hero told his race and name, "Two warriors, nobly bred, are we, and through this wood we wander free. But who art thou, how born and styled, who roamest here in Da Axe wild?" To Ra, bravest of the brave, his answer thus Virha gave, "Hear, Rahu's son, and mark me well, and I my name and race will tell. Of Saturad born, I spring from Java as my sire, O king, me, of this lofty lineage, all giants on earth Virha call. The rites austere I long maintained, from Brahma's grace the boon have gained to bear a charmed frame which ne'er weapon or shaft may pierce or tear. Go as ye came, untouched by fear, and leave with me this woman here. Go, swiftly from my presence fly, or by this hand ye both shall die." Then Ra with his fierce eyes red with fury to the giant said, "Woe to thee, sinner, fond and weak, who madly thus thy death wilt seek. Stand, for it waits thee in the fray, with life thou ne'er shalt flee away." He spoke, and raised the cord whereon a pointed arrow flashed and shone, then, wild with anger, from his bow, he launched the weapon on the foe. 7 times the fatal cord he drew, and forth 7 rapid arrows flew, shafts winged with gold that left the wind and e'en super as 406 self behind. Full on the giant's breast they smote, and purpled like the peacock's throat, passed through his mighty bulk and came to earth again like flakes of flame. The fiend the Maithil dame unclasped. In his fierce hand his spear he grasped, and wild with rage, pierced through and through, at Ra and his brother flew. So loud roar which chilled with fear, so massy was the monster's spear, he seemed, like Indra's flagstaff, dread as the dark god who rules the dead. On huge Virha fierce as he 407 who smites, and worlds have ceased to be, the princely brothers poured amain their fiery flood of arrowy rain. Unmoved he stood, and opening wide his dire mouth laughed unterrified, and ever as the monster gaped those arrows from his jaws escaped. Preserving still his life unharmed, by Brahma's saving promise charmed, his mighty spear aloft in air he raised, and rushed upon the pair. From Ra's bow 2 arrows flew and cleft that massive spear in two, PG 232 dire as the flaming levins sent from out the cloudy firmament. Cut by the shafts he guided well to earth, the giant's weapon fell, as when from Meru's summit, riven by fiery bolts, a rack is driven. Then swift his sword each warrior drew, like a dread serpent black of hue, and gathering fury for the blow rushed fiercely on the giant foe. Around each prince an arm he cast, and held the dauntless heroes fast. Then, though his gashes gaped and bled, bearing the twain he turned and fled. Then Ra saw the giant's plan, and to his brother thus began, "O Lakshma, let Virha still hurry us onward as he will, for look, Sumitra's son, he goes along the path we freely chose." He spoke, the rover of the night upraised them with terrific might, till, to his lofty shoulders swung, like children to his neck they clung. Then sending far his fearful roar, the princes through the wood he bore, a wood like some vast cloud to view, where birds of every plumage flew, and mighty trees overarching threw dark shadows on the ground. Where snakes and sylvan creatures made their dwelling, and the jackal strayed through tangled brakes around. Canto 4 Virha's death. But as viewed with wild affright the heroes hurried from her sight. She tossed her shapely arms on high, and shrieked aloud her bitter cry, "Ah, the dread giant bears away the princely Ra as his prey, truthful and pure, and good and great, and Lakshma shares his brother's fate. The brindled tiger and the bear my mangled limbs for food will tear. Take me, O best of giants, me, and leave the sons of Rahu free. Then, by avenging fury spurred, her mournful cry the heroes heard, and hastened, for the lady's sake, the wicked monster's life to take. Then Lakshma, with resistless stroke the foe's left arm that held him broke, and Ra2, as swift to smite, smashed with his heavy hand the right. With broken arms and tortured frame to earth the fainting giant came, like a huge cloud, or mighty rock rent, sundered by the levin's shock. Then rushed they on, and crushed and beat their foe with arms and fists and feet, and nerved each mighty limb to pound and bray him on the level ground. Keen arrows and each biting blade wide rents in breast and side had made. But crushed and torn and mangled, still the monster lived they could not kill. When Ra saw no arms might slay the fiend who like a mountain lay, the glorious hero, swift to save in danger, thus his counsel gave: O Prince of Men, his charmed life no arms may take in battle strife. Now dig we in this grove a pit his elephantine bulk to fit, and let the hollowed earth enfold the monster of gigantic mold. This said, the son of Rahu pressed his foot upon the giant's breast. With joy the prostrate monster heard victorious Ra's welcome word, and straight Kukut's the son, the best of men, in words like these addressed: I yield, O chieftain, overthrown by might that vies with Indra's own. Till now my folly blinded eyes thee, hero, fail to recognize. Happy causally blessed to be the mother of a son like thee. I know thee well, O chieftain, now, Ra, the prince of men, art thou. There stands the high-born Maithil dame, there Lakshma, lord of mighty fame. My name was Tamburo, 408 for song renowned among the minstrel throng, cursed by Kuvra's stern decree I wear the hideous shape you see. But when I sued, his grace to crave, the glorious god this answer gave: when Ra, Dasaratha's son, destroys thee and the fight is won, thy proper shape once more assume, and heaven again shall give thee room. When thus the angry god replied, no prayers could turn his wrath aside, and thus on me his fury fell for loving Rambhs 409 charms too well. Now through thy favor am I freed from the stern fate the god decreed, and saved, O tamer of the foe. PG 233 by thee, to heaven again shall go. A league, O prince, beyond this spot stands holy Sarabhanga's cot. The very sun is not more bright than that most glorious anchorite. To him, O Ra, quickly turn, and blessings from the hermit earn. First under earth my body throw, then on thy way rejoicing go. Such is the law ordained of old for giants when their days are told, their bodies laid in earth, they rise to homes eternal in the skies. Thus, by the rankling dart oppressed, Kukut's offspring he addressed, in earth his mighty body lay, his spirit fled to heaven away. Thus spake Virha ere he died. And Ra to his brother cried, now dig we in this grove a pit his elephantine bulk to fit, and let the hollowed earth enfold this mighty giant fierce and bold. This said, the valiant hero put upon the giant's neck his foot. His spade obedient Lakshma plied, and dug a pit both deep and wide by lofty Sould Virha's side. Then Rahu's son his foot withdrew, and down the mighty form they threw. One awful shout of joy he gave and sank into the open grave. The heroes, to their purpose true, in fight the cruel demon slew, and radiant with delight deep in the hollowed earth they cast the monster roaring to the last, in their resistless might. Thus when they saw the warriors steal no life-destroying blow might deal, the pair, for lore renowned, deep in the pit their hands had made the unresisting giant laid, and killed him 'neath the ground. Upon himself the monster brought from Ra's hand the death he sought with strong desire to gain, and thus the rover of the night told Ra, as they strove in fight, that swords might rend and arrows smite upon his breast in vain. Thus Ra, when his speech he heard, the giant's mighty form interred, which mortal arms defied. With thundering crash the giant fell, and rock and cave and forest dell with echoing roar replied. The princes, when their task was done and freedom from the peril won, rejoiced to see him die. Then in the boundless wood they strayed, like the great sun and moon displayed triumphant in the sky. 410 Canto 5 Sarabhanga. Then Ra, having slain in fight Virha of terrific might, with gentle words his spouse consoled, and clasped her in his loving hold. Then to his brother nobly brave the valiant prince his counsel gave: "Wild are these woods around us spread, and hard and rough the ground to tread. We, O my brother, ne'er have viewed so dark and drear a solitude. To Sarabhanga let us haste, whom wealth of holy works has graced." Thus Ra spoke, and took the road to Sarabhanga's pure abode. But near that saint whose lustre vied with God's, by penance purified, with startled eyes the prince beheld a wondrous sight unparalleled. In splendor like the fire and sun he saw a great and glorious one. Upon a noble car he rode, and many a god behind him glowed, and earth beneath his feet unpressed. 411 The monarch of the skies confessed, ablaze with gems, no dust might dim the bright attire that covered him. Arrayed like him, on every side high saints their master glorified. Near, borne in air, appeared in view his car which tawny coursers drew, like silver cloud, the moon, or sun ere yet the day is well begun. Wreathed with gay garlands, o'er his head a pure white canopy was spread, and lovely nymphs stood nigh to hold fair chairs with their sticks of gold, which, waving in each gentle hand, the forehead of their monarch fanned. God, saint, and bard, a radiant ring, sang glory to their heavenly king. Forth into joyful lauds they burst as Indra with the sage conversed. Then Ra, when his wondering eyes beheld the monarch of the skies, pg 234 to Lakshma, quickly called, and showed the car wherein Lord Indra rode. "See, brother, see that airborne car, whose wondrous glory shines afar, wherefrom so bright a lustre streams that like a falling sun it seems. These are the steeds whose fame we know, of heavenly race through heaven they go. These are the steeds who bear the yoke of Sakra." 412 Him whom all invoke. Behold these youths, a glorious band, toward every wind 100 stand, a sword in each right hand is borne, and rings of gold their arms adorn. What might in every broad deep chest and club-like arm is manifest. Clothed in attire of crimson hue they show like tigers fierce to view. Great chains of gold each warder deck, gleaming like fire beneath his neck. The age of each fair youth appears some 65 of human years, the ever-blooming prime which they who live in heaven retain for aye. Such mien these lordly beings wear, heroic youths, most bright and fair. Now, brother, in this spot, I pray, with the Vidhan lady stay, till I have certain knowledge who this being is, so bright to view." He spoke, and turning from the spot sought Sarabhanga's hermit cot. But when the lord of Sak 13 saw the son of Rahu near him draw, he hastened at the sage to take his leave, and to his followers spake: "See, Ra bends his steps this way, but ere he yet a word can say, come, fly to our celestial sphere. It is not meet he see me here. Soon victor and triumphant he in fater time shall look on me. Before him still a great emprise, a task too hard for others, lies." Then with all marks of honor high the Thunderer bade the saint good-bye, and in his car which coursers drew away to heaven the conqueror flew. Then Ra, Lakshma, and the dame, to Sarabhanga nearer came, who sat beside the holy flame. Before the ancient sage they bent, and clasped his feet most reverent. Then at his invitation found a seat beside him on the ground. Then Ra prayed the sage would deign Lord Indra's visit to explain. And thus at length the holy man in answer to his prayer began: "This Lord of boons has sought me here to waft me hence to Brahmasphere, won by my penance long and stern, a home the lawless ne'er can earn. But when I knew that thou wast nigh, to Brahma's world I could not fly until these longing eyes were blessed with seeing thee, mine honored guest. Since thou, O Prince, hast cheered my sight, great-hearted lover of the right, to heavenly spheres will I repair and bliss supreme that waits me there. For I have won, dear Prince, my way to those fair worlds which ne'er decay, celestial seat of Brahma's reign, be thine, with me, those worlds to gain." Then master of all sacred lore, spake Ra to the saint once more: "I, Even I, illustrious sage, will make those worlds mine heritage. But now, I pray, some home assign within this holy grove of thine. Thus Indra's peer in might, addressed the aged anchorite, and he, with wisdom well endued, to Rahu's son his speech renewed, said sh. As woodland home is near, a glorious saint of life austere, true to the path of duty, he with highest bliss will prosper thee. Against the stream thy course must be of this fair brook Mandan whereon light rafts like blossoms glide. Then to his cottage turn aside. There lies thy path, but ere thou go, look on me, dear one, till I throw aside this mold that girds me in, as casts the snake his withered skin. He spoke, the fire in order laid with holy oil due offerings made, and Sarabhanga, glorious sire, laid down his body in the fire. Then rose the flame above his head, on skin, blood, flesh, and bones it fed, till forth, transformed, with radiant hue of tender youth, he rose anew, far shining in his bright attire came Sarabhanga from the pyre, above the home of saints, and those who feed the quenchless flame. 414 He rose, beyond the seat of gods he passed, and Brahmasphere was gained at last. pg 235 The noblest of the twice-born race, for holy work supreme in place, the mighty Father there beheld girt round by hosts unparalleled. And Brahm joying at the sight welcomed the glorious anchorite. Canto 6 Ra's Promise. When he his heavenly home had found, the holy men who dwelt around to Ra flocked, whose martial fame shone glorious as the kindled flame. Vague Astus 415 Who love the wild, pure hermits be Achilles 416 styled, good Samprakshas. 417 Saints who live on rays which moon and day star give, those who with leaves their lives sustain, and those who pound with stones their grain, and they who lie in pools, and those whose corn, save teeth, no winnow knows, those who for beds the cold earth use, and those who every couch refuse, and those condemned to ceaseless pains, whose single foot their weight sustains, and those who sleep 'neath open skies, whose food the wave or air supplies, and hermits pure who spend their nights on ground prepared for sacred rites. Those who on hills their vigil hold, or dripping clothes around them fold, the devotees who live for prayer, or the 5 fires 418 unflinching bear. On contemplation all intent, with light that heavenly knowledge lent, they came to Ra, saint and sage, in Sarabhanga's hermitage. The hermit crowd around him pressed, and thus the virtuous chief addressed, the lordship of the earth is thine, O prince of old Ikshvu's line. Lord of the gods is Indra, so thou art our lord and guide below. Thy name, the glory of thy might, throughout the triple world are bright, thy filial love so nobly shown, thy truth and virtue well are known. To thee, O Lord, for help we fly, and on thy love of right rely, with kindly patience hear us speak, and grant the boon we humbly seek. That Lord of earth were most unjust, foul traitor to his solemn trust, who should a sixth of all 419 require, nor guard his people like a sire. But he who ever watchful strives to guard his subjects' wealth and lives, dear as himself or, dearer still, his sons, with earnest heart and will, that king, O Rahu's son, secures high fame that endless years endures, and he to Brahma's world shall rise, made glorious in the eternal skies. Waiter, by duty won, the meat of saints whom root and berries feed, 1/4 thereof, for tender care of subjects, is the monarch's share. These, mostly of the Brahman race, who make the wood their dwelling place, although a friend in thee they view, fall friendless 'neath the giant crew. Come, Ra, come, and see hard by the holy hermit's corpses lie, where many a tangled pathway shows the murderous work of cruel foes. These wicked fiends the hermits kill who live on Chitraka's hill, and blood of slaughtered saints has dyed Mand and Pampa's side. No longer can we bear to see the death of saint and devotee whom through the forest day by day these Rakshasas unpitying slay. To thee, O Prince, we flee, and crave thy guardian help our lives to save. From these fierce rovers of the night defend each stricken anchorite. Throughout the world 'twere vain to seek an arm like thine to aid the weak. O Prince, we pray thee hear our call, and from these fiends preserve us all. The son of Rahu heard the plaint of penance-loving sage and saint, and the good prince his speech renewed to all the hermit multitude. To me, O saints, ye need not sue, I wait the hests of all of you. I by mine own occasion led this mighty force needs must tread, pg 236, and while I keep my sire's decree your lives from threatening foes will free. I hither came of free accord to lend the aid by you implored, and richest meed my toil shall pay, while here in forest shades I stay. I long in battle strife to close, and slay these fiends, the hermit's foes, that saint and sage may learn aright my prowess and my brother's might. Thus to the saints his promise gave that prince who still to virtue clave with never wandering thought, and then with Lakshma by his side, with penance wealthy men to guide, Sut sh. As home he sought. Canto 7 Sut shna. So Rahu's son, his foeman's dread, with and his brother sped, girt round by many a twice-born sage, to good Sut sh. As hermitage 420 through woods for many a league he passed, o'er rushing rivers full and fast, until a mountain fair and bright as lofty Meru rose in sight. Within its belt of varied wood Ikshvu's sons and stood, where trees of every foliage bore blossom and fruit in endless store. Their coats of bark, like garlands strung, before a lonely cottage hung, and there a hermit, dust besmeared, a lotus on his breast, appeared. Then Ra with obeisance to address the sage, as near he drew, my name is Ra, Lord. I seek thy presence, saint, with thee to speak. O sage, whose merits ne'er decay, some word unto thy servant say. The sage his eyes on Ra bent, of virtue's friends pre-eminent. Then words like these he spoke, and pressed the son of Rahu to his breast, welcome to thee, illustrious youth, best champion of the rights of truth. By thine approach this holy ground a worthy Lord this day has found. I could not quit this mortal frame till thou shouldst come, O dear to fame, to heavenly spheres I would not rise, expecting thee with eager eyes. I knew that thou, unchanged, hadst made thy home in Chitraka's shade. Now, O Ra, Indra, Lord supreme by all the gods adored, King of the 100 offerings, 421 said, when he my dwelling visited, that the good works that I have done my choice of all the worlds have won. Accept this meed of holy vows, and with thy brother and thy spouse, roam, through my favor, in the sky which saints celestial glorify. To that bright sage, of penance stern, the high-souled Ra spake in turn, as 5 Ava 422 who rules the skies to Brahma's gracious speech replies, I of myself those worlds will win, O mighty hermit pure from sin. But now, O saint, I pray thee tell where I within this wood may dwell, for I by Sarabhanga old, the son of Gautama, was told that thou in every lore art wise, and seest all with loving eyes. Thus to the saint, whose glories high filled all the world, he made reply, and thus again the holy man his pleasant speech with joy began, this calm retreat, O prince, is blessed with many a charm, here take thy rest. Here root and kindly fruits abound, and hermits love the holy ground. Fair sylvan beasts and gentle deer in herds unnumbered wander here, and as they roam, secure from harm, our eyes with grace and beauty charm. Except the beasts in thickets bred, this grove of ours has naught to dread. The hermit's speech when Ra heard, the hero ne'er by terror stirred, on his great bow his hand he laid, and thus in turn his answer made, O saint, my darts of keenest steel, armed with their murderous barbs, would deal destruction mid the sylvan race that flocks around thy dwelling place. Most wretched then my fate would be for such dishonor shown to thee, and only for the briefest stay would I within this grove delay. He spoke and ceased. With pious care he turned him to his evening prayer, performed each customary rite, and sought his lodging for the night, with and his brother laid pg 237 beneath the grove's delightful shade, first good Sut sh. As elsewhere, when he saw the shades of night around them draw, with hospitable care the princely chieftains entertained with store of choicest food ordained for holy hermits fare. Canto 8 The Hermitage. So Ra and Sumitra's son, when every honor due was done, slept through the night. When morning broke, the heroes from their rest awoke. Betimes the son of Rahu rose, with gentlest from repose, and sipped the cool delicious waves sweet with the scent the lotus gave. Then to the gods and sacred flame the heroes and the lady came, and bent their heads in honor meet within the hermit's pure retreat. When every stain was purged away, they saw the rising Lord of Day. Then to Sut Sh. Aside they went, and softly spoke, "Most reverend, well have we slept, O holy Lord, honored of thee by all adored. Now leave to journey forth we pray, these hermits urge us on our way. We haste to visit, wandering by, the ascetic homes that round you lie, and roaming down Acts mighty would to view each saintly brotherhood. For thy permission now we sue, with these high saints to duty true, by penance taught each sense to tame, in lustre like the smokeless flame. Ere on our brows the sun can beat with fierce intolerable heat. Like some unworthy lord who wins his power by tyranny and sins, O saint, we fain would part. The three bent humbly to the devotee. He raised the princes as they pressed his feet, and strained them to his breast. And then the chief of devotees bespake them both in words like these: Go with thy brother, go, pursue thy path untouched by woe, go with thy faithful lest she still like a shadow follows thee. Roam down? Ackwood observing well the pleasant homes where hermits dwell, pure saints whose ordered souls adhere to penance rites and vows austere. Their plenteous roots and berries grow, and noble trees their blossoms show, and gentle deer and birds of air in peaceful troops are gathered there. There see the full-blown lotus stud the bosom of the lucid flood, and watch the joyous mallard shake the reeds that fringe the pool and lake. See with delighted eye the relief sparkling from her parent hill, and hear the woods that round thee lie re-ho to the peacock's cry. And as I bid thy brother, so, Sumitra's child, I bid thee go. Go forth, these varied beauties see, and then once more return to me. Thus spake the sage Sut Sh. Both the chiefs assented, nothing loth, round him with circling steps they paced, then for the road prepared with haste. There as stood, the dame long-eyed, fair quivers round their waists she tied, and gave each prince his trusty bow, and sword which ne'er a spot might know. Each took his quiver from her hand, and clanging bow and gleaming brand, then from the hermit's home the two went forth each woodland scene to view. Each beauteous in the bloom of age, dismissed by that illustrious sage, with bow and sword accoutred, hide away, and est by their side. Canto 9 SS Speech. Blessed by the sage, when Rahu's son his onward journey had begun, thus in her soft tone meek with modest fear, began to speak: One little slip the great may lead to shame that follows lawless deed, such shame, my lord, as still must cling to faults from low desire that spring. 3 several sins defile the soul, born of desire that spurns control. First, utterance of a lying word, then, vile are both, the next, and third, the lawless love of other's wife, the thirst of blood uncaused by strife. The first, O Rahu's son, in thee none yet has found, none e'er shall see. Love of another's dame destroys all merit, lost for guilty joys. Such crime in thee, I ween, has ne'er been found, shall ne'er be seen. The very thought, my princely lord, is in thy secret soul abhorred. PG 238 For thou hast ever been the same fond lover of thine own dear dame, content with faithful heart to do thy father's will, most just and true, justice, and faith, and many a grace in thee have found a resting place. Such virtues, prince, the good may gain who empire o'er each sense retain. And well canst thou, with loving view regarding all, each sense subdue. But for the third, the lust that strives, insatiate still, for others' lives, fond thirst of blood where hate is none, this, O my lord, thou wilt not shun. Thou hast but now a promise made, the saints of Tao? Ackwood to aid, and to protect their lives from ill the giant's blood in tide wilt spill, and from thy promised lasting fame will glorify the forest's name. Armed with thy bow and arrows thou forth with thy brother journeyest now, while as I think how true thou art fears for thy bliss assail my heart, and all my spirit at the sight is troubled with a strange affright. I like it not. Seems not good thy going thus to die? Would, and I, if thou wilt mark me well, the reason of my fear will tell. Thou with thy brother, bow in hand, beneath those ancient trees wilt stand, and thy keen arrows will not spare wood rovers who will meet thee there. For as the fuel food supplies that bids the dormant flame arise, thus when the warrior grasps his bow he feels his breast with ardor glow. Deep in a holy grove, of yore, where bird and beast from strife forbore, stood she beneath the sheltering boughs, a truthful hermit kept his vows. Then Indra, Sakka's heavenly lord, armed like a warrior with a sword, came to his tranquil home to spoil the hermit of his holy toil, and left the glorious weapon there entrusted to the hermit's care, a pledge for him to keep, whose mind to fervent zeal was all resigned. He took the brand, with utmost heed he kept it for the warrior's need, to keep his trust he fondly strove when roaming in the neighboring grove, whene'er for root and fruit he strayed still by his side he bore the blade, still on his sacred charge intent, he took his treasure when he went. As day by day that brand he wore, the hermit, rich in merit's store from penance rites each thought withdrew, and fierce and wild his spirit grew. With heedless soul he spurned the right, and found in cruel deeds delight. So, living with the sword, he fell, a ruined hermit, down to hell. This tale applies to those who deal too closely with the warrior's steel. The steel to warriors is the same as fuel to the smoldering flame. Sincere affection prompts my speech, I honor where I fain would teach. Mayst thou, thus armed with shaft and bow, so dire a longing never know as, when no hatred prompts the fray, these giants of the wood to slay, for he who kills without offense shall win but little glory thence. The bow the warrior joys to bend is lent him for a nobler end, that he may say then succor those who watch in woods when pressed by foes. What, matched with woods, is bow or steel? What, warrior's arm with hermit's zeal? We with such might have naught to do, the forest rule should guide us too. But when Yadhi hails thee Lord, be then thy warrior life restored, so shall thy sire 423 and mother joy in bliss that naught may e'er destroy. And if, resigning empire, thou submit thee to the hermit's vow, the noblest gain from virtue springs, and virtue joy unending brings. All earthly blessings virtue sends, on virtue all the world depends. Those who with vow and fasting tame to do restrained the mind and frame, win by their labor, nobly wise, the highest virtue for their prize. Pure in the hermit's grove remain, true to thy duty, free from stain. But the three worlds are open thrown to thee, by whom all things are known. Who gave me power that I should dare his duty to my Lord declare? 'Tis woman's fancy, light as air, that moves my foolish breast. Now with thy brother counsel take, reflect, thy choice with judgment make, and do what seems the best. Pg 239 Canto 10 R.A.'s reply. The words that S uttered, spurred by truest love, the hero heard, then he who ne'er from virtue strayed to Yannick's child his answer made, in thy wise speech, sweet love, I find true impress of thy gentle mind, well skilled the warrior's path to trace, thou pride of Yannick's ancient race. What fitting answer shall I frame to thy good words, my honored dame? Thou say'st the warrior bears the bow that misery's tears may cease to flow. And those pure saints who love the shade of Tao? Would are sore dismayed. They sought me of their own accord, with suppliant prayers my aid implored, they, fed on root and fruit, who spend their lives where bosky wilds extend, my timid love, enjoy no rest by these malignant fiends distressed. These make the flesh of man their meat, the helpless saints they kill and eat. The hermit sought my side, the chief of Beerman race declared their grief. I heard, and from my lips there fell the words which thou rememberest well. I listened as the hermits cried, and to their prayers I thus replied, your favor, gracious lords, I claim, o'erwhelmed with this enormous shame that Beermans, great and pure as you, who should be sought, to me should sue. And then before the saintly crowd, what can I do? I cried aloud. Then from the trembling hermits broke one long sad cry, and thus they spoke, fiends of the wood, who wear at will each varied shape, afflict us still. To thee in our distress we fly, O help us, or we die. When sacred rites of fire are due, when changing moons are full or new, these fiends who bleeding flesh devour assail us with resistless power. They with their cruel might torment the hermits on their vows intent. We look around for help and see our surest refuge, Prince, in thee. We, armed with powers of penance, might destroy the rovers of the night, but loth were we to bring to naught the merit years of toil have bought. Our penance rites are grown too hard, by many a check and trouble barred, but though our saints for food are slain, the withering curse we yet restrain. Thus many a weary day distressed by giants who this wood infest, we see at length deliverance. Thou with Lakshma art our guardian now. As thus the troubled hermits prayed, I promised, Dame, my ready aid, and now or truth I hold most dear, still to my word must I adhere. My love, I might endure to be deprived of Lakshma, life, and thee, but ne'er deny my promise, ne'er to be our man's break the oath I swear. I must, enforced by high constraint, protect them all. Each suffering saint in me, unasked, his help had found. Still more in one by promise bound. I know thy words, mine own dear dame, from thy sweet heart's affection came. I thank thee for thy gentle speech, for those we love are those we teach. 'Tis like thyself, O fair of face, 'tis worthy of thy noble race, dearer than life, thy feet are set in righteous paths they ne'er forget. Thus to the faithful monarch's child, his own dear wife, in accents mild the high-souled hero said, then to the holy groves which lay beyond them fair to see, their way the bow-armed chieftain led. Cantos I. Agastya Ra went foremost of the three, next as followed, fair to see, and Lakshma, with his bow in hand walked hindmost of the little band. As onward through the wood they went, with great delight their eyes were bent on rocky heights beside the way and lofty trees with blossoms gay, and streamlets running fair and fast the royal youths with passed. They watched the S's and the drake on islets of the stream and lake, and gazed delighted on the floods bright with gay birds and lotus buds. They saw in startled herds the roes, the passion-frenzied buffaloes, wild elephants who fiercely tore the tender trees, and many a boar. A length of woodland way they passed, and when the sun was low at last a lovely stream-fed lake they spied, 2 leagues across from side to side. Tall elephants fresh beauty gave to grassy bank and lilied wave, PG 240 by many a swan and stirred, mallard, and gay-winged water-bird. From those sweet waters, loud and long, though none was seen to wake the song, swelled high the singer's music blent with each melodious instrument. Ra and car-born Lakshma heard the charming strain, with wonder stirred, turned on the margent of the lake to Dharmabrit 424 the sage, and spake, our longing souls, O hermit, burn this music of the lake to learn, we pray thee, noblest sage, explain the cause of the mysterious strain. He, as the son of Rahu prayed, with swift accord his answer made, and thus the hermit, virtuous-souled, the story of the fair lake told. Through every age 'tis known to fame, Panchsaras 425 its glorious name, by holy M. Ekar. Irad with power his rights austere had bought. For he, great votarist, intent on strictest rule his stern life spent. 10,000 years the stream his bed, 10,000 years on air he fed. Then on the blessed gods who dwell in heavenly homes great terror fell, they gathered all, by any led, and counselled thus disquieted. The hermit by ascetic pain the seat of one of us would gain. Thus with their hearts by fear oppressed in full assembly spoke the blessed, and bade 5 Loveliest nymphs, as fair as lightning in the evening air, armed with their winning wiles, seduce from his stern vows the great recluse. Though lore of earth and heaven he knew, the hermit from his task they drew, and made the great ascetic slave to conquering love, the gods to save. Each of the heavenly 5 became bound to the sage, his wedded dame. And he, for his beloved sake, formed a fair palace 'neath the lake. Under the flood the ladies live, to joy and ease their days they give, and lap in bliss the hermit wooed from penance rites to youth renewed. So when the sportive nymphs within those secret bowers their play begin, you hear the singers' dulcet tones blend sweetly with their tinkling zones. how wondrous are these words of thine!" cried the famed chiefs of Rahu's line, as thus they heard the sage unfold the marvels of the tale he told. As Ra spake, his eyes were bent upon a hermit's settlement with light of heavenly lore endued, with sacred grass and vesture strewed. His wife and brother by his side, within the holy bounds he hied, and there, with honor entertained by all the saints, a while remained. In time, by due succession led, each votary's cot he visited, and then the lord of martial lore returned where he had lodged before. Here for the month's content he stayed, there for a year his visit paid, here for 4 months his home would fix, there, as it chanced, for 5 or 6. Here for 8 months and there for 3 the son of Rahu's stay would be, here weeks, there fortnights, more or less, he spent in tranquil happiness. As there the hero dwelt at ease among those holy devotees, in days untroubled o'er his head 10 circling years of pleasure fled. So Rahu's son in duty trained a while in every cot remained, then with his dame retraced the road to good Sut Sh. As calm abode. Hailed by the saints with honors due, near to the hermit's home he drew, and there the tamer of his foes dwelt for a time in sweet repose. One day within that holy wood by Saint Sut Sh. Ara stood, and thus the prince with reverence meek to that high sage began to speak. In the wide woodlands that extend around us, Lord most reverend, as frequent voice of rumor tells, Agastya, saintliest hermit, dwells. So vast the wood, I cannot trace the path to reach his dwelling place, nor, searching unassisted, find that hermit of the thoughtful mind. I with my wife and brother fain would go, his favor to obtain, would seek him in his lone retreat, and the great saint with reverence greet. This one desire, O Master, long cherished within my heart, is strong, that I may pay of free accord my duty to that hermit lord. As thus the prince whose heart was bent on virtue told his firm intent, the good Sut Sh. As joy rose high, and thus in turn he made reply, the very thing, O prince, which thou hast sought, I wish to urge but now, bid thee with wife and brother CPG 241 Agastya, glorious devotee. I count this thing an omen fair that thou shouldst thus thy wish declare, and I, my prince, will gladly teach the way Agastya's home to reach. Southward, dear son, direct thy feet 8 leagues beyond this still retreat, Agastya's hermit brother there dwells in a home most bright and fair. 'Tis on the knoll of woody ground, with many a branching pipal for 26 crowned, there sweet birds' voices ne'er are mute, and trees are gay with flower and fruit. There many a lake gleamed bright and cool, and lilies deck each pleasant pool, while swan, and crane, and mallard's wings are lovely in the water springs. There for one night, O Ra, stay, and with the dawn pursue thy way. Still farther, bending southward, by the thicket's edge the course must lie, and thou wilt see, 2 leagues from thence Agastya's lovely residence, set in the woodland's fairest spot, all varied foliage decks the cot, there Lakshma. Thou, at ease may spend sweet hours 'neath shady trees, for all of noblest growth are found luxuriant on that bosky ground. If it be still thy firm intent to see that saint pre-eminent, O mighty counselor, this day depart upon thine onward way. The hermit spake, and Ra bent his head, with Lakshma reverent, and then with him and Yanak's child set out to trace the forest wild. He saw dark woods that fringed the road, and distant hills like clouds that showed, and, as the way he followed, met with many a lake and rivulet. So passing on with ease where led the path Sut Sh. Bade him tread, the hero with exulting breast his brother in these words addressed, Here, surely, is the home, in sight, of that illustrious anchorite, here great Agastya's brother leads a life intent on holy deeds. Warned of each guiding mark and sign, I see them all here in combine, I see the branches bending low beneath the flowers and fruit they show. A soft air from the forest springs, fresh from the odorous grass, and brings a spicy fragrance as it flees o'er the ripe fruit of pipal trees. See, here and there around us high piled up in heaps cleft billets lie, and holy grasses gathered, bright as strips of shining lazulite. Full in the center of the shade the hermit's holy fire is laid. I see its smoke the pure heaven streak dense as a big cloud's dusky peak. The twice-born men their steps retrace from each sequestered bathing place, and each his sacred gift has brought of blossoms which his hands have sought. Of all these signs, dear brother, each agrees with good Sut Sh. A speech, and doubtless in this holy bound Agastya's brother will be found. Agastya once, the worlds who viewed with love, a death-like fiend subdued, and armed with mighty power, obtained by holy works, this grove ordained to be a refuge and defense from all oppressors' violence. In days of yore within this place 2 brothers fierce of demon race, Vi dire and Ilval, dwelt, and slaughter mid the beer-mans dealt. A beer-man's form, the fiend to cloak, fierce Ilval wore, and Sanskrit spoke, and twice-born sages would invite to solemnize some funeral rite. His brother's flesh, concealed within a ram's false shape and borrowed skin, as men are wont at funeral feasts, he dressed and fed those gathered priests. The holy men, unweeting ill, took of the food and ate their fill. Then Ilval with a mighty shout exclaimed, Vi, issue out! Soon as his brother's voice he heard, the fiend with ram-like bleating stirred, rending in pieces every frame, forth from the dying priests he came. So they who changed their forms at will thousands of beer-mans dared to kill, fierce fiends who loved each cruel deed, enjoyed on bleeding flesh to feed. Agastya, mighty hermit, pressed to funeral banquet like the rest, obedient to the gods' appeal ate up the monster at a meal. "'Tis done, 'tis done," fierce Ilval cried, and water for his hands supplied, then lifting up his voice he spake, "Forth, brother, from thy prison break." Then him who called the fiend, who long had wrought the suffering beer-man's wrong, thus thoughtful souled Agastya, best of hermits, with a smile addressed, "How, Arshus, is the fiend empowered to issue forth whom I devoured? Thy brother in a ram's disguise is gone where Y's kingdom lies." Pg 242. When from the words Agastya said he knew his brother fiend was dead, his soul on fire with vengeful rage, rushed the night rover at the sage. One lightning glance of fury, hot as fire, the glorious hermit shot, as the fiend neared him in his stride, and straight, consumed to dust, he died. In pity for the beer-man's plight Agastya wrought this deed of might, this grove which lakes and fair trees grace in his great brother's dwelling place. As Ra thus the tale rehearsed, and with Sumitra's son conversed, the setting sun his last rays shed, and evening o'er the land was spread. A while the princely brothers stayed and even rites in order paid, then to the holy grove they drew and hailed the saint with honor due. With courtesy was Ra met by that illustrious anchoret, and for one night he rested there regaled with fruit and hermit fare. But when the night had reached its close, and the sun's glorious circle rose, the son of Rahu left his bed and to the hermit's brother said, "Well rested in thy hermit cell, I stand, O saint, to bid farewell. For with thy leave I journey hence thy brother saint to reverence." "Go, Ra, go," the sage replied, then from the cot the chieftain hied. And while the pleasant grove he viewed, the path the hermit showed, pursued. Of every leaf, of changing hue, plants, trees by hundreds round him grew, with joyous eyes he looked on all, then Jack, 427 the wild rice, and S. 428 he saw the red hibiscus glow, he saw the flower-tipped creeper throw the glory of her clusters o'er tall trees that loads of blossom bore. Some elephants had prostrate laid, in some the monkeys leapt and played, and through the whole wide forest rang the charm of gay birds as they sang. Then Ra of the lotus eye to Lakshma turned who followed nigh, and thus the hero youth impressed with fortune's favoring signs, addressed, "How soft the leaves of every tree, how tame each bird and beast we see! Soon the fair home shall we behold of that great hermit tranquil souled. The deed the good Agastya wrought high fame throughout the world has bought. I see his calm retreat that balms the pain of weary feet. Where white clouds rise from flames beneath, where bark coats lie with many a wreath, where sylvan things, made gentle, throng, and every bird is loud in song. With ruth for suffering creatures filled, a death-like fiend with might he killed, and gave this southern realm to be a refuge, from oppression free. There stands his home, whose dreaded might has put the giant crew to flight, who view with envious eyes afar the peaceful shades they cannot mar. Since that most holy saint has made his dwelling in this lovely shade, checked by his might the giant brood have dwelt in peace with soul subdued. And all this southern realm, within whose bounds no fiend may entrance win, now bears a name which naught may dim, made glorious through the worlds by him. When Vindhya, best of ills, would stay the journey of the Lord of Day, obedient to the saint's behest he bowed for his humbled crest. That hoary hermit, world-renowned for holy deeds, within this ground has set his pure and blessed home, where gentle sylvan creatures roam. Agastya, whom the worlds revere, pure saint to whom the good are dear, to us his guests all grace will show, enriched with blessings ere we go. I to this aim each thought will turn, the favor of the saint to earn, that here in comfort may be spent the last years of our banishment. Here sanctities and high saints stand, gods, minstrels of the heavenly band. Upon Agastya's will they wait, and serve him, pure and temperate. The liar's tongue, the tyrant's mind within these bounds no home may find, no cheat, no sinner here can be, so holy and so good is he. Here birds and lords of serpent race, spirits and gods who haunt the place, content with scanty fare remain, as merits meed they strive to gain. Made perfect here, the saints supreme, on cars that mock the day gods gleam, their mortal bodies cast aside, sought heaven transformed and glorified, here gods to living things, who in their favor, pure from cruel sin, give royal rule and many a good, pg 243 immortal life and spirithood. Now, Lakshma? We are near the place, do thou proceed a little space, and tell the mighty saint that I with S at my side am nigh. Canto XII. The Heavenly Bow. He spoke, the younger prince obeyed, within the bounds his way he made, and thus addressed, whom first he met, a pupil of the anchoret, brave Ra, eldest born, who springs, from Dasaratha, hither brings his wife the lady as he would fain the holy hermit see. Lakshma? Am I if happy fame ere to thine ears has brought the name his younger brother, prompt to do his will, devoted, fond, and true. We, through our royal sire's decree, to the dread woods were forced to flee. Tell the great master, I entreat, our earnest wish our Lord to greet. He spoke, the hermit rich in store of fervid zeal and sacred lore, sought the pure shrine which held the fire, to bear his message to the sire. Soon as he reached the saint most bright in sanctity's surpassing might, he cried, uplifting reverent hands, Lord Ra near thy cottage stands. Then spoke Agastya's pupil dear the message for his lord to hear, Ra and Lakshma? Chiefs who spring from Dasaratha, glorious king, thy hermitage now have sought, and Lady S with them brought. The tamers of the foe are here to see thee, master, and revere. 'Tis thine thy further will to say, deign to command, and we obey. When from his pupil's lips he knew the presence of the princely two, and est born to fortune high, the glorious hermit made reply, great joy at last is mine this day that Ra hither finds his way, for long my soul has yearned to see the prince who comes to visit me. Go forth, and hither bring the royal three with welcoming, lead Ra and place him near, why stands he not already here? Thus ordered by the hermit, who, lord of his thought, all duty knew, his reverent hands together laid, the pupil answered and obeyed. Forth from the place with speed he ran, to Lakshma came and thus began, where is he? Let not Ra wait, but speed, the sage to venerate. Then with the pupil Lakshma went across the hermit's settlement, and showed him Ra where he stood with Yanak's daughter in the wood. The pupil then his message spake which the kind hermit bade him take. Then led the honored Ra thence and brought him in with reverence. As nigh the royal Ra came with Lakshma and the Maithil dame, he viewed the herds of gentle deer roaming the garden free from fear. As through the sacred grove he trod he viewed the seat of many a god, Brahmanani, 429 sun and moon, and his who sends each golden boon. 430 here Vish, You stood, their Bhagas 431 shrine, and their Mahendras, Lord divine. Here his who formed this earthly frame, 432 his there from whom all beings came, 433 views, 434 and his who loves to hold the great noose, Veru? 435 mighty souled, here was the vastest 436 shrine to see, here that of sacred Gatra 437 the king of serpents 438 here had place, and he who rules the feathered race 439 here Kaitaikia, 440 warrior lord, and there was justice king adored. Then with disciples girt about the mighty saint himself came out, through fierce devotion bright as flame before the rest the master came, and then to Lakshma, fortune blessed, these hasty words addressed, behold, Agastya's self draws near, the mighty saint, whom all revere, with spirit raised I meet my lord with richest wealth of penance stored. The strong-armed hero spake, and ran forward to meet the sun-bright man. Before him, as he came, he bent and clasped his feet most reverent, then rearing up his stately height stood suppliant by the anchorite, while Lakshma's strength and grace stood by the pride of Rahu's race. PG 244 The sage his arms round Ra threw and welcomed him with honors due, asked, was all well, with question sweet, and bade the hero to a seat. With holy oil he fed the flame, he brought the gifts which strangers claim, and kindly waiting on the three with honors due to high degree, he gave with hospitable care a simple hermit's woodland fare. Then sat the reverend father, first of hermits, deep in duty versed, and thus to suppliant Ra, bred in all the lore of virtue, said, did the false hermit, prince, neglect to hail his guest with due respect, he doomed the perjured meat, his proper flesh hereafter eat. A carb-born king, a lord who sways the earth, and virtue's law obeys, worthy of highest honor, thou hast sought, dear guest, my cottage now. He spoke, with fruit and hermit fare, with every bloom the branches bear. Agastya graced his honored guest, and thus with gentle words addressed, accept this mighty bow, divine, whereon red gold and diamonds shine. 'Twas by the heavenly artist's plan for Vishnu's own almighty hand. This God-sent shaft of sun-bright hue, whose deadly flight is ever true, by Lord Mahendra given of yore, this quiver with its endless store. Keen arrows hurtling to their aim like kindled fires that flash and flame, except, in golden sheath encased, this sword with hilt of rich gold graced. Armed with this best of bows Lord Vishnu slew his demon foes, and mid the dwellers in the skies won brilliant glory for his prize. The bow, the quivers, shaft, and sword received from me, O glorious Lord, these conquests to thine arms shall bring, as thunder to the thunder's king. The splendid hermit bade him take the noble weapons as he spake, and as the prince accepted each in words like these renewed his speech, Canto XIII. Agastya's counsel. O.R.A., great delight I feel, pleased, Lakshma, with thy faithful zeal, that you within these shades I see with come to honor me. But wandering through the rough rude wild has wearied Yannick's gentle child, with labors of the way oppressed the Maitha lady longs for rest. Young, delicate, and soft, and fair, such toils as these untrained to bear, her wifely love the dame has led the forest's troubled ways to tread. Here, R.A., see that not annoy her easy hours of tranquil joy, a glorious task has she essayed, to follow thee through woodland's shade. Since first from nature's hand she came, a woman's mood is still the same, when fortune smiles, her love to show, and leave her lord in want and woe. No pity then her heart can feel, she arms her soul with warrior's steel, swift as the storm or feathered king, uncertain as the lightning's wing. Not so thy spouse, her purer mind shrinks from the faults of womankind. Like chaste Runtet 41 above, a paragon of faithful love. Let these blessed shades, dear R.A., be a home for Lakshma, her, and thee. With raised hands reverently meek he heard the holy hermit speak, and humbly thus addressed the sire whose glory shone like kindled fire. How blessed am I, what thanks I owe that our great master deigns to show his favor, that his heart can be content with Lakshma. me. Show me, I pray, some spot of ground where thick trees wave and springs abound, that I may raise my hermit cell and there in tranquil pleasure dwell. Then thus replied Agastya, best of hermits, to the chief's request, when for a little he had bent his thoughts upon that prayer intent. Beloved son, 4 leagues away is Panshava. Bright and gay, thronged with its dear, most fair it looks with berries, fruit, and water brooks. There build thee with thy brother's aid a cottage in the quiet shade, and faithful to thy sire's behest, obedient to the sentence, rest. For well, O sinless chieftain, well I know thy tale, how all befell, stern penance and the love I bore thy royal sire supply the lore. To me long rites and fervid zeal the wish that stirs thy heart reveal, and hence my guest I bade thee be, that this pure grove might shelter thee. PG 245. So now, thereafter, thus I speak, the shades of Panshava? Seek. That tranquil spot is bright and fair, and will be happy there. Not far remote from here it lies, a grove to charm thy loving eyes, God R's pure stream is nigh, their days will sweetly fly. Pure, lovely, rich in many a charm, O hero of the mighty arm, 'tis gay with every plant and fruit, and throngs of gay buds never mute. Thou, true to virtue's path, hast might to screen each trusting anchorite, and wilt from thy new home defend the hermits who on thee depend. Now yonder, prince, direct thine eyes where dense metaphor 42 woods arise, pierce their dark shade, and issuing forth turn to a fig tree on the north, then onward up a sloping mead flanked by a hill the way will lead, there Panshava? Ever gay with ceaseless bloom, thy steps will stay. The hermit ceased, the princely two with seemly honors bade adieu, with reverential awe each youth bowed to the saint whose word was truth, and then, dismissed with they to Panshava, took their way. Thus when each royal prince had grasped his warrior's mighty bow, and clasped his quiver to his side, with watchful eyes along the road the glorious Saint Agastya showed, dauntless in fight the brothers strode, and with them hide. Canto XIV. Jedus. Then as the son of Rahu made his way to Panshava's shade, a mighty vulture he beheld of size and strength unparalleled. The princes, when the bird they saw, approached with reverence and awe, and as his giant form they eyed, "Tell who thou art," in wonder cried. The bird, as though their hearts to gain, addressed them thus in gentlest strain. "In me, dear sons, the friend behold your royal father loved of old." He spoke, nor long did Ra wait his sire's dear friend to venerate, he bade the bird declare his name and the high race of which he came. When Rahu's son had spoken, he declared his name and pedigree, his words prolonging to disclose how all the things that be arose, list while I tell, O Rahu's son, the firstborn fathers, one by one, great lords of life, whence all in earth and all in heaven derive their birth. First Kardam heads the glorious race where Vikrat holds the second place, with Sesha, Sansray next in line, and Bahaputra's might divine. Then Sthu and Marhi came, Atri, and Kratu's forceful frame. Palastya followed, next to him Angari's name shall ne'er be dim. Percatus, Pula next, and then Daksha, Vivasvat praised of men, R.H. Anemi next, and last Kasnap in glory unsurpassed. From Daksha, the tale has told 60 bright daughters sprang of old. Of these fair-waisted nymphs the great lord Kasnap sought and wedded 8, Aditi, Kayakthiarden and Anil and Kratav is swift to ire, and Manu 443 glorious as her sire. Then when the mighty Kasnap cried delighted to each tender bride, "Sons shalt thou bear, to rule the 3 great worlds, in might resembling me." PG 246. Aditi, and Den obeyed his will as consorts true, and Kayak but all the rest refused to hear their lord's behest. First Aditi conceived, and she, mother of 30 gods and 3, the Vasas and Idaras bare, Ridaras, and Asvins, heavenly pair. Of Diti sprang the Daityas, famed delights to laud their ancient name. In days of yore their empire dread o'er earth and woods and oceans spread. Dan was mother of a child, O hero, Asvagra styled, and Narak next and Kayak came of Kayak celestial dame. Of Tr2, 5 daughters bright in deathless glory sprang to light. Ennobling fame still keeps alive the titles of the lovely 5, immortal honor still she claims for Crinchba's Sioness names. And wills not that the world forget Suck or Drider Htr yet. Then Crinch bear the crane and owl, and beach tribes of waterfowl, vultures and hawks that race through air with storm fleet pinions Sion bear. All swans and geese on mere and brook their birth from Drider Htr took, and all the river-haunting brood of ducks, a countless multitude. From Suck now sprang, who bare Dame Vinat surpassing fair. From fiery crowd of his 10 bright daughters sprang, O King of men, Mrigamand named, Hari and Padramad famed, Sd Svet fair to see, Amang bright, and Shurabsuras marked with each fair sign, and Kadram all maids divine. Mrigo prince without a peer, was mother of the herds of deer, the bear, the yak, the mountain roe their birth to Mrigamand O. And Padramad joyed to be mother of fair Erat who bare Erat, 444 huge of mold, mid waters of the earth enrolled, from her lordly lines trace, with monkeys of the wild, their race. From the great Dame Sd styled sprung pards, LGS, 445 and tigers wild. Amang prince, gave birth to all Amungas, elephants strong and tall, and Svet bore the beasts who stand one at each wind. Earth's warder band 446 next Shurab the goddess bore 2 heavenly maids, O prince, of yore, Gandharv dear to fame is she and her sweet sister Rohi. With kind this daughter filled each mead, and bright Gandharv bore the steed 447 Suras bore the serpents, 448 all the snakes Kad are their mother call. Then Manu, high souled Kasnap's 449 wife, to all the race of men gave life, the Brahmans first, the Kshatriya caste, then Vaisyas, and the Asras last. Sprang from her mouth the Brahman race. Her chest the Kshatriya's natal place, the Vaisyas from her thighs, 'tis said, the Asras from her feet were bred. From anal all trees that hang their fair fruit-laden branches sprang. The child of beauteous Suck bore Vinat as I taught before, and Suras and Kadr were born of one dame, a noble pair. Kadr gave birth to countless snakes that roam the earth in woods and brakes. Aru and Garu, swift of flight by Vinat were given to light, and sons of Aru? Red as morn Sampati first, then I was born, me then, O tamer of the foe, ya? Us, son of Sion know. Thy ready helper will I be, and guard thy house, if thou agree, when thou and Lakshma urge the chase by SS side shall be my place. With courteous thanks for promised aid, the prince, to rapture stirred, bent low, and due obeisance paid, embraced the royal bird. PG 247 He often in the days gone by had heard his father tell how, linked with him in friendship's tie, he loved ya? Us well. He hastened to his trusted friend his darling to confide, and through the wood his steps to bend by strong ya? Aside. On to the grove, with Lakshma? Near, the prince his way pursued to free those pleasant shades from fear and slay the giant brood. Canto XV. Panchavat arrived at Panchava? S shade where sylvan life and serpents strayed, inch words like these addressed Lakshma? Of vigor unrepressed, brother, our home is here, behold the grove of which the hermit told, the bowers of Panchava? See made fair by every blooming tree. Now, brother, bend thine eyes around. With skillful glance survey the ground, here be some spot selected, best approved for gentle hermit's rest, where thou, the Maithil dame, and I may dwell while seasons sweetly fly. Some pleasant spot be chosen where pure waters gleam and trees are fair, some nook where flowers and wood are found and sacred grass and springs abound. Then Lakshma, as standing by, raised reverent hands, and made reply, 100 years shall flee, and still will I obey my brother's will, select thyself a pleasant spot. Be mine the care to rear the cot. The glorious chieftain, pleased to hear that loving speech that soothed his ear, selected with observant care a spot with every charm most fair. He stood within that calm retreat, a shade for hermit's home most meet, and thus Sumitra's son addressed, while his dear hand in his he pressed, see the smooth and lovely glade which flowery trees encircling shade. Do thou, beloved Lakshma, rear a pleasant cot to lodge us here. I see beyond that feathery brake the gleaming of a lilied lake, where flowers in sunlight glory throw fresh odors from the wave below. Agastya's words now find we true, he told the charms which here we view. Here are the trees that blossom o'er God our southmost lovely shore, whose pleasant flood from side to side with swans and geese is beautified, and fair banks crowded with the deer that steal from every covert near. The peacock's cry is loud and shrill from many a tall and lovely hill, green belted by the trees that wave full blossoms o'er the rock and cave. Like elephants whose huge fronts glow with painted streaks, the mountains show long lines of gold and silver sheen with copper's darker hues between. With every tree each hill is graced, where creepers blossom interlaced. Look where the long branches sway, and palms their fan-like leaves display. The date tree and the jack are near, and their long stems tam as rear. See the tall mango lift his head, asokas all their glory spread, the kedak her sweet buds unfold, and champaks hang their cups of gold. 450 The spot is pure and pleasant, here are multitudes of birds and deer. O Lakshma, with our father's friend what happy hours we here shall spend. He spoke, the conquering Lakshma heard, obedient to his brother's word. Raised by his toil a cottage stood to shelter Ra in the wood, of ample size, with leaves o'erlaid, of hardened earth the walls were made. The strong bamboos his hands had felled for pillars fair the roof upheld, and rafter, beam, and lath supplied well interwrought from side to side. Then 51 boughs he deftly spread and laced with knotted cord o'erhead, well thatched above from ridge to eaves with holy grass, and reed, and leaves. The mighty chief with careful toil had cleared the ground and smoothed the soil. Pg 248 Where now, his loving labor done, rose a fair home for Rahu's son. Then when his work was duly wrought, God our sweet stream he sought, bathed, plucked the lilies, and a store of fruit and berries homeward bore. Then sacrifice he duly paid, and wooed the gods their hopes to aid, and then to Ra proudly showed the cot prepared for his abode. Then Rahu's son with gazed upon the home his hands had raised, and transport thrilled his bosom through his leafy hermitage to view. The glorious son of Rahu round his brother's neck his arms enwound, and thus began his sweet address of deep-felt joy and gentleness. Well pleased am I, dear Lord, to see this noble work performed by thee. For this, all grace I can bestow, about thy neck mine arms I throw. So wise art thou, thy breast is filled with grateful thoughts, in duty skilled, our mighty Father, free from stain, in thee, his offspring, lives again. Thus spoke the prince, who lent a grace to fortune, pride of Rahu's race. Then in that spot whose pleasant shade gave store of fruit, content he stayed. With Lakshma and his faithful spouse he spent his days 'neath sheltering boughs, as happy as a god on high lives in his mansion in the sky. Canto XVI. Winter. While there the high-souled hero spent his tranquil hours in sweet content, the glowing autumn passed, and then came winter so beloved of men. One morn, to bathe, at break of day to the fair stream he took his way. Behind him, with the faithful dame bearing a pitcher Lakshma came, and as he went the mighty man thus to his brother chief began, the time is come, to thee more dear than all the months that mark the year, the gracious season's joy and pride, by which the rest are glorified. A robe of hoary rime is spread o'er earth, with corn and garlanded. The streams we love no longer please, but near the fire we take our ease. Now pious men to God and shade offer young corns fresh sprouted laid, and purge away their sins with rice bestowed in humble sacrifice. Rich stores of milk delight the swain, and hearts are cheered that long for gain. Proud kings whose breasts for conquests glow lead bannered troops to smite the foe. Dark is the north, the lord of day to Y's south 452 has turned away, and she ad widow hinds no more, reft of the bridal mark 453 she wore. Himalayas hill, ordained of old the treasure house of frost and cold, scarce conscious of the feebler glow, is truly now the Lord of Snow. Warmed by the noontide's genial rays, delightful are the glorious days, but how we shudder at the chill of evening shadows and the rill. How weak the sun, how cold the breeze, how white the rime on grass and trees. The leaves are sere, the woods have lost their blossoms, killed by nipping frost. 'Neath open skies we sleep no more, December's nights with rime are hoar. Their triple watch for 54 inches length extends, with ours the shortened daylight lens. No more the moon's sun-borrowed rays are bright, involved in misty haze, as when upon the mirror's sheen the breath's obscuring cloud is seen. E'en at the full the faint beams fail to struggle through the darksome veil, changed like her hue, they want the grace that parts not yet from S.'s face. Cold is the western wind, but how its piercing chill is heightened now, blowing at early morning twice as furious with its breath of ice. See how the dewy tears they weet the barley, wheat, and woodland steep, where, as the sun goes up the sky, the curlew and the s cry. See where the rice plants scarce uphold their full ears tinged with paly gold, bending their ripe heads slowly down, fair as the date tree's flowery crown. Though now the sun has mounted high, seeking the forehead of the sky, such mist obscures his struggling beams, no bigger than the moon he seems. Though weak at first, his rays at length grow pleasant in their noonday strength, and where a while they chance to fall, fling a faint splendor over all. PG 249c, o'er the woods where grass is wet with hoary drops that cling there yet, with soft light clothing earth and bough, there steals a tender glory now. Yon elephant who longs to drink, still standing on the river's brink, plucks back his trunk in shivering haste from the cold wave he fain would taste. The very fowl that haunt the mere stand doubtful on the bank, and fear to dip them in the wintry wave, as cowards dread to meet the brave. The frost of night, the rime of dawn bind flowerless trees and glades of lawn, benumbed in apathetic chill of icy chains they slumber still. You hear the hidden s cry from floods that wrapped in vapor lie, and frostly shining sands reveal where the unnoticed rivers steal. The hoary rime of dewy night, and suns that glow with tempered light, lend fresh cool flavors to the rill that sparkles from the topmost hill. The cold has killed the lily's pride, leaf, filament, and flower have died, with chilling breath rude winds have blown, the withered stalk is left alone. At this gay time, O noblest chief, the faithful Bharat, worn by grief, lives in the royal town, where he spends weary hours for love of thee. From titles, honor, kingly sway, from every joy he turns away, couched on cold earth, his days are passed with scanty fare and hermit's fast. This moment from his humble bed he lifts, perhaps, his weary head, and girt by many a follower goes to bathe where silver Sarj flows. How, when the frosty morn is dim, shall Sarj be a bath for him, nursed with all love and tender care, so delicate and young and fair? How bright his hue! His brilliant eye with the broad lotus leaf may vie. By fortune stamped for happy fate, his graceful form is tall and straight. In duty skilled, his words are truth, he proudly rules each lust of youth. Though his strong arm smites down the foe, in gentle speech his accents flow. Yet every joy has he resigned, and cleaves to thee with heart and mind. Thus by the deeds that he has done a name in heaven has Bharat won, for in his life he follows yet thy steps, O banished anchoret. Thus faithful Bharat, nobly wise, the proverb of the world belies, no men, by mother's guidance led, the footsteps of their fathers tread. How could Kaki bless to be spouse of the king our sire, and see a son like virtuous Bharat, blot her glory with so foul a plot? Thus in fraternal love he spoke, and from his lips reproaches broke, but Ara grieved to hear him chide the absent mother, and replied, Cease, O beloved, cease to blame our royal father's second dame. Still speak of Bharat first in place of old Ikshvu's princely race. My heart, so family bent but now to dwell in woods and keep my vow, half melting as I hear thee speak of Bharat's love, grows soft and weak, with tender joy I bring to mind his speeches ever sweet and kind, that dear as Amrit took the sense with most enchanting influence. Ah, when shall I, no more to part, meet bard of the mighty heart? When, O my brother, when shall we the good and brave Satruna see? Thus as he poured his fond lament the son of Rahu onward went. They reached the river, and the three bathed them in fair God. Our libations of the stream they paid to every deity and shade, with hymns of praise, the sun on high and sinless gods to glorify. Fresh from the purifying tide resplendent Ra came, with Lakshma ever by his side, and the sweet Maithil dame. So Rudra shines by worlds adored, in glory undefiled, when Nandi 455 stands beside his lord, and King Himaya's child 456 Canto XVIIs panic the bathing and the prayer were o'er. He turned him from the grassy shore, and with his brother and his spouse sought his fair home beneath the boughs. And Lakshma? By his side, onto his cot the hero hied, and after rites at morning dew within the leafy shade withdrew. PG 250 Then, honored by the devotees, as royal Ra sat at ease, with S near him, o'er his head a canopy of green boughs spread, he shone as shines the lord of night by Chitra S 457 side, his dear delight. With Lakshma? There he sat and told sweet stories of the days of old, and as the pleasant time he spent with heart upon each tale intent, a giantess, by fancy led, came wandering to his leafy shed. Fierce Espa? Acker of yore the ten-necked tyrant's mother bore, saw Ra with his noble mien bright as the gods in heaven are seen. Him from whose brow a glory gleamed, like lotus leaves his full eyes beamed, long-armed, of elephantine gait, with hair close coiled in hermit plait, in youthful vigour, nobly framed, by glorious marks a king proclaimed, like some bright lotus lustrous-hued, with young Kandarpa's 458 grace endued, as there like Indra's self he shone, she loved the youth she gazed upon. She grim of eye and foul of face loved his sweet glance and forehead's grace, she of unlovely figure, him of stately form and shapely limb, she whose dim locks disordered hung, him whose bright hair on high brows clung, she whose fierce accents counselled fear, him whose soft tones were sweet to hear, she whose dire form with age was dried, him radiant in his youthful pride, she whose false lips maintained the wrong, him in the words of virtue strong, she cruel-hearted, stained with sin, him just in deed and pure within. She, hideous fiend, a thing to hate, him formed each eye to captivate, fierce passion in her bosom woke, and thus to Rahu's son she spoke, with matted hair above thy brows, with bow and shaft and this thy spouse, how hast thou sought in hermit dress the giant-haunted wilderness? What dost thou here? The cause explain, why art thou come, and what to gain? As Espa? Questioned so, Ra, the terror of the foe, in answer to the monster's call, with fearless candor told her all. King Dasaratha reigned of old, like God celestial brave and bold. I am his eldest son and heir, and Ra is the name I bear. This brother, Lakshma, younger born, most faithful love to me has sworn. My wife, this princess, dear to fame, is Sit the Vidhan dame. Obedient to my sire's behest and by the queen my mother pressed, to keep the law and merit win, I sought this wood to harbour in. But speak, for I of thee in turn thy name, and race, and sire would learn. Thou art of giant race, I ween, changing at will thy form and mien. Speak truly, and the cause declare that bids thee to these shades repair. Thus Ra spoke, the demon heard, and thus replied by passion spurred, of giant race, what form soe'er my fancy wills, 'tis mine to wear. Named Espa? Here I stray, and where I walk spread wild dismay. King Ra is my brother, fame has taught perchance his dreaded name, strong come hawker? A slumbering deep in chains of never-ending sleep, Vibha? Of the duteous mind, in needs unlike his giant kind, Diha? And Kara, brave and bold whose fame by every tongue is told, their might by mine is far surpassed. But when, O best of men, I cast these fond eyes on thy form, I see my chosen love and lord in thee. Endowed with wondrous might am I, where'er my fancy leads I fly. The poor misshapen leave, and me, thy worthier bride receive. Look on my beauty, and prefer a spouse more meet than one like her. I'll eat that ill-formed woman there, thy brother to her fate shall share. But come, beloved, thou shalt roam with me through all our woodland home. Each varied grove with me shalt seek, and gaze upon each mountain peak. As thus she spoke, the monster gazed with sparkling eyes where passion blazed. Then he, in lore of language learned, this answer eloquent returned, Canto XVII. The mutilation. On her ensnared in K's net his eyes the royal RA set, PG 251, and thus, her passion to beguile, addressed her with a gentle smile, I have a wife, behold her here, my S ever true and dear, and one like thee will never brook upon a rival spouse to look. But there my brother Lakshma stands, unchained as he by nuptial bands, a youth heroic, loved of all, gracious and gallant, fair and tall. With winning looks, most noblly bred, unmatched till now, he longs to wed. Meet to enjoy thy youthful charms, oh take him to thy loving arms. Enamored on his bosom lie, fair damsel of the radiant eye, as the warm sunlight loves to rest upon her darling Maru's breast. The hero spoke, the monster heard, while passion still her bosom stirred. Away from our A's side she broke, and thus in turn to Lakshma spoke, come, for thy bride take me who shine in fairest grace that suits with thine. Thou by my side from grove to grove of Dal? Acts wild in bliss shalt rove. Then Lakshma, skilled in soft address, wooed by the amorous giantess, with art to turn her love aside, to Espa? Ak thus replied, and can so high a dame agree the slave wife of a slave to be? I, lotus-hued, in good and ill am bondsman to my brother's will. Be thou, fair creature radiant-eyed, my honored brother's younger bride, with faultless tint and dainty limb, a happy wife, bring joy to him. He from his spouse grown old and grey, deformed, untrue, will turn away, her withered charms will gladly leave, and to his fair young darling cleave. For who could be so fond and blind, O loveliest of all female kind, to love another dame and slight thy beauty's rich in all delight? Thus Lakshma praised in scornful jest the long-toothed fiend with loathly breast, who fondly heard his speech, nor knew his mocking words were aught but true. Again inflamed with love she fled to Ra, in his leafy shed whereas rested by his side, and to the mighty victor cried, What, Ra, canst thou blindly cling to this old false misshapen thing? Wilt thou refuse the charms of youth for withered breast and grinning tooth? Canst thou this wretched creature prize and look on me with scornful eyes? This aged crone this very hour before thy face will I devour, then joyous, from all rivals free, through Dal? Ak will I stray with thee. She spoke, and with a glance of flame rushed on the fawn-eyed Maythil dame, so would a horrid meteor mar fair Rohi, as soft beaming star. But as the furious fiend drew near, like death's dire noose which chills with fear, the mighty chief her purpose stayed, and spoke, his brother to upbraid, ne'er should we jest with creatures rude, of savage race and wrathful mood. Think, Lakshma, think how nearly slain my dear Vidhan breathes again. Let not the hideous wretch escape without a mark to mar her shape. Strike, lord of men, the monstrous fiend, deformed, and foul, and evil mind. He spoke, then Lakshma, as wrath rose high, and there before his brother's eye, he drew that sword which none could stay, and cleft her nose and ears away. Noseless and earless, torn and maimed, with fearful shrieks the fiend exclaimed, and frantic in her wild distress resought the distant wilderness. Deformed, terrific, huge, and dread, as on she moved, her gashes bled, and groan succeeded groan as loud as roars, ere rain, the thundercloud. Still on the fearful monster passed, while streams of blood kept falling fast, and with a roar, and arms outspread within the boundless wood she fled. To Janas the monster flew. Fierce Kara there she found, with chieftains of the giant crew and thousands ranged around. Before his awful feet she bent and fell with piercing cries, as when a bolt in swift descent comes flashing from the skies. There for a while with senses dazed silent she lay and scared, At length her drooping head she raised, and all the tale declared, how Lakshma and the dame had reached that lonely place, then told her injuries and shame, and showed her bleeding face. Canto XIX. The rousing of Kara. When Kara saw his sister lie with blood-stained limbs and troubled eye, pg 252 wild fury in his bosom woke, and thus the monstrous giant spoke. Arise, my sister. Cast away this numbing terror and dismay, and straight the impious hand declare that marred those features once so fair. For who his fingertip will lay on the black snake in childish play, and unattacked, with idle stroke his poison-laden fang provoke? Ill-fated fool, he little knows death's noose around his neck he throws, who rashly met thee, and a draught of life-destroying poison quaffed. Strong, fierce as death, 'twas thine to choose thy way at will, each shape to use. In power and might like one of us, what hand has maimed and marred thee thus? What god or fiend this deed has wrought? What bard or sage of lofty thought was armed with power supremely great thy form to mar and mutilate? In all the world not one I see would dare a deed to anger me, not Indra's self, the thousand-eyed, beneath whose hand fierce Pa 459 died. My life-destroying darts this day his guilty breath shall rend away, e'en as the thirsty wild swan drains each milk drop that the wave retains. Whose blood in foaming streams shall burst o'er the dry ground which lies athirst, when by my shafts transfixed and slain he falls upon the battle-plain. From whose dead corpse shall birds of air the mangled flesh and sinews tear, and in their gory feast delight, when I have slain him in the fight. Not god or bard or wandering ghost, no giant of our mighty host shall step between us, or avail to save the wretch when I assail. Collect each scattered sense, recall thy troubled thoughts, and tell me all. What wretch attacked thee in the way, and quelled thee in victorious fray? His breast with burning fury fired, thus Kara of the fiend inquired, and then with many a tear and sigh thus Espa? Ak made reply, 'Tis Dasaratha's sons, a pair strong, resolute, and young, and fair, in coats of dark and black dirt's hide, and like the radiant lotus-eyed, on berries root and fruit they feed, and lives of saintly virtue lead, with ordered senses undefiled. Ra and Lakshma? Are they styled? Fair as the minstrel's king 460 are they, and stamped with signs of regal sway. I know not if the heroes trace their line from gods or Diav 461 race. There by these wondering eyes between the noble youths a dame was seen, fair, blooming, young, with dainty waist, and all her bride apparel graced. For her with ready heart and mind the royal pair their strength combined, and brought me to this last distress, like some lost woman, comfortless. Perfidious wretch! My soul is fain her foaming blood and theirs to drain. Oh, let me head the vengeful fight, and with this hand my murderer smite. Come, brother, hasten to fulfill this longing of my eager will. On to the battle! Let me drink their lifeblood as to earth they sink. Then Kara, by his sister pressed, inflamed with fury, gave his hest to twice 7 giants of his crew, fierce as the god of death to view, 2 men equipped with arms, who wear deerskin and bark and matted hair, leading a beauteous dame, have strayed to the wild gloom of Da. Axe shade. These men, this cursed woman slay, and hasten back without delay, that this my sister's lips may be red with the lifeblood of the 3 giants. My wounded sister longs to take this vengeance for her wrongs. With speed her dearest wish fulfill, and with your might these creatures kill. Soon as your matchless strength shall lay these brothers dead in battle fray, she in triumphant joy will laugh, and their hearts' blood delighted quaff. The giants heard the words he said, and forthwith Espa? Ak sped, as mighty clouds in autumn fly urged by the wind along the sky. Canto XX. The giant's death. Fierce Espa? Ak with her train to Ra's dwelling came again, and to the eager giants showed where us and the youth's abode. Within the leafy cot they spied the hero by his consort's side, and faithful Lakshma, ready still to wait upon his brother's will. pg 253 Then noble Ra raised his eye and saw the giants standing nigh, and then, as nearer still they pressed, His glorious brother thus addressed, "Be thine a while, my brother dear, to watch o'er us safety here, and I will slay these creatures who the footsteps of my spouse pursue." He spoke, and reverent Lakshma heard submissive to his brother's word. The son of Rahu, virtuous-souled, strung his great bow adorned with gold, and, with the weapon in his hand, addressed him to the giant band, "Arya and Lakshma? We, who spring from Dasaratha, mighty king. We dwell a while with us here in Dal? Ak forest wild and drear. On woodland root and fruit we feed, and lives of strictest rule we lead. Say why would ye our lives oppress who sojourn in the wilderness? Sent hither by the hermit's prayer with bow and darts unused to spare, for vengeance am I come to slay your sinful band in battle fray. Rest as ye are, remain content, nor try the battle's dire event. Unless your offered lives ye spurn, O rovers of the night, return." They listened while the hero spoke, and fury in each breast awoke. The Bear manslayers raised on high their mighty spears and made reply. They spoke with eyes aglow with ire, while our eyes burned with vengeful tire, and answered thus, in fury wild, that peerless chief whose tones were mild: "Nay, thou hast angered, overbold, Kara our lord, the mighty souled, and for thy sin, in battle strife shalt yield to us thy forfeit life. No power hast thou alone to stand against the numbers of our band. 'Twere vain to match thy single might against us in the front of fight. When we equipped for fight advance with brandished pike and mace and lance, thou, vanquish in the desperate field, thy bow, thy strength, thy life shalt yield." With bitter words and threatening mien thus furious spoke the fierce 14, and raising scimitar and spear on Ra rushed in wild career. Their levelled spears the giant crew against the matchless hero threw. His bow the son of Rahu bent, and twice 7 shafts to meet them sent, and every javelin sundered fell by the bright darts he aimed so well. The hero saw, his anger grew to fury, from his side he drew fresh sun-bright arrows pointed keen, in number, like his foes, 14. His bow he grasped, the string he drew, and gazing on the giant crew, as Indra casts the levin, so shot forth his arrows at the foe. The hurtling arrows, stained with gore, through the fiend's breasts a passage tore, and in the earth lay buried deep as serpents through an ant-hill creep like trees uptorn by a stormy blast. The shattered fiends to earth were cast, and there with mangled bodies they, bathed in their blood and breathless, lay. With fainting heart and furious eye the demon saw her champions die. With drying wounds that scarcely bled, back to her brother's home she fled. Oppressed with pain, with loud lament at Kara's feet the monster bent. There like a plant when slowly come the trickling drops of oozy gum, with her grim features pale with pain she poured her tears in ceaseless rain. There rooted Espa lay, and told her brother all, the issue of the bloody fray, her giant champion's fall. Canto XXI. The rousing of Kara. Low in the dust he saw her lie, and Kara's wrath grew fierce and high. Aloud he cried to her who came disgracefully with baffled aim, "I sent with thee at thy request the bravest of my giants, best of all who feed upon the slain, why art thou weeping here again? Still to their master's interest true, my faithful, noble, loyal crew, though slaughtered in the bloody fray, would yet their monarch's word obey. Now I, my sister, fain would know the cause of this thy fear and woe, why like a snake thou writhest there, calling for aid in wild despair. Nay, lie not thus in lowly guise, cast off thy weakness and arise." With soothing words the giant chief assuaged the fury of her grief. Her weeping eyes she slowly dried, and to her brother thus replied, "I sought thee in my shame and fear, with severed nose and mangled ear, my gashes like a river bled, I sought thee and was comforted." PG 254. Those twice 7 giants, brave and strong, thou sentest to avenge the wrong, to lay the savage Ra low, and Lakshma? Who misused me so? But the shafts of Ra through the bodies of my champions flew, though madly fierce their spears they plied, beneath his conquering might they died. I saw them, famed for strength and speed, I saw my heroes fall and bleed, great trembling seized my every limb at the great deed achieved by him. In trouble, horror, doubt, and dread, again to thee for help I fled. While terror haunts my troubled sight, I seek thee, rover of the night. And canst thou not thy sister free from this wide waste of troublous sea whose sharks are doubt and terror, where each wreathing wave is dark despair? Low lie on earth thy giant train by ruthless Ra's arrows slain, and all the mighty demons, fed on blood, who followed me are dead. Now if within thy breast may be pity for them and love for me, if thou, O rover of the night, have valor and with him can fight, subdue the giant's cruel foe who dwells where dark axe thickets grow. But if thine arm in vain essay this queller of his foes to slay, now surely here before thine eyes, wronged and ashamed thy sister dies. Too well, alas, too well I see that, strong in war as thou mayst be, thou canst not in the battle stand when Ra meets thee hand to hand. Go forth, thou hero but in name, assuming might thou canst not claim. Call friend and kin, no longer stay, away from Janasth, away. Shame of thy race! The weak alone beneath thine arm may sink o'erthrown, fly Ra and his brother, they are men too strong for thee to slay. How canst thou hope, O weak and base, to make this grove thy dwelling place? With Ra's might unmeet to vie, O our master thou wilt quickly die. A hero strong and valorous deed is Ra, Dasaratha's seed, and scarce of weaker might than he his brother chief who mangled me. Thus wept and wailed in deep distress the grim misshapen giantess, before her brother's feet she lay overwhelmed with grief, and swooned away. Canto XXII. Kara's wrath. Roused by the taunting words she spoke, the mighty Kara's wrath awoke, and there, while giants girt him round, in these fierce words an utterance found: I cannot, peerless one, contain mine anger at this high disdain, galling as salt wind sprinkled o'er the rawness of a bleeding sore. Range little count I hold, weak man whose days are quickly told. The caitiff with his life today for all his evil deeds shall pay. Dry, sister, dry each needless tear, stint thy lament and banish fear, for Ra and his brother go this day to Y's realm below. My warrior's axe shall stretch him slain, ere set of sun, upon the plain, then shall thy sated lips be red with his warm blood in torrents shed. As Kara's speech the demon heard, with sudden joy her heart was stirred, she fondly praised him as the boast and glory of the giant host. First moved to ire by taunts and stings, now soothed by gentle flatterings, to Diha, who his armies led, the demon Kara spoke, and said, Friend, from the host of giants call full 14,000, best of all, slaves of my will, of fearful might, who never turn their backs in fight, fiends who rejoice to slay and mar, dark as the clouds of autumn are, make ready quickly, O my friend, my chariot and the bows I bend. My swords, my shafts of brilliant sheen, my divers lances long and keen. On to the battle will I lead these heroes of Palastia's seed, and thus, O famed for warlike skill, Ra my wicked foeman kill. He spoke, and ere his speech was done, his chariot glittering like the sun, yoked and announced, by Dihan's care, with dappled steeds was ready there. High as a peak from Meru rent it burned with golden ornament, the pole of lazulite, of gold were the bright wheels whereon it rolled. With golden moonstone blazoned o'er, fish, flowers, trees, rocks, the panels bore. Auspicious birds embossed thereon, and stars and costly emblems shone. O'er flashing swords his banner hung, and sweet bells, ever tinkling, swung. PG 255 That mighty host with sword and shield and oar was ready for the field, and Kara saw, and Dihan cried, Forth to the fight, ye giants, ride. Then banners waved, and shield and sword flashed as the host obeyed its lord. From Janasth they sallied out with eager speed, and din, and shout, armed with the mace for close attacks, the bill, the spear, the battle-axe, steel quoit and club that flashed afar, huge bow and sword and scimitar, the dart to pierce, the bolt to strike, the murderous bludgeon, lance, and pike. So forth from Janasth, intent on Kara's will, the monsters went. He saw their awful march, not far behind the host he drove his car. Where of his master's will, To speed the driver urged each gold-decked steed. Then forth the warriors' coursers sprang, and with tumultuous murmur rang each distant quarter of the sky and realms that intermediate lie. High and more high within his breast his pride triumphant rose, while terrible as death he pressed onward to slay his foes. More swiftly yet, as on they fled, he cried in thundering tones loud as a cloud that overhead hails down a flood of stones. Canto XXIII. The Omens. As forth upon its errand went that huge ferocious armament, an awful cloud, in dust and gloom, with threatening thunders from its womb poured in sad augury a flood of rushing water mixed with blood. The monarch's steeds, though strong and fleet, stumbled and fell, and yet their feet passed o'er the bed of flowers that lay fresh gathered on the royal way. No gleam of sunlight struggled through the sombre pall of midnight hue, edged with a line of bloody red, like whirling torches overhead. A vulture, fierce, of mighty size, terrific with his cruel eyes, perched on the staff enriched with gold, whence hung the flag in many a fold. Each ravening bird, each beast of prey where Genasth's wild thickets lay, rose with the long discordant cry and gathered as the host went by. And from the south long, wild, and shrill, came spirit voices boding ill. Like elephants in frantic mood, vast clouds terrific, sable-hued, hid all the sky where'er they bore their load of water mixed with gore. Above, below, around were spread thick shades of darkness strange and dread, nor could the wilder glance descry a point or quarter of the sky. Then came o'er heaven a sanguine hue, though evening's flush not yet was due, while each ill-omened bird that flies assailed the king with harshest cries. There screamed the vulture and the crane, and the loud jackal shrieked again. Each hideous thing that bodes a right disaster in the coming fight, with gaping mouth that hissed and flamed, the ruin of the host proclaimed. Eclipse untimely reft away the brightness of the Lord of Day, and near his side was seen to glow a mace-like comet boding woe. Then while the sun was lost to view a mighty wind arose and blew, and stars like fireflies shed their light, nor waited for the distant night. The lilies drooped, the brooks were dried, the fish and birds that swam them died, and every tree that was so fair with flower and fruit was stripped and bare. The wild wind ceased, yet, raised on high, dark clouds of dust involved the sky. In doleful twitter long sustained the restless Essex 462 complained, and from the heavens with flash and flame terrific meteors roaring came. Earth to her deep foundation shook with rock and tree and plain and brook, as Kara with triumphant shout, borne in his chariot, sallied out. His left arm throbbed, he knew full well that omen, and his visage fell. Each awful sign the giant viewed, and sudden terrors his eye bedewed. Care on his brow sat chill and black, yet mad with wrath he turned not back. Upon each fearful sight that raised the shuddering hair the chieftain gazed, and laughing in his senseless pride thus to his giant legions cried, by sense of mightiest strength upborne, these feeble signs I laugh to scorn. I could bring down the stars that shine in heaven with these keen shafts of mine. Impelled by warlike fury I could cause e'en death himself to die. PG 256 I will not seek my home again until my pointed shafts have slain this Rahu's son so fierce in pride, and Lakshma? By his brother's side. And she, my sister, she for whom these sons of Rahu meet their doom, she with delighted lips shall drain the lifeblood of her foeman slain. Fear not for me, I ne'er have known defeat, in battle overthrown. Fear not for me, O giants. True are the proud words I speak to you. The King of gods who rules on high, if while thereat bore him nigh, should fall before me bolt in hand, and shall these two my wrath withstand? He ended, and the giant host who heard their chief's triumphant boast, rejoiced with equal pride elate, entangled in the noose of fate. Then met on high in bright array, with eyes that longed to see the fray, god and Gandharva, sage and saint, with beings pure from earthly taint. Blessed for good works aforetime wrought, thus each to other spake his thought, now joy to be our man's, joy to kine, and all whom world count half divine. May Rahu's offspring slain fight Pulastia's sons who roam by night. In words like these and more, the best of high-souled saints their hopes expressed, bending their eager eyes from where car-borne with gods they rode in air. Beneath them stretching far, they viewed the giants' death-doomed multitude. They saw where, urged with fury, far before the host rolled Kara's car, and close beside their leader came 12 giant peers of might and fame. 4 other chiefs, 463 before the rest behind their leader Diha pressed. Impetuous, cruel, dark, and dread, all thirsting for the fray, the hosts of giant warriors sped onward upon their way. With eager speed they reached the spot where dwelt the princely two, like planets in a league to blot the sun and moon from view. Canto XXIV. The host in sight. While Kara, urged by valiant rage, drew near that little hermitage, those wondrous signs in earth and sky smote on each prince's watchful eye. When Ra saw those signs of woe fraught with destruction to the foe, with bold impatience scarce repressed his brother chief he thus addressed, "These fearful signs, my brother bold, which threaten all our foes, behold, all laden, as they strike the view, with ruin to the fiendish crew. The angry clouds are gathering fast, their skirts with dusty gloom o'ercast, and harsh with loud-voiced thunder, rain thick drops of blood upon the plain. See, burning for the coming fight, my shafts with wreaths of smoke are white, and my great bow embossed with gold throbs eager for the master's hold. Each bird that through the forest flies sends out its melancholy cries. All signs foretell the dangerous strife, the jeopardy of limb and life. Each sight, each sound gives warning clear that foemen meet and death is near. But courage, valiant brother! Well the throbbings of mine arm foretell that ruin waits the hostile powers, and triumph in the fight is ours. I hail the welcome omen, thou art bright of face and clear of brow. For Lakshma? When the eye can trace a cloud upon the warrior's face stealing the cheerful light away, his life is doomed in battle fray. List, brother, to that awful cry, with shout and roar the fiends draw nigh. With thundering beat of many a drum the savage-hearted giants come. The wise who values safety know to meet, prepared, the coming blow, in paths of prudence trained aright they watch the stroke before it smite. Take thou thine arrows and thy bow, and with the faithful lady go for shelter to the mountain cave where thickest trees their branches wave. I will not have thee, Lakshma? Say one word in answer, but obey. By all thy honor for these feet of mine, dear brother, I entreat. Thy warlike arm, I know could smite to death these rovers of the night. But I this day would fight alone till all the fiends be overthrown. PG 257 He spake, and Lakshma answered not, his arrows and his bow he brought, and then with following hied for shelter to the mountain side. As Lakshma and the lady through the forest to the cave withdrew, "'Tis well," cried Ra. Then he braced his coat of mail around his waist. When, bright as blazing fire, upon his mighty limbs that armor shone, the hero stood like some great light uprising in the dark of night. His dreadful shafts were by his side. His trusty bow he bent and plied, prepared he stood, the bowstring rang, filling the welkin with the clang. The high-souled gods together drew the wonder of the fight to view, the saints made free from spot and stain, and bright Gandharva's heavenly train. Each glorious sage the assembly sought, each saint divine of loftiest thought, and filled with zeal for Ra's sake. Thus they whose deeds were holy spake, "Now be it well with Brahmans, now well with the worlds and every cow. Let Ra in the deadly fray the fiends who walk in darkness slay, as he who bears the discus 464 slew the chieftains of the Asur crew." Then each with anxious glances viewed his fellow and his speech renewed, "There twice 7,000 giants stand with impious heart and cruel hand, here Ra stands, by virtue known, how can the hero fight alone?" Thus royal sage and Brahman saint, spirit, and virtue free from taint, and all the gods of heaven who rode on golden cars, their longing showed. Their hearts with doubt and terror rent, they saw the giants' armament, and Ra clothed in warrior might, forth standing in the front of fight. Lord of the arm no toil might tire, he stood majestic in his ire, matchless in form as Rudra 465 when his wrath is fierce on gods or men. While gods and saints in close array held converse of the coming fray, the army of the fiends drew near with sight and sound that counselled fear. Long, loud and deep their war cry pealed, as on they rushed with flag and shield, each, of his proper valour proud, urging to fight the demon crowd. His ponderous bow each warrior tried, and swelled his bulk with martial pride. Mid shout and roar and trampling feet, and thunder of the drums they beat, loud and more loud the tumult went throughout the forest's vast extent, and all the life that moved within the woodland trembled at the din. In eager haste all fled to find some tranquil spot, nor looked behind. With every arm of war supplied, on rushing wildly like the tide of some deep sea, the giant host approached where Ra kept his post. Then he, in battle skilled and tried, bent his keen eye on every side, and viewed the host of Kara face to face before his dwelling place. He drew his arrows forth, and reared and strained that bow which foemen feared, and yielded to the vengeful sway of fierce desire that host to slay. Terrific as the ruinous fire that ends the worlds, he glowed in ire, and his tremendous form dismayed the gods who roamed the forest shade. For in the furious wrath that glowed within his soul the hero showed like Siva when his angry might stayed Daksha's sacrificial rite 466 like some great cloud at dawn of day when first the sun upsprings, and o'er the gloomy mass each ray a golden radiance flings. Thus show the children of the night, whose mail and chariots threw, with gleam of bows and armlets bright, flashes of flamy hue. Canto XXV. The Battle. When Kara with the hosts he led drew near to Ra's leafy shed, he saw that queller of the foe stand ready with his ordered bow. He saw, and burning at the view his clanging bow he raised and drew, and bade his driver urge apace his car to meet him face to face. Obedient to his master's hest his eager steeds the driver pressed on to the spot where, none to aid, the strong-armed chief his weapon swayed. Soon as the children of the night saw Kara rushing to the fight, PG 258 his lords with loud unearthly cry followed their chief and gathered nigh. As in his car the leader rode with all his lords around, he showed like the red planet fiery Mars surrounded by the lesser stars. Then with a horrid yell that rent the air, the giant chieftain sent 1,000 darts in rapid shower on Ra matchless in his power. The rovers of the night, impelled by fiery rage which naught withheld, upon the unconquered prince, who strained his fearful bow, their arrows rained. With sword and club, with mace and pike, with spear and axe to pierce and strike, those furious fiends on every side the unconquerable hero plied. The giant legions huge and strong, like clouds the tempest drives along, rushed upon Ra with the speed of whirling car, and mounted steed, and hill-like elephant, to slay the matchless prince in battle fray. Then upon Ra thick and fast the rain of mortal steel they cast, as labouring clouds their torrents shed upon the mountain monarch's 467 head. As near and nearer round him drew the warriors of the giant crew, he showed like Siva girt by all his spirits when night's shadows fall. As the great deep receives each rill and river rushing from the hill, he bore that flood of darts, and broke with well-aimed shaft each murderous stroke. By stress of arrowy storm assailed, and wounded sore, he never failed, like some high mountain which defies the red bolts flashing from the skies. With ruddy streams each limb was dyed from gaping wounds in breast and side, showing the hero like the sun mid crimson clouds ere day is done. Then, at that sight of terror, faint grew god, Gandharva, sage, and saint, trembling to see the prince oppose his single might to myriad foes. But waxing wroth, with force unspent, he strained his bow to utmost bent, and forth his arrows keen and true in hundreds, yea in thousands flew, shafts none could ward, and none endure, death's fatal noose was scarce so sure. As 'twere in playful ease he shot his gilded shafts, and rested not. With swiftest flight and truest aim upon the giant hosts they came. Each smote, each stayed a foeman's breath as fatal as the coil of death. Each arrow through a giant tore a passage, and besmeared with gore, pursued its onward way and through the air with flamy brilliance flew. Unnumbered were the arrows sent from the great bow which Ra bent, and every shaft with iron head the lifeblood of a giant shed. Their pennon bows were cleft, nor mail nor shield of hide could aught avail. For Ra's myriad arrows tore through arms, and bracelets which they wore, and severed mighty warriors' thighs like trunks of elephants in size, and cut resistless passage sheer through gold-decked horse and charioteer, slew elephant and rider, slew the horsemen and the charger too, and infantry unnumbered sent to dwell 'neath Ra's government. Then rose on high a fearful yell of rovers of the night, who fell beneath that iron torrent, sore wounded by shafts that rent and tore. So mangled by the ceaseless storm of shafts of every kind and form, such joy they found, as forests feel when scorched by flame, from Ra's steel. The mightiest still the fight maintained, and furious upon Ra rained dart, arrow, spear, with wild attacks of mace, and club, and battle-axe. But the great chief, unconquered yet, their weapons with his arrows met, which severed many a giant's head, and all the plain with corpses spread. With sundered bow and shattered shield headless they sank upon the field, as the tall trees, that felt the blast of Geru's wing, to earth were cast. The giants left unslaughtered there were filled with terror and despair, and to their leader Kara fled faint, wounded, and discomfited. These fiery Deha strove to cheer, and poised his bow to calm their fear. Then fierce as he who rules the dead, when wrath, on angered Ra sped. By Deha cheered, the demons cast their dread aside and rallied fast with rocks, palm trees in their hands with nooses, maces, pikes, and brands. Again upon the godlike man the mighty fiends infuriate ran, these casting rocks like hail, and these a whelming shower of leafy trees. Wild, wondrous fight, the eye to scare, and raise on end each shuddering hair. PG 259. As with the fiends who love to rove by night heroic Ra strove. The giants in their fury plied Ra with darts on every side. Then, by the gathering demons pressed from north and south and east and west, by showers of deadly darts assailed from every quarter fiercely hailed, girt by the foes who swarmed around, he raised a mighty shout whose sound struck terror. On the giant crew his great Gantar before 68 arrow flew. 1,000 mortal shafts were rained from the orbed bow the hero strained, till east and west and south and north were filled with arrows volleyed forth. They heard the fearful shout, they saw his mighty hand the bowstring draw, yet could no wounded giant's eye see the swift storm of arrows fly. Still firm the warrior stood and cast his deadly missiles thick and fast. Dark grew the air with arrowy hail which hid the sun as with a veil. Fiends wounded, fallen, slain, all in a moment, spread the plain, and thousands scarce alive were left mangled, and gashed, and torn, and cleft. Dire was the sight, the plain o'erspread with trophies of the mangled dead. There lay, by Ra's missiles rent, full many a priceless ornament, with severed limb and broken gem, hauberk and helm and diadem. There lay the shattered car, the steed, the elephant of noblest breed, the splintered spear, the shivered mace, churse and screens to shade the face. The giants saw with bitterest pain their warriors weltering on the plain, nor dared again his might oppose who scourged the cities of his foes. Canto XXVI Deha's death. When Deha saw his giant band slaughtered by Ra's conquering hand, he called 5,000 fiends, and gave his orders. Bravest of the brave, invincible, of furious might, ne'er had they turned their backs in flight. They, as their leader bade them seize spears, swords, and clubs, and rocks, and trees, poured on the dauntless prince again a ceaseless shower of deadly rain. The virtuous Ra, undismayed, their missiles with his arrows stayed, and weakened, ere it fell, the shock of that dire hail of tree and rock, and like a bull with eyelids closed, the pelting of the storm opposed. Then blazed his ire, he longed to smite to earth the rovers of the night. The wrath that o'er his spirit came clothed him with splendor as of flame, while showers of mortal darts he poured fierce on the giants and their lord. Deha? The foeman's dusky dread, by frenzied rage inspirited, on Rahu's son his missiles cast like Indra's bolts which rend and blast. But Ra with the trenchant dart cleft Deha? ponderous bow apart. And then the gold-decked steeds who drew the chariot, with 4 shafts he slew. One crescent dart he aimed which shred clean from his neck the driver's head. 3 more with deadly skill addressed stood quivering in the giant's breast. Hurled from his car, steeds, driver slain, the bow he trusted cleft in twain. He seized his mace, strong, heavy, dread, high as a mountain's towering head. With plates of gold adorned and bound, embattled gods it crushed and ground. Its iron spikes yet bore the stains of mangled foemen's blood and brains. Its heavy mass of jagged steel was like a thunderbolt to feel. It shattered, as on foes it fell, the city where the senses dwell. 469 Fierce Deha seized that ponderous mace like monstrous form of serpent race, and all his savage soul aglow with fury, rushed upon the foe. But Rahu's son took steady aim, and as the rushing giant came, sure with 2 shafts the arms whereon the demon's glittering bracelets shone. His arm at each huge shoulder lopped, the mighty body reeled and dropped, and the great mace to earth was thrown like Indra's staff when storms have blown. As some vast elephant who lies shorn of his tusks, and bleeding dies, so, when his arms were rent away, low on the ground the giant lay. The spirits saw the monster die, and loudly rang their joyful cry, "Honor to Ra! Nobly done! Well hast thou fought, Kakut's the son." PG 260 But the great 3, the host who led, enraged to see their chieftain dead, as though death's toils were round them cast, rushed upon Ra fierce and fast. Ma'apa seized, to strike his foeman down, a ponderous pike, St. Shah charged with spear to fling, Pram high with his axe to swing. When Ra saw, with keen darts he received the onset of the 3, as calm as though he hailed a guest in each, who came for shade and rest. Ma'apa's monstrous head fell with a trenchant dart he sped. His good right hand in battle skilled, St. Shah's eyes with arrows filled, and trusting still his ready bow he laid the fierce Pram high low, who sank as some tall tree falls down with bough and branch and leafy crown. Then with 5,000 shafts he slew the rest of Deha's giant crew, 5,000 demons, torn and rent, to Y's gloomy realm he sent. When Kara knew the fate of all the giant band and Deha's fall, he called the mighty chiefs who led his army, and in fury said, "Now Deha and his armed train lie prostrate on the battle plain. Lead forth an army mightier still, Ra this wretched man, to kill. Fight ye with darts of every shape, nor let him from your wrath escape." Thus spoke the fiend, by rage impelled, and straight his course toward Ra held. With Sianag and the rest of his 12 chiefs he onward pressed, and every giant as he went a storm of well-wrought arrows sent. Then with his pointed shafts that came with gold and diamond bright as flame, dead to the earth the hero threw the remnant of the demon crew. Those shafts with feathers bright as gold, like flames which wreaths of smoke enfold, smote down the fiends like tall trees rent by red bolts from the firmament. 100 shafts he pointed well, by their keen barbs 100 fell, 1,000, and 1,000 more in battle's front lay drenched in gore. Of all defense and guard bereft, with sundered bows and harness cleft, their bodies red with bloody stain fell the night rovers on the plain, which, covered with the loosened hair of bleeding giants prostrate there, like some great altar showed, arrayed for holy rites with grass o'erlaid. The darksome wood, each glade and dell where the wild demons fought and fell was like an awful hell whose floor is thick with mire and flesh and gore. Thus twice 7,000 fiends, a band with impious heart and bloody hand, by Rahu's son were overthrown, a man, on foot, and all alone. Of all who met on that fierce day, Kara, great chief, survived the fray, the monster of the triple head, 470 and Rahu's son, the foeman's dread. The other demon warriors, all skillful and brave and strong and tall, in front of battle, side by side, struck down by Lakshma's brother died. When Kara saw the host he led triumphant forth to fight stretched on the earth, all smitten dead, by Ra's Nalar might, upon his foe he fiercely glared, and drove against him fast, like Indra when his arm is bared his thundering bolt to cast. Canto XXVII. The Death of Trisir. But Trisir, 471, a chieftain dread, marked Kara as he onward sped, and met his car and cried, to stay the giant from the proposed fray, "Mine be the charge, let me attack, and turn thee from the contest back. Let me go forth, and thou shalt see the strong-armed Ra slain by me. True are the words I speak, my lord, I swear as I touch my sword, that I this Ra's blood will spill, whom every giant's hand should kill. This Ra will I slay, or he in battle fray shall conquer me. Restrain thy spirit, check thy car, and view the combat from afar. Thou, joying o'er the prostrate foe, to Geneth again shalt go, or, if I fall in battle's chance, against my conqueror advance." Thus Trisir for death who yearned, and Kara from the conflict turned, "Go forth to battle," Kara cried, and toward his foe the giant hied. Borne on a car of glittering hue which harnessed coursers fleetly drew, like some huge hill with triple peak he onward rushed the prince to seek. PG 261 Still, like a big cloud, sending out his arrowy rain with many a shout like the deep sullen roars that come discordant from a moistened drum. But Rahu's son, whose watchful eye beheld the demon rushing nigh, from the great bow he raised and bent a shower of shafts to meet him sent. Wild grew the fight and wilder yet as fiend and man in combat met, as when in some dark woods retreat an elephant and a lion meet. The giant bent his bow, and true to Ra's brow 3 arrows flew. Then, raging as he felt the stroke, these words in anger Ra spoke, "Heroic chief, is such the power of fiends who rove at midnight at Soft as the touch of flowers I feel the gentle blows thine arrows deal. Receive in turn my shafts, and know what arrows fly from Ra's bow." Thus as he spoke his wrath grew hot, and twice 7 deadly shafts he shot, which, dire as serpent's deadly fang, straight to the giant's bosom sprang. 4 arrows more, aught shaped to deal a mortal wound with barbed steel, the glorious hero shot, and slew the 4 good steeds the car that drew. 8 other shafts flew straight and fleet, and hurled the driver from his seat, and in the dust the banner laid that proudly o'er the chariot played. Then as the fiend prepared to bound forth from his useless car to ground, the hero smote him to the heart, and numbed his arm with deadly smart. Again the chieftain, peerless-souled, sent forth 3 rapid darts, and rolled with each keen arrow, deftly sped, low in the dust a monstrous head. Then yielding to each deadly stroke, forth spouting streams of blood and smoke, the headless trunk bedrenched with gore fell to the ground and moved no more. The fiends who yet were left with life, rooted and crushed in battle strife, to Kara's side, like trembling deer scared by the hunter, fled in fear. King Kara saw with furious eye his scattered giants turn and fly. Then rallying his broken train at Rahu's son he drove amain, like Ru 472 when his deadly might comes rushing on the Lord of Night. Canto XXVII. Kara dismounted. But when he turned his eye where bled both Trisir and Deha, dead, fear o'er the giant's spirit came of Ra's might which naught could tame. He saw his savage legions, those whose force no creature dared oppose. He saw the leader of his train by Ra's single prowess slain. With burning grief he marked the few still left him of his giant crew. As Namuki 473 on Indra, so rushed the dread demon on his foe. His mighty bow the monster strained, and angrily on Ra rained his mortal arrows in a flood, like serpent fangs athirst for blood. Skilled in the bowman's warlike art, he plied the string and poised the dart. Here, on his car, and there, he rode, and passages of battle showed, while all the skyey regions grew dark with his arrows as